Hiss. Boss, if you already have this delicious food, just give it to me. Why did you beat me up? In the secret room, the Snake King surrounded Zhang Dong with a flattering look on his face. Looking at the Snake King in front of him, Zhang Dong threw the freshly roasted chicken to it, and looked at it with contempt and said in Parcel tongue. Hey, it was obviously you who started it first, so keep your eyes open in the future and don't listen to anyone except me, do you understand? Hiss. The Snake King kept nodding his big head, and then looked expectantly at the remaining plate of roasted chicken in Zhang Dong's hand. Here, you stay here, I will come to bring you food every now and then, don't run around, understand? Hiss. The big snake continued to nod, and then looked at Zhang Dong reluctantly as he left the secret room. After walking out of the secret room and restoring the pool, Zhang Dong finally smiled with satisfaction and said, Done. It seems that you have gained a lot. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Zhang Dong, and Zhang Dong knew who was talking to him without turning around. Principal Dumbledore, it's so late, why don't you go back to rest? Zhang Dong turned his head and said helplessly to Dumbledore, who had been there for an unknown period of time. And Dumbledore still looked kind. He looked at Zhang Dong in front of him and said, I am old and sleep less. And such a big noise makes me even more unable to sleep. Does Dumbledore know the existence of the secret room? He knows. But he definitely doesn't know how to open the secret room. But once the secret room is opened, he will definitely find it quickly with his control over Hogwarts. In addition, Zhang Dong's battle with the Snake King just now will make it easier for him to react. Hearing what Dumbledore said, Zhang Dong pointed to the pool behind him and said. The Chamber of Secrets was supposed to be one of the crises that occurred this year. There is a 1,000-year-old Snake King sealed inside, which I just subdued. It just so happens that you have a way to make the Snake King's gaze ineffective and remove it when you want to use it, otherwise it is too easy to have an accident. Zhang Dong was not going to hide it from Dumbledore at all. One reason was that his current strength gave him confidence, and the other was that he really needed Dumbledore to help him. Seeing Zhang Dong so frank, Dumbledore smiled with relief. He finally had a reliable student. It was great. But I will take care of the problem of the basilisk's eyes. I can cast a spell on it using the eye disease curse and confusion curse. It can only work with your consent. This is not too difficult. But I also want to ask you for a favor. What favor? Zhang Dong was confused. What else did Dumbledore need him to do for him? With his status and strength, he couldn't do it, so he might not be able to do it either. Seeing Zhang Dong's eyes, Dumbledore smiled and said, You just said that the basilisk is this year's power, that is to say, there will be crises in the future, right? Yet. Zhang Dong nodded, life in Hogwarts is not so peaceful, but it's only these few years, it will be fine after it passes. Then I want to borrow your snake. You want to train Harry? Like last year? Zhang Dong frowned, if it weren't for him last year, Harry might really die. Dumbledore nodded, Harry is the savior of the prophecy, he needs to grow up quickly to really face Voldemort. You don't trust me. It's not distrust, but double insurance, Zhang Dong, tell me the truth, I still have a few years. If I don't take action, you should die on June 30th, 1997. Is there only this little time left? Then, I need to speed up. Dumbledore didn't care about the news of his death at all. He was more concerned about the future of the wizarding world. I said, I won't do anything. Zhang Dong, you have your way, and I have my choice. A stubborn old man. Yes, this is Dumbledore. If Dumbledore gave up his plan for more than 10 years with just a few words, he would not be himself. You. Forget it, I'll lend it to you. Don't hurt my snake. There is only this one left in the whole of England. I just want to find an opportunity to help Hagrid clear his grievances. Yes, he helps you take care of so many magical animals without asking for compensation. You should pay him some salary. Zhang Dong and Dumbledore looked at each other, and everything was said without words. Zhang Dong returned to the dormitory. Looking at Zhang Dong who was already asleep, he couldn't help but whispered, This is Dumbledore's training for you, it has nothing to do with me. Back in the principal's lounge, Dumbledore also sat quietly in his seat in the lounge, not knowing what he was thinking. June 30th, 1997? That's good too. Ariana, I will see you soon, and then, please allow me to beg for your forgiveness. Time passed day by day. Although Colin told everyone that he was in danger the next day, everyone thought he was joking because there was no evidence. After all, Colin was born in a Muggle family, so it was normal for him to make a fuss when he encountered something magical. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville and Seamus continued to learn magic from Dong in their spare time. And Dong was not idle either. In addition to teaching a new course of petrification in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, he had been living a very peaceful life. Until the long-awaited duel club officially began. In the duel room, a long platform was arranged in the center, and the eager little wizards had been rubbing their hands and preparing to show their skills. Ron held his new wand and kept waving it there, as if Malfoy was standing in front of him. Harry, afraid that he would poke him, he said helplessly. "Ron, don't be so excited, Slytherin is standing on the opposite side." And Neville on the side said fearfully, "Compared to dueling, I am curious about who will teach us dueling. If it is Professor Snape, I will never come again." Seamus patted Neville on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, Neville, it won't happen. As we all know, Professor Flitwick is a famous dueling champion, so this duel club must be taught by him." Everyone nodded in approval, only Harry said, "Actually anyone can, as long as it's not." Harry's words stopped abruptly before he finished speaking. At this moment, a man dressed quite coquettishly was walking towards the dueling stage, who was the person Harry least wanted to see. "Gilderoy. Lockhart, leave. Come here quickly, kids." Gilderoy Lockhart stood on the duel stage like a proud blue peacock showing off his feathers. "Can everyone see me? Very good. Your headmaster Dumbledore knows that I am good at practice, so he specially allowed me to open this duel club belonging to Hogwarts, so as to fully train everyone. I hope that one day you will be able to protect yourself in various ways when you need self-defense. For details, you can read my new book, I Am Magical." Lockhart showed his iconic smile, and looking at Lockhart's smile, some students who already knew him very well gave him a blank look. But there are still many brainless fans cheering for him. Lockhart selectively ignored those rolling eyes, and then continued, "By the way, let me introduce you to my assistant, Severus Snape. Don't worry, after I finish demonstrating with him, I will return your potion teacher intact to you." Severus Snape. The little wizards looked at Severus, who walked out from the other side of the duel stage, and all applauded Lockhart's courage. "Damn, that's Severus Snape. The Dean of Slytherin. In terms of combat power, he is definitely in the top 5 in Hogwarts. You, Lockhart, are going to solo with such a person?" Ron couldn't help but applaud him, and said to Dong and the others, "I hope Snape will be more severe, so that Dong can take over the class completely in the future." "Yet." Harry nodded in agreement. And Dong smiled at this time, waiting for this moment. Crack. Live broadcast begins. Swish. Instantly, the light curtain in the sky appeared again. "James Potter, the light screen has appeared? Or is it a live broadcast? What will be broadcast today?" "Remus Lupin, it looks like it's still Hogwarts. This scene is a dueling stage? It seems that Hogwarts has many interesting courses. Umbridge, this is too dangerous. Isn't it better for Hogwarts wizards to just sit in the classroom and learn the knowledge in the books? Why do they need to fight? Aren't you afraid that they will get hurt? Professor Hecate, what are you afraid of? What can you achieve if you only learn theory without practice? I support this duel club. It just happens to let me see what kind of strength the children of the future have." A group of people immediately became excited, but Lockhart panicked. "What's going on? Why is it me again? This live broadcast was not opened a few times in total, but half of them were me. Yes, I want to be on the headlines. But I don't want to be on the headlines like this." And Snape was actually a little impatient. He could beat this guy up in front of so many people. Could there be anything more satisfying than this? Snape was ready to fight, but Lockhart immediately said, "Before the duel officially begins, I have to check your strength first. How about this, Weasley, Potter, you all study very hard in class, come up and demonstrate first." Shameless. Snape immediately understood what he wanted to do, but it didn't matter. "You can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple?" Snape said directly, "Weasley and Harry can't have a real duel, how about something interesting, Harry, and Malfoy?" After saying that, Snape turned around and waved his wand at Malfoy, not giving Lockhart a chance to refuse. Lockhart had no choice but to say to Harry, "Good luck, Harry." James Potter, is Harry going to play? Come on, Harry. Lily Potter, Harry. Be careful. Lucius Malfoy, haha, I'll just let you see Malfoy's strength. Voldemort, haha. Lucius, this is your son, he's great. If he can defeat Harry, I can give him the honor of becoming a Death Eater when I'm resurrected. Good fellow. Lucius panicked when he heard this. Let my son become a Death Eater? Do you really think this thing of yours is a good thing? Are you rewarding my son or harming him? Not paying attention to the barrage, Malfoy was looking at Harry in front of him happily at this moment. He was already a little impatient. Harry, I can't beat Zhang Dong, I don't believe I can't beat you. Then give it a try. Malfoy and Harry made a staff salute at the same time, then turned around and pulled away at the same time. Seeing the two people start to prepare, Lockhart also said as a referee. I'll start when I count to 3. 1, 2. Flip in the air. Malfoy took the lead, and with a spell, he hit Harry to turn 720 degrees in the air and then slammed him heavily on the duel stage. Goyle, good fight. Malfoy. To read exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Crab, I've been annoyed with Harry Potter for a long time. Come on Malfoy. Pansy Parkinson, Malfoy, I believe you are the best. James Potter, no, what are the values of today's students? He sneaked up. He has no moral integrity. You still cheered him on. What kind of dean you have, what kind of students you have? Severus Snape, what do you mean? Don't you understand the principle of war is fair and square? There is no chance for you to have a fair duel on the real battlefield. James Potter, what? You are right. You. Harry. Well done. While James and Snape were arguing, Harry had already stood up, and then came up with a grin. Ha 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 ha. Malfoy immediately started to praise 5.4 laughing, happy tears are about to flow out. However, he pinched his thigh and said to Harry. Ha ha, Tarantella. Before Malfoy finished speaking, Zhang Dong's voice suddenly rang out. Harry. Don't forget what I taught you. Yes. Harry's eyes lit up instantly, looking at Malfoy in front of him, he instantly swung his wand. Expelliarmus. A flash of red light, Malfoy's body was directly knocked into the crowd. He didn't understand how a disarming spell could have the effect of a repelling spell in Harry's hand, and his wand fell to the side. Harry Potter vs. Draco Malfoy. Harry Potter wins. James Potter, see. That's my son. My son. Lily Potter, has Harry learned Expelliarmus? And he's pretty good at it. Great, he can protect himself. Harry Potter, thanks to Zhang Dong. He taught us Expelliarmus. I just learned it a little faster than others. James Potter, Zhang Dong taught you? Great, Harry. I'm relieved to see you have so many friends. Back then, the 4 of us formed a group. Oh, we were so high-spirited back then. Severus Snape, you guys were so troublesome back then. James Potter, you. Tisk. You're just jealous. Jealous. Back then, we Gryffindors suppressed you in every way. It seems the same now. Suppress us? Snape looked at the Slytherin side, then continued to wave his hand and said. Next, Gregory Goyle, you go. Got it, Professor Snape. Goyle stood up directly. Although this guy doesn't look very smart, he still has strength and talent. Being able to use the fire curse before graduation, his strength and talent are certainly good, but it's just good, otherwise he wouldn't have set a fire and burned himself to death. However, in the novel version, it was Crabbe who set the fire and burned himself to death. Zhang Dong sometimes wondered, if this world had no influence from him, who would be the unlucky guy who burned himself to death? Goyle walked onto the duel stage. Seeing Goyle on the stage, the Gryffindor side understood that the other side was here to provoke, and they all took out their wands and wanted to go on stage. However, the seniors were really embarrassed to take action. It was also embarrassing to win the bullying. Then, everyone saw Zhang Dong standing up. Thump. Goyle's legs went weak and he staggered, then he said tremblingly, Zhang Dong. Goyle immediately turned his head to look at Snape, the meaning was obvious, he wanted to go down. But Malfoy gave him an encouraging look. Gregory, you have to believe in your potential, you can definitely beat Zhang Dong. Believe in yourself? Beat Zhang Dong? Are you serious? Quirrell, Goyle beat Zhang Dong? This is not possible. No one knows Zhang Dong better than him. That strength is definitely not something Goyle can challenge. Zhang Dong looked at Gore, whose legs were already weak, and suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I didn't say you should do it yourself, Neville. I'll leave it to you." "Ah. Me?" Neville was a little flustered. He had only been learning from Zhang Dong for less than 2 months. Could he beat Gore? But looking at the encouraging eyes of his classmates, Neville still stood up bravely. Seeing that he was facing Neville, Gore immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then held his head high. "Get up. Longbottom? Then I'm not polite. Draco Malfoy, Goyle. Come on. Ron Weasley, Neville. Come on. August Rookwood, who are these 2 little guys? Are they famous?" Severus Snape, Gregory Goyle, the son of Old Goyle, Neville Longbottom, the son of Frank Longbottom. Bella Lestrange, ha ha ha. I remember, Old Goyle, that's our old comrade, but unfortunately, he betrayed his master and sold us out. As for Frank Longbottom, isn't that the one who was tortured by us and lost his mind? Unlucky or ha ha ha. That time was really interesting. Augusta Longbottom, mad woman. You Death Eaters, remember this, our Longbottom family will never forget what you did to us. No matter it is me or Neville, one day you will pay with blood. Augustus Rookwood, pay with blood? Just because of this little fat guy. Bella Lestrange, you know what, this little Goyle looks fatter than this Neville. Augustus Rookwood, that's not fat. It's strong. Obviously, this group of people looked down on Neville. Neville looked at the barrage on the light screen, he took a deep breath silently, and then clenched the wand in his hand. He has always been very timid and cowardly, but this time, and only this time, he didn't want to lose. Although his parents couldn't see his performance, he still wanted to prove to them that your child didn't let you down. 3, 2, 1. Shattered to pieces. Goyle immediately threw out his magic. It was a powerful attack magic right from the start, which showed that he was serious. Armor protection. To read the exciting novel, go to Novel Network. Bang! A barrier appeared in front of Neville, and actually blocked Goyle's shattered to pieces. Augusta Longbottom, armor protection. When did he learn it? As Neville's grandmother, she didn't even know when Neville mastered armor protection. This is a difficult magic. Although it looks like the level is only elementary, it is something she never thought of. Malfoy, Goyle. What are you waiting for? Get rid of this guy quickly. Malfoy was really anxious. Losing to Zhang Dong was reasonable, and losing to Harry was understandable, but losing to Neville, how could the 3 of them survive in the future? Even losing to Ron was better than losing to Neville. I succeeded. Neville looked at this scene in disbelief. He remembered the scene when Zhang Dong taught them to wear armor to protect themselves. It was really a painful education with thunderbolts. But that's it, he is also the slowest learner among the few people. This makes Neville feel inferior, but he didn't expect that even he, who is the slowest learner, has already reached such a level. Burning flames. Goyle couldn't help it. Armor protection. Stand still. Armor protection. Expelliarmus. Armor protection. Goyle threw spells one after another, but Neville always used one spell to resist, which made Goyle's teeth itch. You guy! Can't you use other spells? Other spells? Neville suddenly remembered what Zhang Dong said to him when he taught him. Neville, I tell you, you are different from others. Don't waste your time learning spells. Ah? What if I get bullied in the future? Then learn a few spells. One is armor protection, one is disarmament, and one is knocking you unconscious. As long as you learn these 3 moves well, you will never be bullied. Goyle's attack continued. Looking at Goyle casting various spells, Neville suddenly said seriously. Spells? 3 are enough. Flames are blazing. A flame shot directly at Neville from Goyle's wand, but Neville remained unchanged. Armor protection. Perfect block. This is the experience Zhang Dong taught him after watching Hogwarts Legacy many times. Armor protection plus. Fall to the ground. Bang. A red light shot out from Neville's wand. He finally learned how to fight back. Bang! Goyle never thought that Neville, who had always been armored, would fight back. This guy. Did he let his guard down on purpose before? Goyle finally reacted, but it was too late. Bang! The light hit, and Goyle fell to the ground head first, and then fell asleep. The battle is over. Winner. Neville Longbottom. Lockhart called out Neville's name. Neville. Neville, you beat Neville. Neville, you are awesome. Beautiful armor and fainting. How long have you been practicing? A group of people cheered for Neville, and at this time, Neville just reacted from the joy of victory. Great, so great, he actually won. He won. Mom and Dad. Grandma. Did you all see it? I saw it, I saw it. At this moment, Neville's grandmother had secretly clenched her fists. Frank, Alice, your son has not let you down. Bella Lestrange, waste. Really waste. This little Goyle is just as waste as his father. Draco Malfoy, hey! Don't scold my men. He was just careless. Lucius Malfoy, Draco, she is your aunt. Oh. Malfoy didn't say anything and turned to help wake Goyle up. Okay, the children's performance ends here. Snape finally stood up. He couldn't stand up anymore. As the head of Slytherin, they had already lost 2 games. What else could he do? Send another person? What a joke, Zhang Dong hasn't made a move yet. Even if Marcus is allowed to go, isn't he just coming out to give it up? Snape looked at Lockhart in front of him. I don't have a chance to bully Gryffindor, so I'll use you Ravenclaw as a cushion to save some reputation. Professor Lockhart, I think it's better for us to demonstrate to the students, right? This, hee, of course. Of course. Lockhart was a bit forced, but he had no other choice. The two came to the center of the stage, performed a staff salute, and then separated to the 2 ends of the dual stage. Professor Hecate, are you finally here? Although the children's battle is good, it is still a duel between masters. It's even more exciting. Minerva McGonagall, well. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, Professor Hecate. Professor Hecate, what do you mean? Expelliarmus. Bang. Snape used Expelliarmus, and Lockhart flew 7 or 8 meters away with his wand. He turned several times on the ground before he barely got up from the ground, looking very embarrassed. Lily Potter, is Severus angry? He actually used Expelliarmus with such power. Severus Snape, how could that be? I just want these children to know what a real spell duel looks like. The winner can be decided in just 1 round. Minerva McGonagall, that being said, using Expelliarmus to make him faint was a bit too harsh. I don't know if Professor Lockhart is okay. If he is, it would be too sad. To read exciting novels, go to Novel Network. I'm fine. Ahem. I'm fine. Lockhart finally got up from the ground. He covered his chest and pretended that nothing had happened and said, haha. Professor Snape, please forgive me for being blunt, but your intention just now was too obvious. If I didn't want to show the students the effect, I would have at least 9 ways to block it. Really? I still think it's more important for you to teach students how to resist the curse first. Snape looked at Lockhart in front of him with sarcasm. You are really good at boasting. Looking at Snape's expression, Lockhart almost couldn't help it, but he had no choice. After all, he couldn't beat Snape. Especially now that his face is gone, he is probably going to lose fans again. Molly Weasley. Well, maybe. Mr. Lockhart is really not as strong as we thought. Lee Blott, perhaps, Mr. Lockhart is a theorist, and he is so young, it is normal that he is not a match for Dean Snape. Arthur Weasley, that's not to the point where he can't resist a single move. Cornelius Fudge, Minister Fudge, I suggest that Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart be strictly investigated. Strict investigation. That won't do. Lockhart was really panicking, and at this moment, Lockhart looked at Zhang Dong who was watching the excitement in the crowd. He suddenly thought of something, then showed his 8-toothed smile and said, haha. Professor Snape is right, how about we do it again? Oh. Snape raised his eyebrows. Come again? You really don't know how to live or die. Okay, I just happen to be so angry that I'll take it out on you, Zhao Wang Zhao. Of course. Snape was about to take a fighting stance, but Lockhart suddenly said, "Wait a minute. It's another game, but your opponent is not me. It's my assistant. Zhang Dong. I'll leave it to you." "Hey?" Zhang Dong was stunned. "No, I was just a spectator, why did he suddenly turn his attention to me? I beat Snape? It seems that it is not impossible." Zhang Dong thought about Snape's strength. If he did not expose ancient magic and did not use magic equipment, it should be a 50-50 chance. It seems that it is not impossible to beat Lu. And this guy deducted 50 points from me last time. There are not many opportunities for such fair revenge. Thinking of this, Zhang Dong nodded and stood up and said, "In this case, Professor Snape, please give me more advice." "James Potter, Zhang Dong wants to fight with Bulletin Zitu? How is that possible? Isn't this bullying a child?" Mad-Eye Moody, "Indeed, it is a bit unreasonable for a second-year student to fight with the Dean of Slytherin." Lily Potter, "Severus Snape, Severus, don't hit too hard, don't hurt this child." Lily has a good impression of Zhang Dong. After all, she knows that Zhang Dong has helped Harry a lot. And Severus nodded. Lily has spoken, can he still say no? Although he really wants to teach Zhang Dong a lesson, this kid has been against him a lot. Only Dumbledore smiled. He didn't even know where he took out several boxes of cockroaches to watch the fun. "Severus, although I don't know how strong Zhang Dong is, you must be careful. If you lose, it will be embarrassing." Zhang Dong and Severus performed a staff salute, and then they both took 5 steps back and distanced themselves. Lockhart looked around at the two of them, and then said, 3, 2, 1. Start! Snape, Expelliarmus. In just a moment, Snape had already made a move. He just used this move to kill Lockhart in an instant. Buzz! A beam of red light shot directly at Zhang Dong. Expelliarmus. Advanced. Lily Potter, why is Severus still so heavy-handed? Isn't he only in the 2nd grade? Although it can be seen from some previous clips that Zhang Dong is quite capable, at this age, it is impossible for him to cast advanced spells. Bang! Snape's expendable weapon landed in front of Zhang Dong. But in an instant, a barrier appeared in front of Zhang Dong, and then directly blocked the attack. Armor protection. Advanced. Mad-Eye Moody, armor protection. It can also block Snape's spell. And it's silent casting. This kid. Is he so outstanding? Arthur Weasley, are you surprised? Look at Moody, Zhang Dong's performance will definitely surprise you. Surprised? We are shocked enough now, okay. Zhang Dong doesn't have time to read the barrage. Snape's strength is much stronger than Lucius and Quirrell, Big J. Clear water like a spring. Buzz. Zhang Dong made a move, and in an instant, a torrent gushed out from Zhang Dong's wand. In just an instant, the entire area around the duel club was filled with waves. The little wizards who were watching the excitement nearby immediately ran outside, fearing that they would be accidentally swept into the torrent. But these little wizards could run, but Snape couldn't. He wanted to dodge with a teleportation, but unfortunately, this was Hogwarts, and teleportation couldn't be used. Clear water like a spring. Water prison. The overwhelming torrent turned into a water dungeon, directly enveloping Snape's body in a huge water ball. James Potter, clear water like a spring, can be used like this. Sirius Black, this is the current Hogwarts student. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Advanced armor protection. Advanced clear water like a spring. This is the strength of a second-year student. The average aura is just like this. Cornely Fudge, don't underestimate our auras. You guys from Azkaban. Any aura has mastered several advanced spells. How could any second-year student be able to cheat? But I must say that Zhang Dong is really strong. Marcus Flint, Minister Fudge, if an aura only needs to master a few advanced spells, then, you can continue to watch. If nothing unexpected happens, he will use that trick. This strong sense of déjà vu reminded Marcus of the ending of their Slytherin Quidditch team, where they were annihilated by the opponent with 7 against 1. And he was not wrong. Crackle. Thunder gathers at the front of Zhang Dong's wand. Weather spell. Lightning spell. Water plus. The combination of 2 high-level spells has already reached the level of top-level spells. In the water dungeon, Snape also understands this. He has seen Zhang Dong's move before, so how could he not be prepared? A bubble has long enveloped him around his head. Bubblehead curse. Marcus Flint, it appears. Zhang Dong's killer move. Mad Eye Moody, another advanced spell. And it's a spell as difficult to master as the weather spell. Albus Dumbledore, your school really has a monster. Quirina Quirrell, advanced armor protection. Advanced weather spell. Advanced clear water like a spring. Isn't it just a year? How can this guy become so strong? Even Voldemort didn't dare to show up. He knew that Zhang Dong also mastered the super difficult magic of advanced fire shield protection. This Zhang Dong. Sure enough, he is my biggest enemy. Zhang Dong drove the thunder and struck directly. Facing this attack, Snape also reacted quickly. The flames are blazing. Boom. The scorching flames suddenly broke out in the water prison. The whole water dungeon was filled with thick mist, and even the thunder in the sky was swallowed by the flames. Under the thick mist, Snape walked out of the water dungeon intact. The flames were blazing. The ultimate. Quirina's Quirrell, Snape is still Snape after all, and his fighting power is still so terrible. If this guy wasn't so strong, how could he be bullied by this guy in the first year? Sirius Black, the battle is over, even if I don't want to admit it, Snape's strength is still so amazing. But Zhang Dong is already very good, in another 5 years, he might be able to surpass Snape. Remus Lupin, 5 years? You underestimated him. Looking at the intact Snape, Zhang Dong did not show any nervous expression. On the contrary, he smiled at this time. Flames are blazing? If you use this magic, you are in trouble, Professor Snape. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Buzz. Around Zhang Dong, scorching flames also appeared. The moment the flames appeared, the air seemed to be distorted by the scorching flames. Flames are blazing. Ultimate. Ancient magic talent. Mastery of blazing flames. James Potter, another ultimate flame bear. A second-year student has mastered the ultimate magic. I'm not awake. I must be awake. Lily Potter, James, stop shouting. We are already dead spirits. Dead spirits don't dream. This is reality. James Potter, but I still can't believe it. How can a second-year student master the ultimate spell? Has he been learning it since his mother's womb? Albus Dumbledore, James, you have to admit that there are always geniuses in this world. Everyone thought that Zhang Dong used the ultimate flame bear, except Professor Figo. He looked at Zhang Dong in the light screen with a proud face and whispered. That's not just as simple as the ultimate flame bear. Boom. Boom. The two flames turned into two seas of fire and rushed towards each other. The entire dual classroom turned into a sea of fire. The students had already run far away, but even so, the scorching heat still made them sweat profusely. Lockhart couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead. Is this a blazing flame? I thought it was a fire spell. The two seas of fire began to clash, and the sound of snapping continued. Lucius Malfoy, have we entered the wrestling stage? When the magic level is similar, it depends on who has more magic power, and how can a second-grade child compare with an old-fashioned strong man like Snape? In the world of Harry Potter, the magic power of wizards is generally proportional to their age. But unfortunately, Zhang Dong's magic power has increased by 240, which is equivalent to 3.5 times that of wizards of the same age, and it is not much worse than Snape. And Zhang Dong's blazing flames. But he has a talent blessing. Sorry, Professor Snape. Boom. Zhang Dong's sea of fire suddenly became stronger. The same flame, now overwhelmingly surpassed Snape. How is it possible? Snape looked at the flame in front of him in disbelief. How could he surpass himself? This is impossible. Boom. Zhang Dong's flame crushed Snape's flame and fell directly on Snape. Professor Quirrell, hey! Snape! You can't lose. James Potter, well done. Zhang Dong. Come on. Oh my god. I can't believe my eyes. Remus Lupin, this. I thought Zhang Dong's strength was very strong, but this is too strong. Lupin thought Zhang Dong was about the same level as himself, but now it seems that Zhang Dong's strength is obviously stronger than his. Armor protect. Snape walked out from the sea of fire, and his face looked very ugly. Yes, Zhang Dong had a blazing fire, and he had to use two spells, blazing fire and armor protector, to block it. He had already lost. But how could he admit defeat? He was Snape. So many people are looking at me now. Especially since she is still here. How can I lose? God of Swords. Pieces of bone. Snape almost used his ultimate move, but even if he was furious, he still knew his identity. How could he, a professor, use such a dark magic as God of Swords on his students? Your armor is only at the advanced level, this ultimate pieces of bone is enough. Snape calculated that the ultimate pieces of bone would be partially offset by the advanced armor, and the remaining power would not be fatal to a stubborn guy like Zhang Dong. But it was still necessary to go to the infirmary. However, the next second, the spell used by Zhang Dong caught him off guard. Apparition. Swish. In an instant, Zhang Dong's figure disappeared directly in front of Snape. Snape's shattered body also fell directly on the classroom wall, creating a huge hole. Professor Hecate, apparition. In Hogwarts. This is impossible. Hogwarts prohibits apparition, and this is something that the whole of England knows. But why can Zhang Dong do it? Minerva McGonagall, Senior Hecate, although I also know this truth, in fact, Zhang Dong can do it. Professor Figo, there are always things in this world that we cannot understand. This is the magic of magic, Professor Hecate. James Potter, although I don't know why Zhang Dong can use apparition in Hogwarts, I know that Snape is going to be unlucky. Snape, break to pieces. To read the exciting novel, go to Novel Network. Zhang Dong, apparition. Snape, break to pieces. Zhang Dong, apparition. Zhang Dong, break to pieces. Snape, armor protection. Snape couldn't hit Zhang Dong, and Zhang Dong couldn't break Snape's armor protection. It seems that the two of them fought to a draw. But Snape knew that he was completely suppressed. Find the flaw, calm down, there will be a time when he will be too late. Snape was waiting, once, twice, 5 times, 6 times, 8 times, 9 times. Outside the classroom, Harry and his group of young wizards were dumbfounded. When had they ever seen such a fight? What shocked them even more was that one of the two people fighting was their peer. Harry couldn't help but tighten his wand. If I also have Zhang Dong's strength, I can also win against Voldemort. Ron patted Harry's shoulder. He didn't have the heart to interrupt his good brother's dream, but he still wanted to say. Don't think too much, go to bed. High-intensity collision, even the magic power of the two will eventually run out. Snape has discovered that Zhang Dong now's movement had slowed down. Finally, the opportunity came. Shattered to pieces. Snape seized the opportunity. He finally fired a shattered to pieces at Zhang Dong. The shattered to pieces fell on Zhang Dong's body, directly turning Zhang Dong's body into ashes. Zhang Dong. X2. Hermione and Zhang Chu shouted at the same time. They wanted to rush over immediately, but a magical power controlled them in place. They turned their heads and saw that Dumbledore had appeared at some point. He blinked at the two girls, then pointed to the battlefield and said, "Look, Zhang Dong is fine." What? When the shattered to pieces turned Zhang Dong into ashes, Snape was also stunned for a moment, but it was only a second before he reacted. Confusion spell. As expected of Professor Snape, it's a pity that it's too late, shattered to pieces. Zhang Dong's figure appeared behind Snape, and a shattered to pieces condensed on his wand. Snape immediately put up his armor to protect himself, but the next second, he was stunned. Because at this moment, Zhang Dong's action was too familiar to him. Isn't that the action in the video of Hogwarts Legacy? The protagonist killed the armored giant in seconds. Ancient magic. Shattered to pieces. Small. Boom. The blue light fell directly on Snape's armor. Top-level armor, but such defense is useless. Bang. The armor was shattered instantly, and Snape's body flew backwards instantly, and then fell heavily to the ground. James Potter, well done. He actually succeeded. Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, did you see it? Sirius Black, I saw it, but, how did he do it? Remus Lupin, ancient magic. It's ancient magic. The destructive power of that ancient magic actually surpassed the defense of the armor. This magic is too foul. Under ancient magic, magic that is less than the ultimate can be exerted to the ultimate strength of 973, and Zhang Dong's shattered body is the ultimate, and the power of this one actually surpasses the ultimate. Voldemort, ancient magic. What an ancient magic! Gellert Grindelwald, is this the true power of ancient magic? Albus Dumbledore, magic is always the most magical thing in the world. Today, I witnessed a miracle again. Madame Pomfrey, so can't you care about Professor Snape? Children, take good care of Professor Snape. I'll come and take him back for treatment. 10 minutes later, Madame Pomfrey rushed over and rushed to the infirmary with Snape, whose bones were broken all over his body. Snape was so seriously injured that Zhang Dong's healing method could not cure him, so he could only trouble Madame Pomfrey. Looking at Snape, who had been carried away, Lockhart felt a chill on his back. He was a little afraid to stay here, so he quickly said to the students. Ahem. Get out of class, dismissed. After that, he left without looking back. Zhang Dong looked at Lockhart's back and shouted, Professor Lockhart. I haven't played enough. How about you play another round with me? Lockhart staggered directly. Play a round with you? Snape is not your opponent. What good will it be if I play a round with you? Next time. Next time for sure. Lockhart shouted, and then his steps became faster. Watching Lockhart leave, the next second, the entire duel club was filled with deafening cheers from the little lions. Long live Zhang Dong! Zhang Dong! You actually defeated Snape! Zhang Dong! Invincible! All the students were cheering for Zhang Dong, especially Ron. He kept pinching Seamus beside him, and after Seamus screamed in pain, he excitedly said, I'm not dreaming. Zhang Dong really defeated Snape. We don't have to be afraid of him anymore. Even Harry kept nodding his head. He didn't know why. Anyway, he hated Snape very much, and he seemed to have a close relationship with his father. The department is not very good, although the specific reason is unknown. And Zhang Dong just kept smiling, and then answered modestly. Lucky, Professor Snape held back. Zhang Dong was telling the truth. Snape did hold back, after all, he didn't even use the shadowless divine sharpness. But Zhang Dong didn't say that he actually held back, and he had more cards that he didn't use. The little snakes of Slytherin left here dejectedly, and the students of other colleges cheered and left silently. Just celebrate appropriately, after all, you can't show it too much. What if Snape deliberately retaliates against them after he gets better? As we all know, Snape is very stingy. Watching everyone leave, Zhang Dong silently turned off the light curtain and looked at his reward. Your live broadcast has been rewarded by Lily Potter. You can get a reward, Weather Change Spell, Rain Spell, Intermediate. Your live broadcast has been rewarded by Augusta Longbottom. You can get a reward, Potion Awakening Agent, Improved Formula. Awakening Agent, can help comatose, sleeping, and stupid vegetative people regain consciousness. What the hell? This potion can also treat dementia and vegetative people. This value. It is higher than the Wolfsbane potion I got before. After all, there are only so many werewolves, but there is no shortage of vegetative people. By the way, Neville's parents are in a vegetative state now. When I prepare it, I can let him take it back and try it out. If it succeeds, it will definitely be on the Daily Prophet. Zhang Dong collected the formula with satisfaction and prepared to let Lupin expand the business after it was prepared. One of these two rewards is Harry and the other is Ron. Isn't there anyone who wants to thank me from the bottom of his heart after seeing me beat up Snape? That shouldn't be the case. Logically, at least half of the people in Hogwarts hate Snape. Your live broadcast has been rewarded by James Potter. You can get a reward, Spell Upside Down Bell, Advanced. Your live broadcast has been rewarded by Remus Lupin. You can get a reward, Spell Extrasensory Spell, Advanced. To read the novel, go to Novel Network. Your live broadcast has been rewarded by Sirius Black. You can get a reward, Spell Marking, Advanced. Damn. I guessed it was you three. Zhang Dong couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. These guys, after so many years, still don't like each other. But Super Sensory Spell. Marking appears. If the confusion spell is added. This thing is the skill of making a Marauder's map. The Marauder's map is a good thing. It is not an exaggeration to say that this thing is a strategic weapon. Anyone who knows a little about military affairs knows that satellite radar is more than 0.9 important in modern warfare. Unfortunately, the Marauder's map made by Lupin and his team only covers the entire British wizarding world. It would be awesome if it could cover the entire British wizarding world. Zhang Dong collected his reward with satisfaction. Although it was not a very strong attack spell, it was still a very good reward. Zhang Dong went to eat with Harry and Hermione, and on the way, he could still hear the students in the academy discussing the battle between him and Snape. This situation lasted for a month until Snape completely recovered and came out from Madame Pomfrey. It's not that it's not hot anymore, but people don't dare to talk about it anymore. After all, Snape's murderous face is really scary. But soon everyone was no longer afraid because Christmas is coming. This year's Christmas was quite deserted. Except for Hermione, Ron, Harry, the twins, and Percy, most of the other students chose to go home. Especially Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe. Maybe because the light screen was playing the Polyjuice potion, they all chose to go home, which made the huge Hogwarts even more deserted. Merry Christmas! In the lounge, everyone exchanged gifts with each other. Zhang Dong was the same as in previous years. Although he was a Chinese, he still had to follow the local customs. Zhang Dong sat in his seat, and there were already boxes of various sizes around him. Since defeating Snape, Zhang Dong's popularity is really high, and he has a good relationship with people, so naturally he has a lot of gifts. Let me see what gifts I received this year. Zhang Dong began to open his gift box. What Seamus gave me was exploding candy. Can you eat this thing? Neville gave me a nice hat. Ron, I have no objection to you giving me Beeb's multi-flavored beans, but can you please not give me mustard-flavored ones? Zhang Dong looked at Ron helplessly, and then got an embarrassed smile from Ron. Zhang Dong lowered his head and continued to unpack. This sweater was given by Mrs. Weasley. It looks great. The craftsmanship is also very good. Ron, thank Mr. and Mrs. Weasley for me. Zhang Dong did not expect that the Weasleys would give him a gift this year. This really made Zhang Dong a little flattered. And Harry's, this is a brand new cauldron. Zhang Dong looked at Harry on the side in confusion. Harry said embarrassedly, I think you are the inventor of the Wolfsbane potion. You must use up a crucible if you often make potions, so I gave you one. Thank you. My beginner's crucible should be replaced. Zhang Dong put away the crucible with a smile, and then looked at the remaining 3 gifts. Zhang Chu's gift. Is this a belt? He gave me a watch last year and a belt this year. Will he give me shoes next year? A 3-piece suit for men, a watch, a belt, and shoes. Zhang Chu has almost given them all. Then Zhang Dong looked at another box. Seeing Zhang Dong's actions, Hermione immediately became nervous, because this gift was given by her. Zhang Dong gently opened the box. At this time, he saw an ancient book lying quietly in the gift box, with its name printed on it, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Looking at this gift, Ron was confused. He couldn't help but look at Hermione and asked, Hermione, why did you give Zhang Dong a textbook for next year? Textbook? Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ron, then stepped forward and stretched out her hand to open the title page, and then pointed to the lower right corner of the book, on which was Newt Scamander's name. See? This is Newt Scamander's autographed book. It's still the most classic edition. I spent a lot of effort to get it. Signed edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Looking at the book in his hand, Zhang Dong couldn't help but smile at Hermione and said, Thank you Hermione, I like your gift very much. As long as you like it, I also like the bird snake gourd you gave me. Hermione gently patted the small gourd on her waist and smiled happily. This box is Dumbledore's gift? Ron came to Zhang Dong and looked at Zhang Dong's last gift curiously. The box was signed by Albus Dumbledore. Will Dumbledore give gifts to others? He didn't even give Harry a gift this year. Looking at the box, Zhang Dong was also very curious. He also wanted to know what gift Dumbledore would give him. Zhang Dong silently opened the box. At this moment, he saw 5 pairs of regular sunglasses and a large pair of sunglasses neatly arranged in the box. Seeing these things, Zhang Dong instantly knew what they were. This Dumbledore, the gift is too insincere. This is the magic prop Zhang Dong asked Dumbledore to make for the gaze of the basilisk. The large one is for the basilisk to wear. Once it is worn, the eyes of the basilisk will have no effect. The small one is for people to wear. If the basilisk uses its power, Zhang Dong can put these glasses on his own people to block the gaze of the basilisk. Playing with these sunglasses in his hand, Zhang Dong couldn't help but mutter. The things are pretty good, but they are still a bit stingy. Look at what gift I gave you. When the time comes, I wonder if you will be embarrassed to give me such a gift in the future Christmas. Zhang Dong put away his gift, and then opened their gifts with Harry, Ron and others. At this time, in the principal's office of Hogwarts, Dumbledore opened the gifts one by one, and then put the books aside one by one. Books? Alas, why do people always give me these things? Do I really look like a person who loves reading? Dumbledore was helpless. Every Christmas is his Good Friday. On this day, whether it is teachers or students, everyone is reunited with their families, but for Dumbledore, his relatives are long gone. 920 His younger brother hates him, his lover stays away from him, and his sister has left him forever. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Aberforth. Gellert. Ariana. Alas! Dumbledore sighed, then picked up the last gift box. Is this a gift from Zhang Dong? Dumbledore's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Dong, a true prophet, he must know what gift he wants most. Inside, it can't be a pair of wool socks. Speaking of this, Dumbledore couldn't help laughing. Even if it was wool socks, what was the use? What he wanted was the person who gave wool socks, not a pair of ordinary socks. But no matter what it is, it's a gift from someone. Dumbledore gently opened the box in front of him. Suddenly, he was disappointed. Because what was in the box was really not wool socks. But the next second, his disappointment turned into shock. Then it was disbelief. Finally it turned into ecstasy. Because what was in the box was a small piece of nail size magic resurrection stone. At night, Zhang Dong was about to go to sleep, but a silver phoenix suddenly appeared in front of him. It was not Fox, but a patroness. There was only one person in the wizarding world who had a phoenix as his patroness. Dumbledore? You are so anxious. Can't you wait until tomorrow? Zhang Dong got up from the bed helplessly, and then followed the silver phoenix to the principal's office. Looking at the closed principal's office, Zhang Dong said directly, "Lemon sherbet." Swish! The door of the principal's office opened directly, and Zhang Dong walked in directly. He had just stepped into the door when Dumbledore suddenly appeared in front of him. Judging from the speed, he must have been waiting for a long time. "Principal Dumbledore, can you calm down a little? You don't look like the mature and steady legendary wizard at all. This stone is real?" Dumbledore asked directly. Zhang Dong rolled his eyes, and then said helplessly, "I thought you would first ask me how I knew the password to your office. That kind of thing is not important at all, so, is this stone real?" Dumbledore's voice was trembling. Looking at Dumbledore like this, Zhang Dong suddenly didn't know what to say. Zhang Dong didn't expect that this old man who was calm and composed in the face of a mountain collapse would panic like this. "I thought you had already looked down on life and death." "I just looked down on my life and death, which doesn't mean I can ignore the life and death of others. That's not a wise man, that's the god of death. So, is this stone real?" "Really? Why would I lie to you? Today is Christmas, not April Fool's Day." Zhang Dong stopped discussing other things with Dumbledore. He was really afraid that the old man would accidentally have a heart attack and die suddenly. Zhang Dong's words did not restore Dumbledore's heart to normal, but made it beat faster. He looked at Zhang Dong in front of him, and said in a trembling voice, "So, can you please, bring her back?" "Of course, now? Right here." Zhang Dong took the magic resurrection stone from Dumbledore, and then prepared to cast a spell to resurrect Ariana. But Dumbledore suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute, let's go to Hogsmeade, I want to find someone." "Aberforth? Okay, I understand." Zhang Dong nodded, and then he and Dumbledore came to the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade with an apparition. Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore's younger brother, but because of Ariana's death, the gap between the brothers will never be healed. Standing at the door of the Hog's Head, Albus suddenly stopped. Zhang Dong could feel his emotions at the moment. He was actually afraid. Dumbledore would also be afraid? If this happened to someone else, I am afraid he would laugh out loud as a joke. Capturing Grindelwald, becoming the headmaster of Hogwarts, and fighting Voldemort, this old man seemed to have never known what fear was. But this time, he was really scared. He was afraid of seeing Aberforth, he was afraid that he would fail to resurrect Ariana, and he was even more afraid of seeing Aberforth's appearance from hope to despair. If Zhang Dong told him that all this was a joke, he might really not be able to control himself and give Zhang Dong a Vulcan to clear the way. And Dong patted Dumbledore on the shoulder to comfort the centenarian and said, "Don't worry, Aberforth has always valued you very much, but he has always believed that he is not qualified to forgive you on behalf of Ariana. To read the violent novels, go to Novel Network." Although Aberforth and Albus have always disliked each other, he has always tried his best to help Dumbledore. In the past, he was the first generation of the Order of the Phoenix and participated in the First Wizarding War. In the future, after Dumbledore was killed, although he said that the situation was over, he still showed up 3 or 4 times to save Harry. He clearly said that the life and death of the wizarding world had nothing to do with him, but in the end he still appeared on the battlefield of Hogwarts. He clearly hated Dumbledore in his heart, but he always fought side by side with his brother. He clearly advised Harry to give up and save his life, but he took risks again and again to help everyone. He could have stayed in the Hog's Head, but he bravely walked towards the cruel battlefield. This old man is a typical sharp-tongued but soft heart. Hearing Dong's words, Albus nodded, and then gently knocked on the door of the Hog's Head. "Who?" On Christmas, people are reuniting with their families, and naturally no one comes to the bar, so Aberforth has been ready to rest. Everyone knows that Albus has nothing, but so does Aberforth. The two brothers have trapped themselves in the cage they drew themselves at the moment Ariana died. The door of the bar was opened, and an old man poked his head out of the bar. When he saw Albus, his body paused, and Dong could see the surprise flashing in his eyes. But soon, the surprise disappeared, and he said coldly, "What are you doing here? Spend Christmas with me? I don't have a brother like you." But Aberforth still made way for Dumbledore and Dong to come in. "Spend Christmas with your family? What a luxury!" When he walked into the bar, Dumbledore closed all the doors and windows. His stealthy look made Aberforth wonder if the Dumbledore in front of him was the student who drank the polyjuice potion and deliberately came to dazzle him. "Hey, what are you doing? I found a way to revive Ariana." Dumbledore finally said this. Instantly, Aberforth was struck by lightning. He had doubted his ears. If it wasn't Dumbledore who said this, he would have killed someone right now. However, this didn't mean that he believed Dumbledore's words. However, he looked at Dumbledore with a softer look. Seeing that Dumbledore wanted to revive Ariana so seriously, he felt comforted. But he still said, "Albus, do you know what you are talking about? Resurrect Ariana? Do you know how difficult it is to revive a person, Joe?" Listening to Aberforth's words, Dumbledore didn't know how to explain to him. After all, he didn't understand the situation himself. He came here only because of his trust in Dong. Seeing this scene, Dong stood up and said, "Difficult doesn't mean impossible, Mr. Aberforth. Do you know the Philosopher's Stone and the Resurrection Stone? Philosopher's Stone and Living Stone. One is the pinnacle of alchemy, and the other is one of the Deathly Hallows." Hearing Dong's words, hope suddenly appeared in Aberforth's eyes. "You mean?" He held Dong's shoulders, as if he was afraid that Dong was deceiving him. Dong understood his excitement. He gently broke free from Aberforth's hands, and then came to the side and used transfiguration to turn a chair into a blanket and put it on the ground. The magic resurrection stone can only revive people, but not clothes. Dong naturally had to prepare a cover for people. Then, he put the small piece of magic resurrection stone under the blanket and said, "You two, next is the moment to witness the miracle. Resurrection, Ariana Dumbledore." Buzz. As Dong's voice fell, the next second, the whole room was filled with magical light. Aberforth and Albus stared at the location of the magic resurrection stone. The two old men, who were 200 years old in total, did not even dare to blink their eyes at this moment, for fear of missing something. Buzz. At this moment, in the void, the figure of a young girl appeared out of thin air. 087 Ariana. It's Ariana's soul. Aberforth shouted, and he subconsciously held Dumbledore's arm. He was very strong, but Dumbledore had no reaction at all. He also kept staring at Ariana's soul in front of him. The resurrection stone summons the soul, and the magic stone gives the body. Is this the miracle of resurrection? Originally, Dumbledore did not believe it, but now he completely believed it. Dong waved his wand, and Ariana's soul fell directly into the magic resurrection stone. The next second, a figure began to condense in the blanket, with long golden hair and a lovely face. The two old men would not recognize it. This is their sister. The two legendary wizards didn't even dare to breathe at this moment, fearing that their recklessness would disturb their sister's resurrection. Zhang Dong said calmly, "It's done, Ariana, open your eyes." Hearing Zhang Dong's voice, her eyebrows trembled slightly, and then, the eyes that had been closed for nearly 100 years finally opened. "This is..." Ariana sat up gently from the ground, and at the same time subconsciously tightened the blanket around her body. Ariana. X2. The two old men finally couldn't help it, they rushed towards their sister. Then. Ah! Old rogue! Pia Pia! 10 minutes later. "I'm sorry Albus, I'm sorry Aberforth." Ariana looked at the two old men with red palm prints on their faces in front of her, and apologized embarrassedly. She already understood the current situation and knew that the two old men in front of her were her dearest brothers, but she couldn't be blamed. She just woke up and found herself naked with only a blanket on her body, and then saw two old men rushing towards her. Who wouldn't be scared? When hearing Ariana's apology, Albus and Aberforth shook their heads. "Aberforth, Ariana, don't apologize, it's us, we are too abrupt." Albus also nodded, "Yes, we should apologize, we didn't protect you well." Aberforth and Albus both lowered their heads in shame at this moment, but the next second, a pair of slender arms hugged their necks. They raised their heads and saw Ariana's red eyes. "Don't blame you, I have never blamed you, really. She is still the same, as kind as ever." At this moment, the two centenarians finally couldn't help it, and the three brothers and sisters hugged each other tightly, just like 100 years ago. The belated apology and the grief of 100 years were finally released at this moment. It was the first time that Zhang Dong saw Dumbledore cry. It turned out that Dumbledore could cry too. It's a pity that Colin is not here, otherwise I would definitely borrow his camera. But it doesn't matter, I also have legilimency anyway. Zhang Dong didn't say anything else. He quietly left here with a teleportation. "It's warmer to spend this Christmas with your family." Looking at the disappearing Zhang Dong, Albus silently raised his head. If Zhang Dong hadn't left yet, he would have seen that Albus clearly said two words. "Thank you." To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. That night, the Pig's Head Bar was particularly lively. That night, the two old men were as happy as 15 or 16-year-old children. Albus was telling Ariana stories of the past 100 years, and Aberforth also prepared a fine dinner. Looking at her two brothers, Ariana's shock never stopped. "Ariana, Albus, have you become the headmaster of Hogwarts? You are so awesome." "Albus Dumbledore, nothing awesome, by the way, you should still be 14 years old now, you will enter Hogwarts next year." "Albus, you let Ariana go to school just after she was resurrected. I tell you. I don't agree." Aberforth shook his head quickly. He knew how dangerous Hogwarts was now. What if Ariana went there and something happened again? Looking at the excited Aberforth, Albus didn't know how to persuade him, mainly because he did know how dangerous Hogwarts was. However, Ariana's eyes suddenly lit up at this time. "Hogwarts? Is Zhang Dong studying there?" "Yes." Albus nodded. "Zhang Dong is a student of Gryffindor. By the way, he is also an obscurial." "Zhang Dong is not an obscurial. He can transform into an obscurial only because it's just because of Animagus, but since Animagus still has no magical animal form, plus the special nature of Obscurus, it's normal that Dumbledore couldn't recognize it." However, after hearing what Dumbledore said, Ariana's eyes became brighter. "Zhang Dong, resurrect, Obscurus. Albus, I am willing to go to Hogwarts to study. It's over." Seeing such a determined Ariana, Aberforth covered his head in pain. The little cabbage that had just been resurrected in his home would not be taken away by others like this. And Dumbledore just smiled on the side. In the future, he will also be someone who can receive wool socks at Christmas. Hogwarts, Christmas is over, all the little wizards have returned here, and Hogwarts has become as lively as before. "Zhang Dong. Thank you for your Christmas gift. My father and mother said that they want to thank you in person." As soon as Neville came back, he ran directly to Zhang Dong. At this time, he looked at Zhang Dong with admiration in his eyes. Seeing Neville's appearance, Zhang Dong didn't doubt at all. If he asked him to kowtow, he wouldn't even hesitate. "Okay, Neville, don't be so excited. It's just 2 bottles of potion, not expensive. Even if I don't give it to you, you can buy it outside during the holiday this year. It's different." This is different. Neville's mouth is a little stupid, but he knows everything in his heart. 2 bottles of sobering agent made his parents, who had been in a plant for more than 10 years, sober up. Others may not know what this means, which means that he is no longer the half-orphan. Zhang Dong, in the future, if you have any problems, even if you ask me to duel with Professor Snape, I will never hesitate. Good guy. This Neville is going all out. Zhang Dong patted his shoulder and pointed behind him. Neville was stunned. He suddenly felt a chill on his back. He slowly turned his head. In an instant, he was petrified. Snape. Snape. Professor Snape. I don't know when, Snape actually stood behind Neville. At this time, he was staring at Neville coldly, like a bat about to hunt. Mr. Longbottom, it seems that the previous battle with Zhang Dong gave you some illusions. Do you think that any second-year wizard can duel with me? No. No. Neville shook his head quickly. He was just expressing his determination. Who would have thought that Snape was behind him? Talking about the teacher behind his back, Gryffindor will deduct 5 points. Neville. After deducting Neville's points, Snape finally regained some of the confidence of the head of Slytherin. But he quickly reacted. He looked at Neville and Zhang Dong and asked, "What sobering potion did you just talk about?" After hearing what Snape said, Neville suddenly became proud. It might be because of the confidence brought by his parents' awakening. He said proudly, "Zhang Dong invented another sobering potion after the Wolfsbane potion. It can not only wake up sleeping people, but also wake up my parents." What? Snape was stunned. Outsiders watch the excitement, insiders watch the doorway. As one of the few potion masters in the whole of England, Snape certainly knew what this meant. You? How is it possible? Snape still couldn't believe it. The Longbottoms were actually cured by the potion? This is something that the entire wizarding world cannot do. Snape immediately wanted to grab Zhang Dong and ask him about the formula of the potion, but as a teacher the pride of the professor made him lose face. At this time, Dumbledore's voice suddenly rang behind him. "Severus, Zhang Dong is the most outstanding genius I have ever seen. Even Voldemort is far inferior to him. You have to get used to it." This, okay. Snape stopped talking. He suddenly looked at a figure behind Dumbledore. He always felt vaguely that he seemed to have seen her somewhere. "Dumbledore, who is she?" "You will know in a while," Dumbledore said happily, and then took Ariana to the lobby of the auditorium. When passing by Zhang Dong, Ariana blinked at Zhang Dong curiously. Looking at Dumbledore's strange appearance, Snape also returned to his seat, ready to talk to Dumbledore about this matter after the meal. Dumbledore brought Ariana to the stands. At this time, both professors and students focused their eyes on Ariana behind Dumbledore. Who is that girl? She looks cute. I don't know her. Who is she? Which college? I don't know. Ariana has been dead for almost 100 years. Of course, no one knows her. Even an old man like Professor McGonagall doesn't know Ariana. Quiet. Dumbledore pressed his hands, and the whole hall returned to silence. One is Dumbledore's Majesty, and the other is that everyone is curious about what Dumbledore is going to say. At this time, Dumbledore said, "Dear students, we have another transfer student at Hogwarts today, Ariana Dumbledore. Minerva, please perform the sorting ceremony for Ariana." Ariana. Dumbledore. Everyone was shocked when they heard the girl's name. No one didn't know what the surname Dumbledore represented. There was only one wizard in the whole of England with this surname. Professor McGonagall was stunned for a moment. She took the sorting hat, and finally couldn't help looking at Dumbledore and asked, "Albus, she is my sister, my biological sister." Dumbledore said with a smile. "My biological sister." Dumbledore's words did not calm everyone down, after all. Principal Dumbledore's biological sister? Principal Dumbledore is now over 100 years old, how could he have such a little sister? Is this the point? The point is, Principal Dumbledore's parents died a long time ago, so how did this girl come into being? It's terrifying to think about it. Every student couldn't help gossiping, and even Snape, who was particularly interested in the sobering agent just now, put the sobering agent behind his mind. He seemed to have thought of something, his eyes fixed on Ariana in front of him. Although Professor McGonagall had a lot of questions to ask, she still took the sorting hat and prepared to conduct the sorting ceremony. By the way, Albus, how old is she this year? 14 years old, she can be in the 3rd grade, she has missed a lot of homework. Usually, students at Hogwarts enter school at the age of 11, but sometimes it doesn't matter if they are a little different. Okay. Professor McGonagall nodded, then waved to Ariana gently and said, "Okay, kid, come and sit here." Yet. Ariana sat on the chair obediently, and Minerva smoothed her hair for her considerately, and then put the sorting hat on her head. Half of the school year has passed, and I can still see the sorting ceremony. I can only say that she is worthy of being Dumbledore's sister. Putting the sorting hat on her head, Ariana listened to the voice of the sorting hat curiously. Well, you are very smart and talented, and you also have powerful magic in your body. You are very suitable for Ravenclaw. Can I go to Gryffindor? Ariana suddenly asked in a low voice. Hearing her words, the sorting hat was stunned, and then continued to ponder. You are afraid, you dare not face the power in your body, you are afraid that it will hurt others again. I still maintain my original opinion, Ravenclaw is more suitable for you, but if you want to be braver, then I will respect your choice. Then Gryffindor, I don't want to go on like this. Ariana has always been afraid of the Obscurus in her body, because of her mother died. Although Albus and 597 Aberforth told her that they had found a way to channel the power of the Obscurus, she didn't want to see the tragedy happen again. She must control her own power. She must be the master of her own power. Gryffindor. Yet. The little lions of Gryffindor cheered happily, and Professor McGonagall also smiled. Dumbledore's sister, isn't it normal to come to Gryffindor? Ariana came to the seat of Gryffindor timidly, she subconsciously looked at Zhang Dong, and Zhang Dong smiled and raised the pumpkin juice in his hand to her. Is Ariana enrolled? Dumbledore is really careless. He doesn't really think Hogwarts is the safest place in England. Zhang Dong couldn't help talking to himself, and then he lowered his head to start enjoying dinner. By the way, this timeline was originally when Hermione was petrified. Although the Snake King had been subdued by himself, no one knew about this except himself and Dumbledore. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets is almost ready to be broadcast. Thinking so, Zhang Dong silently opened his mobile phone. Buzz. The light screen appeared. Buzz. Seeing the light screen appear, Dumbledore shuddered. According to the personality of the light screen, Ariana has just entered school here, it will not directly broadcast the events of the past. That is not a good memory for Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Aberforth, and Ariana. Especially for Ariana, what if Ariana is stimulated and goes berserk? Although he can suppress her, it is not a good thing. However, when he saw the content in the light screen, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that although the light screen is very bad taste, it still has a bottom line. In the corridor, Harry and Ron, the good friends, were rushing towards the bedroom. However, when they arrived at the corridor, they found that the corridor was already filled with water. What's going on? Harry didn't know what happened, but as a Gryffindor, he ran towards the toilet without hesitation. Ron followed without hesitation, so disgusting, it seems that Myrtle has flooded this place. When Ron and Harry came to the toilet, they only saw Myrtle crying silently alone, and a strange diary scattered on the side. Harry walked over silently and picked up the diary. Ron Weasley, Harry. A notebook is just lying on the ground like that. Don't you feel weird? What if it's a dark magic item? Harry Potter, this. No way, how can such a thing be just thrown on the ground casually? Zhang Dong, Harry, Ron is right this time. Sometimes you don't pick up things you don't know about. If you really want to pick them up, maybe you can ask the people around you, or ghosts. Harry Potter, you mean, Myrtle. Zhang Dong, of course, Myrtle actually knows a lot, but sometimes you have to find a way to get her to tell you everything. Harry Potter, I don't understand, I just feel like you know a lot. Hermione Granger, compared to this, I'm more curious about what's in that diary. In a room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered together, and they looked at the diary in front of them curiously. Hermione pointed at the name in the diary and said, Tom Marvolo Riddle, this is his notebook. Ron suddenly took the diary, I know this name. But where did you hear it? Sprout, Tom Riddle. Oh my god. This is it. Harry Potter, what is this? Professor Sprout, you know who its owner is, right? Not only Sprout, Harry also felt that this name seemed to have been heard somewhere, but the question was where? To read the novel, go to Novel Network. However, no matter how Harry Potter asked, no one answered him on the barrage. After a long time, James still popped up. Harry Potter, Harry, Tom Riddle is Voldemort. Voldemort is Tom Riddle. What? Harry suddenly reacted, he understood everything, he understood it completely. He remembered where he had seen this name before, it was in Dan Mew. Voldemort, ha 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 ha. That's right Harry. Tom Riddle, that's me. The great Voldemort. Harry Potter, oh, I see, you are Tom Riddle, it's just a diary, why are you so proud? Voldemort. Hee hee. Well, you really thought I was too simple. This made everyone more curious. Voldemort, what conspiracy is this? Late at night in the dormitory, Harry sat in front of the 5.4 and looked at the diary in front of him. Harry picked up the feather pen and dropped a drop of ink on the diary, and the next second, something magical happened. The drop of ink disappeared. Harry reacted immediately, and he quickly took the feather pen and wrote in the diary. My name is Harry Potter. Harry's words disappeared instantly, and the next second, a paragraph of text suddenly appeared in the diary. Hello Harry, I'm Tom Riddle. There was really a response. Looking at the excited Harry in the light screen, everyone felt a little cold on their backs, especially those wizards with high magical attainments. I'm Tom Riddle. So, in this diary, is the soul of Voldemort living? Harry Potter, Tom Riddle. This notebook belongs to Voldemort. Voldemort, what are you trying to do? Voldemort, Harry Potter, if you want to know what I'm going to do, just guess. If you can't guess, I'll be resurrected. Harry Potter, don't be complacent. The picture in the light screen is the picture of the future. In other words, as long as I find your notebook and burn it, all your conspiracies will be useless, right? Voldemort, ha ha ha, then you can look for it. Hogwarts is not a small place. You won't find a notebook in a year or two. Notebook. Arthur Weasley, Cornely Fudge, Minister Fudge, you saw it. I request that we immediately send Aurors to Hogwarts to find this notebook. I believe that with our ability, we can definitely find this notebook before Tom Riddle makes trouble. Cornely Fudge, calm down, calm down. Weasley, I know your son and daughter are both in Hogwarts so you are very nervous, but please trust Dumbledore, I believe he will definitely handle these things. Albus Dumbledore, thank you for your trust, Minister Fudge. Looking at the conversation between the two, Ron was confused. He looked at Dong and couldn't help saying, does Minister Fudge trust Dumbledore so much? Hearing Ron's inquiry, Dong smiled gently, it's not that Fudge trusts Dumbledore, he just doesn't want to take the blame. What do you mean? Ron still didn't understand. Hermione on the side also rolled her eyes at him helplessly and said, Ron, it is obvious that this Cornelius does not want to have anything to do with Voldemort. If he sends Aurors to Hogwarts, and Voldemort is still resurrected, then who do you think people will blame first? It must be Cornelius. Then if he does not send Aurors, but entrusts it to Dumbledore, then who do you think will be responsible if something happens in the future? It must be. I understand. This Cornelius. What time is it? He is still thinking about passing the buck. Isn't he the Minister of Magic? Ron was indignant. Seeing Ron like this, Dong did not say anything. Is it outrageous? There are even more outrageous things. Compared to the Ministry of Magic that insisted on saying that everything was peaceful even though Voldemort was resurrected during the Order of the Phoenix, this blame-passing operation is nothing. It must be said that the fear of Voldemort in the British wizarding world is indeed deep-rooted. Harry in the light curtain didn't know who Tom Riddle was. At this moment, he was still holding a feather pen and writing on the notebook. Do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Harry's handwriting disappeared, and then a line of handwriting appeared on the notebook. Yes, I can take you to see it. Whew! The diary automatically turned to a blank page with June 13th written on it. Then, the light became brighter and brighter. The light was so bright that Harry felt his eyes were blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the staircase of Hogwarts. It's just that this staircase was 50 years ago. Ron Weasley, this is... It's bad. Harry was caught by Voldemort. Minerva McGonagall, Calm down, Mr. Weasley. It's just an application of legilimency and deception. It can't hurt Harry. Harry walked up the stairs, and in front of him, a man stood there. He looked like a boy of about 16 years old, with a silver badge of a prefect shining on the chest of his Slytherin school uniform. He had an upright posture, a head of shiny black hair, and especially his straight nose, which made his face more handsome. This is a standard British handsome guy. Bella Lestrange, Lord Voldemort. So handsome. Sirius Black, Rodolphus Lestrange, look up, I always feel that the color of your hat may not be right. Rodolphus Lestrange, Sirius. Don't talk nonsense here. Bella is just honest. Besides, don't you think Lord Voldemort is really handsome? Sirius Black, no, he is far worse than me. This narcissistic guy. Zhang Dong couldn't help but smile. I have to say that Senior Tom was indeed quite handsome when he was young, but unfortunately, he ruined himself. As for Sirius, there is nothing wrong with it. Sirius is indeed a handsome old man, but he was indeed a bit miserable in Prisoner of Azkaban. And Rodolphus. Before the final battle of Hogwarts, Bella gave birth to a daughter, Delphi Riddle, Rodolphus, at Malfoy Manor. Guess who her father is? Harry ran towards the boy and shouted, Riddle. Riddle. Unfortunately, Riddle did not respond to him. Harry was like an outsider and could do nothing but watch. He followed Riddle's gaze and saw several figures carrying a stretcher down from above. The stretcher was covered with a white cloth. There is only one explanation for this situation. The person on the stretcher is completely dead. To read the violent novels, go to Novel Network. The magic of the wizarding world is very magical. Even if there is only one breath left, it can be saved. However, the premise is that there is only one breath left. The ability to revive the dead is not without 697, but ordinary people can't master it at all. Riddle. Come here. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Harry and Riddle turned back at the same time, only to see a familiar figure standing on the stairs looking at them. It was Headmaster Dumbledore, but Headmaster Dumbledore 50 years ago was still relatively young. Professor Dumbledore. Tom Riddle walked towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore did not respond to his greeting, but said in a cold tone, It's not a good habit to hang out so late, Riddle. Looking at the legendary wizard in front of him, the future Dark Lord said respectfully like a good baby. Yes, Professor, I just want to see if the rumor is true. I'm afraid it's true. Tom Riddle immediately became nervous. The school won't be closed, Professor, you know, I have nowhere to go. I can understand, but Principal Dippet can't do anything. Tom, if the culprit can be caught. Hearing Tom say this, Dumbledore's eyes became even colder, and he asked in an inquiring tone, Do you have anything to tell me? Nothing, no. Ron Weasley, look at his face. He is definitely guilty. Although I don't know what he wants to do. But he definitely doesn't want to do anything good. Zhang Dong, who was opposite Ron, couldn't help but look at him with a high opinion. Hey? Ron, can you read faces? Ron scratched his head embarrassedly, and then said embarrassedly, I really didn't see anything from his face, but he is Voldemort. Anyway, he will never do anything good. Makes sense. Harry on the side also nodded continuously, he also thought so. Zhang Dong had nothing to say, this is probably just making up the process according to the answer. Dumbledore looked at Tom deeply, then turned around and left here. Riddle breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around and walked towards a room. He just walked to the door and heard a voice from inside. Come here, Aragog, come out, come in here, come into the box. Harry listened to this voice, and he always felt that this voice seemed a little familiar. And Riddle suddenly quickened his pace, turned the corner, and Harry followed him. He could see a huge boy, although he was young, but only one person could have such a huge physique. Rupes Hagrid. Harry Potter, Hagrid. It's you. You and Voldemort were classmates. You never told me. Rupes Hagrid, this. Harry, this is not an honorable thing. Knowing that guy is the most embarrassing thing in my life. Hermione Granger, but I have to say, Hagrid, you are not much different when you were young. Except for a little more beard. Rupes Hagrid, this. Haha. Maybe it's because of my good mentality that I look so young. Hermione. Hagrid, I'm not praising you. Good evening, Rubeus. Tom stared at Hagrid and said sternly. And Hagrid quickly closed the door, then stood up in a panic to block the big box behind him. What are you doing here, Tom? Hagrid's intimidation was strong, but Tom Riddle was not scared. Instead, he stepped closer and said, It's time to end it. I have to report you, Rubeus. If you don't stop, they will close Hogwarts. What did you say? Hagrid didn't understand what Tom meant. I know you didn't mean it. But those monsters are not obedient pets. I think you just wanted to come out and move around, but Aragog didn't kill anyone. Hagrid shouted. He understood what Tom Riddle meant. He meant that the dead girl was killed by his own Aragog. Draco Malfoy, so that's it. Hagrid. It was you. It was you who released the monster in the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. I can't believe it, you actually had such an experience. Harry Potter, Malfoy. Shut up. How could Hagrid do it? He doesn't hate muggles like you do. Ron Weasley, Hagrid is kind. I believe Hagrid. Hermione Granger, that's right, how could Hagrid be the heir of Slytherin? This kind of thing is impossible just by thinking about it. Looking at the three little ones who spoke for him in the light curtain, Hagrid was suddenly moved. No matter how he explained it back then, no one believed him except Dumbledore. But they were obviously just 12-year-old children, they didn't even know what happened back then, and they just spoke for him. In fact, the three little ones in the original book did doubt Hagrid, but that was because they didn't know who Tom Riddle was. Now that they know that Tom is Voldemort, who can't see who has a problem with it with a little brain. Draco Malfoy, I know you have a good relationship with that big guy. But this is the truth. Otherwise, why would he be expelled from school? Everyone has sharp eyes. Zhang Dong, everyone has sharp eyes? Have you ever heard of this saying, the truth is often in the hands of a few people? Draco Malfoy, what do you mean? Zhang Dong, I just thought of the Quirrell incident last year. Last year, everyone was suspicious of Snape, but in the end, the real boss behind the scenes was Quirrell. Harry Potter, no way, really no way, is there really someone who believes Voldemort's words and then doubts Hagrid? Does anyone believe Voldemort's words? James Potter, Voldemort, hey, it's already this time, why don't you come out to explain? Don't let others take the blame for you. Remus Lupin, Voldemort, come out. Sirius Black, Voldemort, come out. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, Voldemort never showed up. Lily Potter, or you can ask others, Salazar Slytherin, Mr. Slytherin, can you tell us what the pet you kept in the Chamber of Secrets was? To read the novel, go to Novel Network. Yes. If Voldemort didn't show up, he could ask Salazar Slytherin directly. Unfortunately, Salazar only answered with one sentence. After 1,000 years, only one person died. You are so useless. I don't know what my descendants are doing. Well, Voldemort doesn't admit it, and Salazar doesn't say anything. It seems that if you want to prove Hagrid's innocence, you still have to keep watching. Harry wanted to ask, but the next second, a flash of light appeared, and his figure was excluded by the diary. Click. Harry looked at the diary in front of him, and he hurried to Ron, who was sleeping soundly, and woke him up to tell him the important news. 50 years ago. It was Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Hagrid. For some reason, Hagrid felt that Harry in the light curtain really had no brain. Harry, Hagrid, believe me. I was just deceived by Voldemort. Now that I know Tom's identity, I will never doubt you in the future. Hagrid, of course. Of course I believe you. Remember Harry, when you get that diary in the future, you must give it to Dumbledore immediately. He is completely trustworthy. Harry nodded silently and kept this in mind. However, after this happened, would the owner of Tom Riddle's diary throw the diary out? In the garden, Harry, Ron, and Hermione have secretly gathered together. They have learned everything from Harry. Harry. It can't be Hagrid. Absolutely impossible. Hermione said firmly. Ron on the side also nodded continuously, yes, it's this Tom Riddle. The name sounds like a J.O.M.E. villain. Voldemort. Ron Weasley, right? You wait. I will be resurrected in a few days, and I will kill you first. Ron Weasley, I'm not afraid of you. Come on, it just saves us from looking for you. Ron was particularly brave. It would be better if he didn't hide behind Dong after saying this. Hermione thought for a moment, then said, Hagrid is our friend, why don't we go ask him? It will definitely be a pleasant visit. Ron said sarcastically. Hello, Hagrid, tell us, have you released any dangerous, furry creatures from the Chamber of Secrets recently? Furry creatures? You're not talking about me. Suddenly, Hagrid appeared behind the trio. Harry Potter, so embarrassing. Dong, how many times have I told you 127, when you talk about something, you should be careful not to be discovered. It would be strange if you don't get caught if you always plot loudly like this. Ron Weasley, I've learned it. Minerva McGonagall, I don't know why, but I suddenly have a bad feeling. I feel that our Gryffindor will lose points again. Albus Dumbledore, why can't it be extra points? Minerva, have some confidence in the children. Minerva McGonagall, I can still feel at ease if Dong is with me, but the three of them are still too dangerous. So I don't understand why you three don't always bring Dong along. Do you have a problem with him? Or do you not trust him? Harry Potter, no. How could I not trust Dong? It's just. I don't know why we didn't find Dong. Dong, maybe. Harry and the others knew. Even if they told me, I wouldn't believe that Hagrid is the heir of Slytherin. Ha ha ha, Hagrid is the heir of Slytherin. I want to laugh when I think of that picture. Hearing Dong's words, a group of people also had the picture of Hagrid wearing a Slytherin school uniform and holding a wand to release Avada in their minds. Hey! Awkward, the trio looked at Hagrid in front of them and didn't know what to say for a while. At this moment, Neville ran over breathlessly. Harry! I don't know who did it. Anyway, come and take a look. Harry and the others immediately felt something was wrong, and they hurried to the dormitory. When they pushed open the door, they saw that all the boxes of several people were opened, and the things inside were thrown out. It was everywhere. Clothes were thrown around, sheets were torn off, the drawers at the head of the bed were opened but not closed, and even the cotton in the quilt was taken out and scattered on the mattress. Harry reacted immediately and ran to where the diary was placed. Unfortunately, Tom Riddle's notebook was gone. Harry Potter, oh no! Voldemort's notebook. Hermione Granger, it should be done by someone from Gryffindor. Only we know the password to enter the common room. Lucius Malfoy, that's not necessarily true. There is a spell in this world called legilimency. Newt Scamander, Hogwarts doesn't teach legilimency, and ordinary little wizards can't learn such a difficult spell. Lucius Malfoy, but there are always geniuses, right? Just like this Dong, he has mastered several advanced spells in his second year. It's not surprising that he has mastered legilimency. By the way, maybe the mastermind behind this is Dong. To be honest, if he opened the Chamber of Secrets, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Dong. Damn it. Lucius. How do you know I opened the Chamber of Secrets? Are you a prophet? Dong subconsciously glanced at Dumbledore on the stage, and Dumbledore happened to look at him, and then the two turned their heads at the same time. In the dark night, Harry finally couldn't help it. He silently took out his invisibility cloak from the box, then looked at Ron beside him, and directly put it on the two of them. Severus Snape, another brainless Gryffindor behavior. I've always said that Harry's invisibility cloak should be confiscated. Maybe he'll be more honest then. James Potter, why? That's our ancestral Deathly Hallows. Besides, we escaped with our own strength, why should we be deducted points? Minerva McGonagall, so, James Potter, how many times did you use it to skip school back then? James Potter, ha ha ha, how could that be, Professor McGonagall? I'm the most obedient student, Lupin, and Sirius can prove it to me. Sirius Black, I'll prove it. Remus Lupin, I can prove it too. Minerva McGonagall, hee hee. In the hunting lodge, Hagrid welcomed Harry and Ron in. He wanted to pour tea for them, but both Harry and Ron could feel that he was absent-minded. Just when Harry was about to ask, the door of the hunting ground rang. Harry and Ron looked at each other in panic. They didn't want to be discovered that they were out for a night out again, so they quickly put on the invisibility cloak and hid in a corner. Hagrid waited until they were all hidden, then grabbed his bow and arrow and pulled the door open. Good evening, Hagrid. The person who came was Dumbledore, but at this time Dumbledore's face was no longer kind as before, but very serious. Behind him was a middle-aged man, who was slightly fat and not very tall, but had the aura of a superior Minister of Magic. Cornelius Fudge. Umbridge, Minister Fudge. You finally showed up. It seems that you have also discovered something wrong with Hogwarts. Cornelius Fudge, of course, wherever there is danger, there is our Ministry of Magic. It is my lifelong responsibility to protect the peace of the British wizarding world. What a righteous statement. If Zhang Dong didn't know him too well, he would probably have believed what he said. Cornelius Fudge is not a qualified Minister of Magic. That's too bad, Hagrid. Cornelius Fudge said in a rather regretful tone. It's very bad. This forced me to come here. There have been several monster attacks at Hogwarts. It's too much. The Ministry of Magic must take action. But it has nothing to do with me. Hagrid looked at Cornelius Fudge and Dumbledore aggrievedly. You know I didn't, Headmaster Dumbledore, Minister Fudge. Dumbledore nodded. He also looked at Fudge beside him. I hope you understand, Cornelius. I completely trust Hagrid. Roops Hagrid, thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore, you're welcome, Hagrid. You know, I always trust you. Cornely Fudge, so, has the monster in the Chamber of Secrets attacked the students? Colin Creevey, I've said it before, I was attacked by a monster. If Senior Zhang Dong hadn't saved me, I would definitely not have been able to return. Here, why did you believe me? Equals Ron Weasley. Colin, mainly what we asked you to see, but you can't say anything, even if you tell us what the monster is, we can believe you. The two of them, he said a little unnaturally, but Dumbledore, you know that Hagrid has a previous record, so the Ministry of Magic has to take some necessary measures. We have obtained the couplet with Hogwarts's Board of Directors. Equals Dumbledore, what do you want to do? Take me away. Haga trembled a little, where should I bring me? Equals Harry never saw the state of Hag. At this moment, the door of the hut was kicked open, and then Lucius Malfoy strode into Hagrid's hut. He was wearing a gorgeous and exquisite wizard robe, and his face was still arrogant and cold, but this time, he had a satisfied smile on his face. You are here, Minister Fudge, Malfoy greeted Cornelius Fudge first, and then said to Hagrid and Dumbledore. The Board of Directors has made a decision. Hagrid, you can leave, and Lucius took out a piece of parchment from his robe. This is a dismissal order, Dumbledore, I declare that you have been dismissed, and all 12 directors have signed it. We think that you are probably no longer suitable to be the headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry Potter, what? Are you crazy? Hand Hagrid over to the Ministry of Magic. Dismiss Dumbledore. What do you want to do? What if Voldemort is resurrected? Who will stop you, he? Severus Snape, Dumbledore is the best headmaster of Hogwarts, no one can replace him. Lucius Malfoy, we decided to let Professor Snape serve as the acting headmaster. Severus Snape, this. Dumbledore should probably take a break. Albus Dumbledore. I've known for years that you, Severus, have coveted my position. I didn't expect that you wouldn't even hide it now. Albus Dumbledore, it doesn't matter. Even if I leave, with everyone at Hogwarts, Tom won't be able to be resurrected. Cornely Fudge, Lucius Malfoy, no, we are not going to remove Dumbledore. In fact, Hogwarts still needs him now. Cornely Fudge is greedy for power, but he is not stupid. Without Hogwarts, who will stop Voldemort if he really resurrects? Lucius? Is he worthy? Lucius Malfoy, this is the decision of our Board of Directors. It is the private matter of our Hogwarts and is not under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, Minister Fudge. Rubius Hagrid, Lucius. How many people did you threaten and blackmail to make them agree? Ah. Lucius Malfoy, oh my god, Hagrid, I have a piece of advice for you, don't shout like this when you get to Azkaban, they won't like you. Schadenfreude. Lucius had never felt so satisfied. I had accomplished what Voldemort had failed to do, including imprisoning Rubius Hagrid in Azkaban and driving Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. I am so awesome. Dumbledore did not react to the news of his dismissal. He just said calmly, if the board needs me to leave, I will of course leave, but... When he said this, Dumbledore subconsciously looked at the invisible Harry and Ron, and then said. However, in Hogwarts, as long as someone asks for help, he will definitely get it. Hermione Granger, look at Dumbledore's eyes. He must have discovered you. James Potter, impossible. That is an invisibility cloak that can deceive even the god of death. Dumbledore should not be able to see it. Mad-Eye Moody, not necessarily. If you have a special magic eye, you can feel the existence of an object in front of you even if you can't see through the invisibility cloak. It's not surprising that a wizard of Dumbledore's level can see through the invisibility cloak. Harry Potter, Professor Dumbledore, can you see through the invisibility cloak? To read the exciting novel, go to Novel Network. Albus Dumbledore, maybe, who knows? Let's go, Hagrid. Cornelius Fudge still took Hagrid away, but before leaving, Hagrid suddenly said to himself. If someone wants to find something, they just need to follow the spider and they will find the right one's direction. The scene ends here, and everyone feels uncomfortable watching Dumbledore being fired and Hagrid being taken away. It's not that they love Dumbledore so much, but they know that Voldemort's resurrection is more terrifying than Dumbledore. Even those dark wizards don't want to see Voldemort resurrected. Except for those Death Eaters, they are the only ones who are still looking forward to Voldemort's return as a king. Remus Lupin, look at you. What have you done? Minerva McGonagall, it doesn't matter, we still have Mr. Lockhart, with him, we can still solve the Chamber of Secrets and Voldemort. Gilderoy Lockhart. Damn, who gave you the confidence to think that I can solve this matter? Your video shocked Neville Longbottom, you can get a reward, magic plus 10. Your video shocked Neville Longbottom, you can get a reward, magic plus 10. Your video shocked Hermione Granger, you can get a reward, magic plus 10. Your video shocked Harry Potter, you can get a reward, magic plus 10. The magic has been increased to 280, which is equivalent to a 46-year-old wizard who has been training magic. The magic of a wizard will increase with age. Zhang Dong is only 12 years old this year, but he already has this level of magic, which has surpassed the wizards in the 90s in England. Your video shocked Lucius Malfoy, you can get a reward, spell, Thunderbolt Blast, Advanced. 543 Your video shocked Cornelius Fudge, you can get a reward, spell, End of All Spells, Advanced. Both Thunderbolt Blast and End of All Spells are advanced. Thunderbolt Blast is average, but End of All Spells is very useful. Your video shocked Rubius Hagrid, you can get a reward, Muscle Strength plus 20. Muscle Strength has been added to 160. Zhang Dong has long discovered that, this muscle strength actually refers to all physical attributes, including strength, speed, physical fitness. This is normal. From a scientific point of view, the improvement of strength will inevitably affect speed, endurance, and other attributes. Otherwise, if you only increase strength without increasing physical fitness, theoretically, one punch can break a stone, but after a punch, the force is to break your bones mutually. Is this reasonable? To be honest, my current physical fitness is almost the same as those special forces. Zhang Dong is only 12 years old. 12 years old. With his current attributes, when Zhang Dong is 18 years old, he will definitely be able to compete with Hagrid. Your video shocked Tom Riddle, you can get a reward, spell, Water and Fire Invulnerability, Advanced. Your video shocked Albus Dumbledore, you can get a reward, spell, Vulcan Opens the Way, Advanced. Oh my god! What did I see? Zhang Dong's eyes lit up instantly. Vulcan Opens the Way. This spell can definitely be said to be the most shocking spell in the entire Harry Potter series. Seeing the extremely weak Dumbledore release the last Vulcan Opens the Way in the dark and suffocating water, Harry saw not only the fire that illuminated the darkness, but also the path that Dumbledore opened for him with his life. Senior Tom, you are really against Dumbledore. Fire and Water Invulnerability seems to be targeting him. Fire and Water Invulnerability is a spell that can be used on people or objects. Tom Riddle created this diary in his 5th grade and used several spells, including Confusion, Extending, Sensational, Fire and Water Invulnerability. Alas, I know all these spells. Unfortunately, two don't know the most important soul-splitting spell. But it's not a pity, Zhang Dong doesn't want to make himself schizophrenic. After dinner, everyone should go back to their own lounges to prepare for rest, but not everyone can sleep well. For example, Harry. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Sitting on the sofa in the common room, Harry became more and more anxious. Harry, what's wrong with you? Ron couldn't help asking the anxious Harry. Listening to Ron's words, Harry said, Ron, Dumbledore is going to be fired, and even Hagrid is going to be taken away by the Ministry of Magic. Aren't you worried? But there's nothing we can do. Ron was of course worried, but was worrying useful? They were just ordinary students and could not influence the decisions of the Ministry of Magic and the Hogwarts Board of Directors. On the other hand, Zhang Dong laughed and said, "Don't worry, the light curtain shows the future, but it is only the original future. Now that we all know what the future will be like, we will naturally not let that result happen again." Zhang Dong didn't want Hagrid to be taken away. With so many magical animals, he would have to take care of them if Hagrid left. If something unexpected happened, the harm caused by the leopard alone would exceed that of the basilisk. A few days later, the hunting lodge. Lucius Malfoy, Cornelius Fudge, Rubeus Hagrid and Albus Dumbledore all gathered here. They looked at each other for a long time, and Fudge was the first to break the silence. "Dumbledore, you have seen the future from the light curtain. I mean, since you think that is the future, you should let me take Hagrid away. We can take precautions early before anything happens." "No." Dumbledore directly rejected Fudge's proposal. He looked at Fudge deeply and said, "Cornely, I think you should know in your heart who did what happened 50 years ago. Besides, there has been no attack at Hogwarts now. You can't and have no right to take Hagrid away." "Dumbledore. I believe that all this was done by the mysterious man, ahem, but where is the evidence?" "The light curtain? That can't be used as evidence. You have to at least let me see the notebook, right?" Fudge was also quite firm. But after hearing what Fudge said, Hagrid couldn't help laughing. "Minister Fudge, don't you feel that your words are contradictory? On the one hand, you said that the light curtain can't be used as evidence, and on the other hand, you believe in the existence of Tom Riddle's diary. If you don't believe in the light curtain, you can't lock me up because of the future in the light curtain. If you believe in the light curtain, you can't lock me up even more innocently. And now you want to take me away, what's the reason?" Fudge was speechless for a while. He looked at Hagrid in front of him in disbelief. He was speechless after being confronted by 3 or 4 big guys. How could it be possible? Someone must have taught him this. "What did you say? What about my dismissal letter?" Lucius Malfoy on the side also stood up and said, "This is a dismissal letter signed by 12 board members." Lucius slapped a piece of parchment on the table, and then looked at Dumbledore in front of him with pride. However, Dumbledore was not panicked at all. On the contrary, he quietly took out a new piece of parchment from his arms and handed it to Lucius and said, "Coincidentally, I just received a job application letter with the signatures of 11 school directors except you, so Lucius, your dismissal letter is useless." "Hey? Damn, you guys, are you kidding me? Fire Dumbledore? It would be fine if he didn't know about Voldemort's resurrection, but now he knows that Voldemort has evil intentions and wants to fire Dumbledore. Isn't that stupid?" Lucius and Cornelius Fudge left angrily. What else can they do? Waiting for dinner? Evening, Gryffindor common room. "Harry, have you heard?" Lucius and Cornelius went to find Hagrid, and were directly rebuked by Dumbledore. Ron told Harry the good news directly. "Really?" Harry looked at Ron beside him excitedly. Yeah. Ron nodded. "Fred told me that if he was lying, George would fail the final exam this year." "So vicious. Then I believe it." Harry widened his eyes and showed a happy look. But this happiness only lasted for a few seconds, and Harry soon thought of another thing. "Ron, although we know that what happened 50 years ago was definitely not done by Hagrid, the best way to know the location of the 21st Chamber of Secrets is to ask the person involved. Now the people who know the most about that incident are Dumbledore and Hagrid. Dumbledore will definitely not tell us, so we still have to ask Hagrid." "Impossible, I know these adults too well. Hagrid must stand with Dumbledore on this point. He must be worried that we will encounter danger and will not let us participate." Ron thought of his parents. The next day behind the light curtain, they wrote to him by owl, and in it they repeatedly told him to act privately. It is estimated that Dumbledore and Hagrid are similar. Harry also felt that what Ron said made sense. Normal people would definitely not want 2 12-year-old boys to participate in such things. Harry lowered his head in thought, and suddenly, his eyes lit up again. "Ron, do you remember what Hagrid said at the end of the light curtain? Just follow the spider and you will find the right direction. Hagrid won't tell us, so we can ask his pet. It must know everything." "Spider?" Ron shook his head quickly. "What a joke, that's a spider. Ron is fearless, facing Voldemort, I am not afraid, but spiders. Harry, can I not go? Ron, you see, recently the 4 deans and 6 prefects are going to search Hogwarts, but they still can't find the notebook. Do you think? Will the notebook be hidden in the Forbidden Forest? I don't think so. I think it's possible. Harry was quite confident. He patted his good brother on the shoulder, and then took out his invisibility cloak from behind. Looking at Harry's prepared look, Ron immediately understood that he probably couldn't escape. Well, oh. Ron sighed, as if he was ready to face his fate. Let's go. Harry nodded, and then he and Ron put on the invisibility cloak and left. A Acromantula, XXXXX magical creature, the same danger level as Basilisk. They have elephant-sized bodies, sharp mouth parts, and a drop of venom that is enough to kill. The most important thing is, they like to eat people. In terms of combat power alone, an adult Acromantula is definitely not a match for the Thunderbird, but it is because they like to eat people that they become XXXXX magical creatures. Of course, Harry and Ron don't know this information. Who let the 3rd grade start to have magical creatures elective courses, and fantastic beasts and where to find them did not have Acromantula, so the two naturally didn't know. The road in the Forbidden Forest is not easy to walk. Although Harry and Ron have invisibility cloaks, they still walked for more than half an hour to get here. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Harry, are you really sure that the target we are looking for is here? Ron said tremblingly, grabbing Harry's arm. Harry ignored him, and pointed to a cave in front of him excitedly and said, Ron, look, there's something moving there, it sounds like a big guy. Ah! Ron couldn't help but wail. It was really unexpected that Ron, who was fearless, would be so timid. A rustling sound was heard, and in the tree hole, a huge spider walked towards them with 6 hairy and ridiculously long legs, and there was obviously more than one such creature. On the ground covered with fallen leaves, spiders of all sizes were densely packed everywhere, and the one walking in the front was the largest spider. In the moonlight, Harry could even see its grey eyes and fluff. This place is definitely hell in the eyes of some people, but Harry still plucked up the courage to shout. Aragog! We are Hagrid's friends. Hagrid's friends, Aragog, the leader, actually spoke human language. Perhaps this is the most amazing thing about it, but it just hesitated for a moment and said directly. Kill them. Hagrid never sends anyone to us. This spider is actually quite smart. Harry immediately brainstormed, and soon he said, Hagrid is in trouble with 533. Now the people from the Ministry of Magic say that he released you from the Chamber of Secrets and want to arrest him. We have no choice but to come here. What? This is the same thing again. Aragog was angry, and he kept dancing his 2 thick forelimbs. Around him, other spiders kept twisting with his movements. It's been so many years, why do you bring this up again? They actually believe that I am the monster living in their so-called Chamber of Secrets. How is it possible? The guy in the Chamber of Secrets is an existence that we can't face. Success. Harry's eyesights getting brighter and brighter. So, do you know what's in the secret room? I haven't seen it myself. I've been staying in the box that Hagrid prepared for me until that day when someone said a girl died in the bathroom. They said I killed her, but I never left the box. Only when Hagrid took me away did I feel the natural horror, which is the breath that only our natural enemies can have. Bathroom. The dead girl. The natural enemy of the Acromantula. Hearing this news, Harry smiled in surprise. This news is enough. Thank you. Then, we'll go first. Having received the important information, Harry was ready to go back. However, looking at Harry and the other 2 who wanted to leave, Aragog was not ready to let him leave. I promised Hagrid not to hurt others, but my children didn't promise. Now, fresh human flesh is delivered to my door. I can't stop them from enjoying it. Rustle. Spiders crawled towards Harry and the others. Hagrid was indeed an excellent breeder of magical animals. He even did not forget to find a wife for Aragog. For 50 years, Aragog had already given birth to nests of Acromanthus in the Forbidden Forest. Now there were at least 80 Acromanthus in the entire Forbidden Forest. Because Dumbledore did not allow students to enter here, they had not eaten human flesh for more than 50 years. Run! Harry found something wrong, and he pulled Ron, whose legs were weak, and ran back quickly. Harry never thought that he would encounter life-threatening situations other than Voldemort at Hogwarts, and he didn't know that the Forbidden Forest was so dangerous. He should have come in the first year, but because of Zhang Dong's help, he escaped. But now, he still couldn't escape this disaster. More importantly, in the original timeline, Ron's flying car should have come to the rescue at this time, but because of Zhang Dong's butterfly effect, the car had not been baptized by the Whomping Willow and had been sent back to Arthur Weasley for proper disposal. So, now Harry and Ron can only rely on their 2 elastic little legs to run home. Their 2 legs are no match for the 8 legs of the Acromantula. Swish! One spider after another blocked Harry and Ron directly, and then waved their 2 forelimbs and pounced on the 2 spiders. Retreat! Harry cast a spell to send the Acromanthus in front flying, but the next second, the remaining 2 were already in front of Ron. Harry! Ron's body was directly imprisoned by an Acromanthus. With the power of the Acromanthus, Ron's neck would be directly broken with just a slight grip. Ron! Harry regretted it very much. He shouldn't have made the decision on his own, and he shouldn't have come in with Ron. For the first time in his life, Harry understood the importance of following the rules. But it was too late. But it wasn't too late. Flames! Boom! A ray of fire fell from the sky, and under the intense flames, the Acromanthus that imprisoned Ron was directly wrapped in flames. Shat! Shat! Under the extremely hot flames, even the 8-eyed giant spider could not bear it. It loosened its forelimbs that were restraining Ron in pain, and then crawled all over the ground in pain, making a snapping sound, and then struggled twice and could no longer stand up. My child! Aragog, he shouted angrily, he just wanted his children to eat something good, how could they die? Harry and Ron looked at the place where the fire appeared in surprise, and saw a figure slowly walking in from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, holding a bag in his hand, which looked heavy and unknown. Seeing this figure, Harry and Ron shouted in surprise, Zhang Dong! The person who came was Zhang Dong. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Zhang Dong smiled and said, you are as brave as ever. Harry and Ron hurried to Zhang Dong's side. I don't know why, as long as they saw Zhang Dong, they felt at ease, because Zhang Dong was obviously the same age as them. You killed my children. Aragog looked at Zhang Dong in front of him angrily. Around him, more and more 8-eyed giant spiders surrounded him. Looking at their ferocious appearance, Ron couldn't help swallowing his saliva and looked at Zhang Dong worriedly and asked, Zhang Dong, can you deal with them? Listening to Ron's words, Zhang Dong just took out his wand silently and said, try it and see if you can deal with them without burning them to death. The 8-eyed giant spider is full of treasures. Fluff, venom, eyes. An 8-eyed giant spider can be sold at a sky-high price if it is disassembled and sold. It's a pity to burn it to ashes. And listening to Zhang Dong's words, the 8-eyed giant spiders became even more angry, and 7 or 8 of the strongest 8-eyed giant spiders rushed directly towards Zhang Dong. Fire shield to protect yourself. Zhang Dong's wand turned in place, and the dark blue flames directly surrounded Zhang Dong and the other 2. Ah! The 8-eyed giant spider rushing in the front couldn't dodge and rushed into the sea of fire, and instantly turned into flying ashes and disappeared. What a pity! Zhang Dong shook his head and sighed, and another galleon was gone. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Don't rush! Aragog hurriedly stopped the remaining stupid children. These spiders were obedient and actually stopped. Unfortunately, their stopping did not mean that Zhang Dong would stop. Split into pieces. The advanced split into pieces instantly drew several invisible wind blades in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, 3 large 8-eyed giant spiders were directly cut in half, and green liquid spilled all over the ground. 3 XXXXX 8-eyed giant spiders were killed instantly. A road to Hogwarts was directly opened. So powerful! Harry and Ron looked at this scene excitedly. But they did not feel scared, especially Ron, who even felt that his spider phobia had improved a lot. Harry was actually prepared. The spell to make spiders retreat was specially prepared for this moment, but it was obviously useless and far inferior to Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong waved his hand and said to Harry and the others. You go first. Go back, I'll deal with them in a while, Mama Zhao, they will just change their shape and go back. Okay. Harry and Ron nodded, they also knew that if they stayed, it would only affect Zhang Dong's performance. So, the 2 hurriedly ran back along the road Zhang Dong opened. Don't let them run away. Aragog hurriedly ordered the other 8-eyed giant spiders to rush over, but the next second, a blue flame turned into a wall of fire and blocked them. Looking for death. Aragog looked at Zhang Dong in front of the wall of fire angrily. You want to be a hero, right? I don't believe that your magic power is so strong that it can support people from Hogwarts to save you. Save me. Zhang Dong couldn't help but chuckled. I'm not going to let anyone save me. Instead of this, you might as well think about it, and then, how to face it. After saying that, Zhang Dong took out his magic wand and pointed it at Aragog. Oolong! Get out of the cave! Dragon out of the cave! Directly summon a snake to the battlefield. Zhang Dong's dragon out of the cave is advanced, so his dragon out of the cave can summon magical animals. And Zhang Dong can only summon one magical animal now, that is. Hiss! In the void, a huge figure suddenly appeared. As soon as the terrifying figure appeared, all the 8-eyed giant spiders trembled all over. This breath! It's the guy in the secret room. Run! Aragog shouted, and then immediately turned around and wanted to run back, but not every spider could react like this. Hiss! The basilisk appeared. The moment it appeared, several 8-eyed giant spiders in front of it trembled and thought it was dead. The gaze of the basilisk. Ah! Basilisk! The natural enemy of the 8-eyed giant spider. What's more, Zhang Dong is a 1000-year-old snake king. Aragog just wants to curse now. What on earth are those two little guys? You come to me to ask this and that, asking about the monster in the secret room and the girl who died 50 years ago, but as soon as you turn around, your accomplices directly summon the big guy in the secret room. Aren't you kidding me? Aragog, where do you want to go? Zhang Dong's voice sounded above Aragog's head. The huge snake monster rushed directly in front of Aragog, and Zhang Dong stood on top of the snake monster. The terrible Snake King was as obedient as a well-behaved earthworm in front of him. Swish! Aragog closed his eyes directly, and then lay down in front of Zhang Dong. I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to hurt your friend. Aragog is a smart spider. He has lived for 50 years. He knows who can be offended and who can't be offended. Looking at the surrendered Aragog, Zhang Dong couldn't help but be stunned. This guy, is he so spineless? Where is your dignity as a XXXXX magical animal? Isn't it common sense to apologize and make amends? Where is your sincerity? My sincerity? Yes. Yes. Sincerity. Aragog shouted hurriedly, we still have dozens of children. Hagrid said that our spider silk and venom are very valuable. We can give you 10 pints of venom. And 100 grams of spider silk. A pint of venom is 100 gold galleons, spider silk is cheaper, 100 grams also has 100 gold galleons, so the two add up to about 200 gold galleons. This amount may be a huge sum for the Weasley family, but for Zhang Dong. Okay. Zhang Dong said generously. Thank you for your tolerance. Aragog breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to bargain, but before he could relax much, Zhang Dong's voice rang out. Give me this much every month, I will let you go. Every month. Impossible. Aragog shouted. With this amount of venom and spider silk, you can just drain it dry. Impossible. Zhang Dong thought about it. Seeing Aragog's expression, he also understood that he was indeed asking for too much, but he did not speak. He waited for Aragog to speak. Sure enough, Aragog couldn't help it. He was at the mercy of others. What else could he do? 1 pint of venom and 10 grams of spider silk per month. To send away beggars. 10 pints of venom. 50 grams of spider silk. 3 pints of venom. 30 grams of spider silk. Aragog shouted. It can be seen that this is already its limit, I can't take out any more. Okay, seeing that you are quite sincere, I agree. Okay, open your eyes. After hearing Zhang Dong's voice, Aragog opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Aragog was still quite panicked, because he knew that if he looked at the basilisk's eyes, he would die. But now, it had no other choice. Opening his eyes means death, and not opening his eyes also means death. Thinking of this, Aragog could only secretly open his grey eyes. Sure enough, it did not die directly, nor did it turn into a stone statue and remain motionless. It raised its head and looked at the natural enemy in front of it. At this time, the hideous basilisk actually wore sunglasses on its eyes, which looked particularly weird. Looking at Aragog in front of him, Zhang Dong just said lightly, "Okay, next, it's time to show me your sincerity." Looking at Zhang Dong standing on the snake's head, Aragog could only say respectfully, "Yes, dear sir." Then, it took Zhang Dong and disappeared deep into the Forbidden Forest. The next day, the Great Hall. "Harry. Ron. You two are going to do such an adventurous thing again. Why didn't you why didn't you tell me?" Hermione looked at the three people in front of her angrily. Going to the Forbidden Forest late at night, or looking for a ferocious magical animal like the Acromantula, if it weren't for Zhang Dong, the two of them would have lost their lives. Hearing Hermione's words, Harry and Ron were a little embarrassed. Harry scratched his head and then explained, "We also want to know what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is. Otherwise, can we know the information about the monster in the Chamber of Secrets?" "Of course." At this time, Hermione took out a thick book directly from her robe and slapped it in front of Harry and Ron. After she opened the book, she stretched out her slender finger and pointed to a few lines of words and said, "Look at this." In the original timeline, Hermione was the first person to guess the true identity of the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. She even went to the library to find the book about the basilisk and tore off the corresponding page and held it in her hand. Unfortunately, before she could return to the common room, she was attacked by the basilisk and turned into a for the statue. Now, because the basilisk was tamed by Zhang Dong, it did not come out to attack others, so Hermione naturally returned safely. Looking at the book in Hermione's hand, Harry also read it word by word. "There are all kinds of terrible beasts living in our country, among which none is more deadly than the basilisk. They have a long lifespan and can survive for at least hundreds of years." "You mean the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is the basilisk?" Harry looked at Hermione as if to confirm, and the response to him was naturally Hermione's proud little eyes. Zhang Dong also said quietly, "There are beautiful women and golden houses in books. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network." "Harry. Ron. So, what was the reason for us to fight so hard last night?" "Hermione, are you sure?" Harry couldn't help but confirm again. He still couldn't accept that the information they had exchanged their lives for was not as much as the information Hermione got by flipping through books in the library. Hermione nodded proudly, "That's right. Is there a more suitable pet for Slytherin than the basilisk? Also, I asked Colin, and he said that Zhang Dong didn't let him look back at the time. Obviously, he was afraid that he would look into the eyes of the basilisk. Otherwise, Zhang Dong wouldn't have let him look at it." Harry and Ron turned their heads to look at Zhang Dong at the same time, and Zhang Dong nodded silently, then looked at the two of them teasingly and asked, "So, why didn't you ask me directly?" I didn't expect it. Besides, you didn't tell us that you knew what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was." Ron felt that they were two big fools. Harry also asked, "So, the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is really a basilisk?" Zhang Dong blinked at them and said, "Guess." "Ron Weasley, are you a child? Still guessing? What time is it now?" Harry really lowered his head and thought, the symbol of Slytherin is the snake. Aragog said that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is their natural enemy. A girl died in the bathroom 50 years ago. Wait. Myrtle. How did she die? Got it. Got it all. Harry finally figured it all out. He almost immediately stood up and pulled Zhang Dong and Ron and said, "Let's go tell Professor Dumbledore." "It seems, it's too late." Zhang Dong pointed to Professor McGonagall who had just walked in at the door. Harry and the others looked at Professor McGonagall, but at this time Professor McGonagall was completely different from her previous kindness. Instead, her face was extremely serious. "Something happened," she said to all the students and teachers in the room. "A student has been kidnapped and taken to the Chamber of Secrets." "What?" The whole hall fell into silence in an instant, and then Professor Flitwick screamed first, and Professor Sprout also covered his mouth with his hands to prevent any sound. Even Snape, who was always calm, subconsciously grabbed the armrest of the chair and asked coldly, "Are you sure, McGonagall?" Professor McGonagall nodded with a pale face. The heir of Slytherin left a line of words on the wall outside the Gryffindor common room, which read, "Her body will remain in the Chamber of Secrets forever." "Who is it?" Flitwick asked hurriedly. Professor McGonagall looked at the four Weasley brothers with a serious and apologetic look and said, "Ginny Weasley." "Plop. Ron, who was beside Zhang Dong, collapsed directly to the ground, and Harry quickly helped him up. But Ron did not react, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a piece of wood. Dumbledore also reacted immediately and said, "All prefects, take the students back to their respective college, all professors prepare for rescue immediately." Like last year, the prefects immediately led the students to their own lounges, but in Gryffindor, 4 figures disappeared quietly. And Percy seemed to have seen nothing, and it was unknown whether he had lost his mind because of his sister's disappearance, or because of other reasons. At the door of the bathroom, Zhang Dong looked at the 3 people around him and said directly, "Harry, Ron, Hermione, you go to the bathroom to find a way to open the secret room, I will find a professor to help." Well. The trio did not doubt him, nodded and walked towards the bathroom. Since this matter is related to Voldemort, it is reasonable for them to ask a professor to come and help. I don't know which Professor Zhang Dong will ask to help. I hope it will be Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall should be okay. If it doesn't work, Snape can be discussed. The trio ran to the bathroom, while Zhang Dong smiled slightly and walked directly to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Lockhart was frantically packing his luggage. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Wand, robes, all kinds of gorgeous clothes, it seems that he is not going to come back at all. "Professor Lockhart, where are you going?" Zhang Dong's voice suddenly sounded behind Lockhart. The moment he heard the voice, Lockhart quickly turned around to block his box. Looking at Zhang Dong in front of him, Lockhart showed his 8-tooth smile and said, I have a book signing and I have to go out. I will be back soon." "Book signing? Do I need to bring so many things?" Zhang Dong waved his hand, and Lockhart's box flew directly into Zhang Dong's hand. Lockhart swallowed his saliva. He clearly felt that the atmosphere was wrong. And Zhang Dong said slowly, "Professor Lockhart, you are the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. How can you leave at this time? It just so happens that we have found the entrance to the secret room. Tonight is your chance to show your skills. The light curtain will definitely not ignore this event. You will become famous in front of wizards all over the world." "No." Lockhart finally shouted. Yes, his purpose of coming here is to become famous, but definitely not in this way. He is only in his 30s, and there is a bright future waiting for him. He can't go head to head with the mysterious man and the basilisk at this time. What's the difference between that and courting death? Before I came, no one told me to face the mysterious man. That's not something I can fight against at all. Lockhart quickly drew out his wand. He knew that compared to dealing with Voldemort, at least Zhang Dong in front of him would be easier to deal with. "Yu Wang. Expelliarmus." Swish. Zhang Dong just waved his hand, and Lockhart's wand in front of him fell directly into his hand. "Professor Lockhart, you don't think you are stronger than Professor Snape, do you? Now, I give you 2 choices. One is to take your wand and face Voldemort. Of course, it's just him in the 5th grade. The second one. I choose the first one." Lockhart did not hesitate. What else can he do? What else can he do? He finally figured out one thing now. Compared to the 5th grade Voldemort, the 2nd grade Zhang Dong is the real pervert. Very good, a wise choice. Zhang Dong showed a satisfied smile, and then took Lockhart directly to the bathroom. Pills. The light screen appeared, and it was Liv. Arthur Weasley, finally the light screen appeared again, and it's Liv again this time? What's going to be Liv? Fred Weasley, Dad. Something happened. Arthur Weasley, Fred, calm down, don't be so impatient, I've told you so many times. George Weasley, Ginny was taken away by a mysterious person. Arthur Weasley, and you, George, isn't it, what? Arthur looked at the bullet screen in the light screen, and he was completely stunned. Ginny. His baby daughter. She was taken away by a mysterious person. Arthur Weasley, how is it possible? Why? Why was Ginny captured? Molly Weasley, my dear Ginny. Percy, tell me, 633 is not true, it's just Fred and George joking. At this moment, Molly hoped that all this was a prank by Fred and George, but what responded to her was Percy's words. I'm sorry, Mom, they are telling the truth. Molly almost fainted, that was her daughter, her only daughter. Arthur Weasley, Dumbledore, I think I need an explanation. Albus Dumbledore, Arthur, don't be nervous, we have already started the rescue, believe me, Ginny will never be in danger. Dumbledore is also a little uneasy now, he just wants to train Harry like last year, he doesn't want to hurt other students. He looked at Fawkes beside him, then took the sorting hat from the shelf on the side and handed it to Fawkes and said, "Excuse me, Fawkes." Fawkes nodded, then grabbed the sorting hat and flew directly outside. At this moment, the live broadcast began. In the bathroom, Myrtle was still wandering, and in front of her, Harry, Ron and Hermione had already arrived here. "Hello Harry, what are you doing here?" Harry asked a little embarrassedly. "We want to ask how you died." This question is really not very polite, but Myrtle did not feel offended, but answered with some relish. "Oh. It was terrible at that time. It was in this cubicle. At that time, I was crying because Oliver laughed at me for wearing glasses, and suddenly I heard someone coming in. It's Voldemort." Harry answered as if to confirm. "I don't know." Myrtle shook her head. "I heard his voice at that time. He was right here. What he said was very strange, not like a human voice. I opened the door and let him go away, and then I died." Lily Potter, poor child. Rubes Hagrid, child? She should be 50 years old now. Or a child. Molly Weasley, that's not the point. The point is this secret room here? In the bathroom? But how is it possible? If it is really here, how could it not be discovered for so many years? Newt Scamander, the language, is Parseltongue. If Slytherin's secret room uses language as the key, it must be Parseltongue. You know, I have always been interested in magical creatures. I also investigated it when I heard about the legend of the secret room, but unfortunately, nothing was found. Arthur Weasley, Parseltongue? That is a language that only the descendants of Slytherin can master. How can others master it? Could it be that? Arthur suddenly thought of his Ginny. The Gaunt family had long disappeared. Even if they could be found, they would not be able to get to Hogwarts in a short time. Doesn't that mean? For a moment, Arthur and Molly's eyes were filled with despair. They had already thought of the worst result. Looking at the bullet screen and the light screen, Ron was also desperate, and Hermione was at a loss. Even if she was a top student, she could not master such a language. At this moment, Harry stared at the pool in front of him. He looked at the snake-shaped carving on the pool and suddenly said, "Hi. 11 ha. S.I. S.A. Boom." As Harry's voice fell, the bathroom sink in front of him suddenly vibrated, and then the top of the sink gradually flew up, and a pit with a diameter of 2 meters appeared in front of everyone. Secret chamber. Opened. Voldemort, this is Parseltongue. Impossible. How can Harry Potter speak Parseltongue? Voldemort was not pretending to be crazy, he really couldn't understand why Harry could speak Parseltongue. In fact, Voldemort didn't know that Harry was Voldemort's last Horcrux until later, so he really couldn't understand the situation in front of him. Sirius Black, Harry can speak Parseltongue? How is it possible? James Potter, Potter, could it be that your ancestors have the blood of the Gaunt family? James Potter, it's impossible. Our Potter family has no relationship with the Gaunt family. Could it be Lily? Lily Potter, don't ask me, I come from a Muggle family, you know that. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Bella Lestrange, could it be? Ha ha ha. Could it be that Harry Potter is not your Lily and James's child? Severus Snape, Lily Potter, James Potter, shut up. X3. Gellert Grindelwald, I think I know the reason. I was obsessed with the Deathly Hallows for a while, and even made its logo into our emblem. As far as I know, the Deathly Hallows were obtained from the hands of the God of Death by the 3 Peverell brothers. As far as I know, the Potter family is the descendant of the third brother Ignotus, and the Gaunt family is the descendant of the second brother Cadmus. Lily Potter, the Potter family and the Gaunt family have such a relationship? James, you never told me. James Potter, I want to know too. But this is too much. How could something that happened 1,000 years ago be passed down to Harry? There is no way that inheritance can be passed down for dozens of generations. Anyway, the door of the Chamber of Secrets was indeed opened. Looking at the entrance in front of them, Minerva McGonagall, Harry Potter, you 3 are doing a good job. Just stay there and don't move. We will rush over immediately. Professor McGonagall is indeed a good professor. Although she knows that she is facing Voldemort and a 1,000-year-old monster, she is still determined to go down when she thinks that her students have been kidnapped. However, are Harry and the others obedient? Time is life. In order to rescue Ginny as soon as possible, Harry and the other two looked at each other and then jumped down. Tom Riddle, here we come. The people watching the live broadcast were so shocked when they saw Harry, Ron, and the other two jumping down. Molly Weasley, Ron. Lily Potter, Harry. Both mothers watched this scene nervously, especially Molly. She had already lost a daughter and could not lose another son. Ollivander, that's a basilisk. And it's a 1,000-year-old Snake King. I can't even get its materials to make a wand, how dare they do that? Voldemort, ha ha ha. It seems that I will be resurrected successfully, and once I am resurrected, I can use the head of my enemy to commemorate my past. It's really a double happiness. James Potter, Voldemort. Don't even think about it. Dumbledore will definitely stop you. Voldemort, then, you just watch. Ginny. Harry and the other two saw Ginny lying on the ground as soon as they entered the room, especially Ron, who almost rushed directly in front of Ginny. He desperately shook Ginny's body and said, Ginny. Please. Don't die. 26. Unfortunately, Ginny didn't react at all. Hermione quickly pulled Ron away. She gently placed her hand on the tip of Ginny's nose and felt it twice before she breathed a sigh of relief. She's fine, she just fainted. Molly Weasley, thank God. Minerva McGonagall, don't worry Molly, we're on our way there. We won't let Ginny get into trouble. This was the first time that Professor McGonagall hated the restriction that Hogwarts couldn't apparate. Otherwise, the four deans would have definitely rushed to the Chamber of Secrets. She's not dead now, but she's only got one breath left. A figure in a Slytherin robe walked out of the darkness. Harry looked up. Wasn't this handsome face and tall figure Tom Riddle who had appeared in the light curtain? Voldemort. How come you look like this? Harry looked at Tom Riddle in front of him in confusion. It's not like he had never seen Voldemort before. Last year, he had seen Voldemort's face on the back of Quirrell's head. If the one in front of him was the resurrected Voldemort, shouldn't he be resurrected in his prime? This look is just like when he was in the 5th grade. Voldemort? I like this name. Tom Riddle smiled, and then silently took out a wand from his robe. That's Ginny's wand. Ron recognized it at a glance as his sister's wand. 14 1/8 inches, you would, dragon heartstring. The Weasley family was not rich, and even Ron had been using the ancestral wand in his family. But for Ginny, Arthur and Molly gritted their teeth and bought her a new wand, which made Ron very envious. Of course, he was just envious, he would not be jealous of his sister. But now, this wand appeared in Voldemort's hand. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. To read the most exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Expelliarmus. Harry and the other two immediately fought back, and 3 red rays of light shot directly at Tom Riddle. However, Tom Riddle just waved his wand, and a barrier appeared to block the attacks of the 3. Armor protection. After the armor blocked the attacks of the 3, it actually reflected them back, just like Grindelwald bounced back more than 40 auras and smashed them to pieces, and directly bounced the wands in the hands of Hermione and the other two to the ground. Gap. Absolute gap in strength. Tom Riddle looked at the 3 people in front of him with disdain, and then said in his arrogant tone. 3 second-year wizards dare to attack me? I really don't know how I lost to you last year, but it doesn't matter, I will avenge him. Arthur Weasley, what do you mean by last year's me in this tone? Isn't he Voldemort? Gellert Grindelwald, I'm afraid that's not the case. Don't you see that this Voldemort is not an adult, but a 5th-year millennium? If I guess correctly, this Voldemort should be just a memory, similar to the portraits of the headmasters of Hogwarts, injecting the memories of a certain period into the diary to form another personality, am I right, Voldemort? Voldemort, ha ha, you can't be wrong, but you still underestimate me, Green. Equals Voldemort, you. How can you know? Equals Albulido, how can I not know that you are not only you know the secret of the Horcrux, Tom? In the Linmian room, he already had this conjecture, and then he almost confirmed that he had confirmed this. After he died. Cornely fudge, Horcrux? What is a Horcrux? Jong Dong, A so-called Horcrux is a wizard splitting his soul and placing this part into a container to make an indestructible black magic prop. This container is the Horcrux. In this way, even if the wizard's body is destroyed, he will not die. As long as the Horcrux is found and given enough vitality, the person can be resurrected. Professor Figo, what? Even Avada Kedavra can't kill him? If the other party will not die as long as there is a Horcrux, and you said that the Horcrux is indestructible, then this Voldemort, isn't it invincible? Zhang Dong, that's not the case. Some powerful abilities can still destroy Horcruxes, such as the Fire Curse. The Fire Curse that is said to burn everything is enough to destroy Horcruxes. Zhang Dong's current strength is enough, and he dares to tell the matter of the Horcrux. Anyway, with his current relationship with Voldemort, Voldemort will not let him go. As for whether Voldemort will seek revenge on him, it's a deal. Double happiness. Seeing Zhang Dong's answer, everyone looked at him with great admiration. Isn't he only in the 2nd grade? How did he know so many secrets? Voldemort, Zhang Dong. It's you again. Why do you know about Horcruxes? Could it be that? Hehe, that's right, with your talent, you should also try to make Horcruxes. Zhang Dong, bah, don't talk nonsense, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. You split your soul into pieces, making yourself schizophrenic and neither human nor ghost, you are not very proud, Voldemort. Voldemort, hehe, that's because you don't understand the beauty of Horcruxes. Wait, I want to see how you resist the temptation of eternal life when you get old. Whether Horcruxes are useful or not, every wizard has different opinions, but compared to Horcruxes, the resurrected Voldemort is more concerned by these people. Although he is only 16 years old, but that's Voldemort. Voldemort, who is in his 5th year, can make Horcruxes, so his strength is definitely not weaker than that of a top wizard. Harry and the others are finished. Almost everyone thinks so, even Tom thinks so. After disarming the 3 people's wands, Tom Riddle regained his arrogant look. I didn't expect that my resurrection would be witnessed by the whole world. Well, look at the wizards. I'll show you how the savior you said died under my spell. Tom Riddle pointed his wand at Harry. This year, he has been using various methods to understand what is happening outside. When he heard that the great Voldemort was defeated by a baby named Harry Potter, he felt like he was going to collapse. When he heard that Voldemort, who was finally about to be resurrected, was defeated by Zhang Dong last year, he felt like he was going crazy. Die. All die. Only by killing all these hateful guys can he wash away the shame on him. Come on, Harry, tell us your last words. Harry was not afraid, he still looked at him and asked, you also opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. Of course, could it be that big idiot Hagrid? Tom Riddle sneered, he certainly knew that Harry wanted to use his words to clear Hagrid's grievances, but it didn't matter, he just wanted to let the whole world know that they were fooled by him. My words are more credible than his. Only Dumbledore believes he is innocent. Harry Potter looked at him sarcastically and said, Dumbledore must have seen through you at a glance. After that, he did keep a close watch on me, so that I could no longer open the Chamber of Secrets when I was in school, but so what? I left a diary and kept the 16-year-old me in it, so that sooner or later, I will complete the noble cause of Salazar Slytherin. Roops Hagrid, see. You all saw it. You all saw it. At this moment, Hagrid, who was looking at the light curtain, couldn't help but fall. Tears, those were the tears of 50 years of grievance. 50 years, no one knows how he spent these 50 years. He dared not use magic, not even a wand, he could only hide his wand in an umbrella, and occasionally cast a few spells to prove that he really lived in the wizarding world. Cornely Fudge, dear Hagrid, I know, I have always known that you were wronged, but 50 years ago, Minister Leonard Spencer Moon gave you the wrong punishment without a thorough investigation. Don't worry, I will never make the same mistake again. Cornelius Fudge officially announces the restoration of your wizard status here. And allow you to hold a wand again. Leonard Spencer Moon. You can be restored if you want, is it necessary to say my name so many times? Are you so anxious to sever your relationship? Roops Hagrid, thank you. Thank you. Looking at Hagrid, who was in tears of gratitude on the screen, Tom Riddle looked disdainful. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. I have wronged you for 50 years, and now you are happy just by saying I was wrong and sorry? You are really stupid and pitiful, Hagrid. Okay, you have finished your last words, so it's my turn next. I want to see how a baby who knows nothing can defeat the greatest wizard in history. Dumbledore is the greatest wizard in history. Harry is fearless. Then let him save you. See if he can make it in time. Tom raised his wand directly, ready to take away Harry Potter in front of him with an Avada. He didn't believe that there was anyone in the world who could not be killed by Avada Kedavra. Seeing Tom Riddle raise his wand, the hearts of all the people watching this scene were tightened. Molly Weasley. Who will save them? Who can save them? James Potter, Harry. Run! Run! In the corridor, Professor McGonagall, who was running out of breath, leaned against the wall and looked at the light curtain above her head. She was too old to run or catch up. She could only watch her students die, for the second time, and the last time, it was her husband who died. And just as Tom raised his wand, suddenly, a voice rang out. Tom Riddle! Your doomsday has come. Hearing this voice, hope rekindled in everyone's eyes. Here he comes. He's here. The reinforcements are here. Zhang Dong. It's Zhang Dong. He's here with the professor. Hermione shouted happily. Ron and Harry looked at each other, their eyes full of joy of surviving a disaster. As for King Tom Riddle, he clenched his wand tightly. Hogwarts professor? McGonagall? Flitwick? Snape? Or Sprout? No matter which professor, at least there is also the strength of a top wizard. It seems that I have to be more serious. Everyone looked along the passage and saw two figures standing at the end of the secret room. One of them was Zhang Dong, who had just spoken, and next to him was the man who was regarded as a savior. And at this moment, Zhang Dong shouted loudly in an extremely proud voice. Voldemort! Your doomsday has come. Look carefully. The man next to me is an internationally renowned writer. Winner of the 3rd class medal of the Order of Merlin. Honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League. 5-time winner of the Wizard Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. Gilderoy Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart. The three little ones all turned pale when they saw that the Professor Zhang Dong had found was him. No, what level is he? He fights Voldemort? Does he have the strength to do that? Harry and the other two looked at this scene in despair, but in the light screen, Lockhart's fans were all excited. Madam Malkin, Lockhart. It's Mr. Lockhart. Great, with him here, there will be no problem. Wilmina Tuft, although I don't think Mr. Lockhart will be Voldemort's opponent, if the opponent is only Tom Riddle in the 5th grade, then he should have no problem. Molly Weasley, Mr. Lockhart, Ginny and Ron are in your hands. Under the gaze of all wizards, Lockhart came to Tom Riddle with his wand. Lockhart swallowed his saliva. He never dreamed that one day he would face Voldemort. Mr. Lockhart! Come on! Zhang Dong's voice sounded behind Lockhart. Hearing the cheering voice, Lockhart felt that Zhang Dong was a devil from hell. But there was no way. Everyone was looking at him. He couldn't turn around and shoot Zhang Dong at this moment. Fight! He's just a 5th grade kid. What if I win? Then I will be the hero of the whole of England and even the whole of Europe. Thinking of this, Lockhart gritted his teeth and pulled out his wand directly. Voldemort! Don't blame others. It's your bad luck to meet me, and I am your doomsday. Looking at the majestic Lockhart, everyone was infected by his spirit. This is Lockhart. This is their idol. This is the savior of the whole of England. Obligate. Lockhart waved his wand and used his best spell. James Potter, wait. Obligate? Why not shattered or torn into pieces? Flames will do. Eugenia Jenkins, what do you know? This is Lockhart's kindness. Even when facing Voldemort, he refused to kill him. He wanted to capture him alive. James didn't understand. Even if he was captured alive, he should at least use Expelliarmus. What the hell is obligate? Chb, armor. Tom waved his wand and blocked Lockhart's attack. But this time, Tom couldn't help but look up to Lockhart. I've always heard that you are a swindler, but I didn't expect that you can use this level of magic. Very good, be proud, Gilderoy Lockhart. You have been remembered by the great Tom Riddle. Tom is serious. Advanced Obliviate. Most of his spells are only at the advanced level. If he is really defeated by this guy by accident, then his resurrection will be in vain. Avada! Eat the big melon! Buzz! The green light instantly flew towards Lockhart. No one didn't know what this spell meant, but the audience was not nervous. They believed that Lockhart would use the flying curse to summon a stone to block the attack, or use flexible dodging to avoid this fatal blow. Mr. Lockhart! Come on! Mr. Lockhart! It's up to you! Mr. Lockhart! Don't let us down! Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Lockhart had no room to resist, and the green killing curse fell directly on him. Buzz! Lockhart's body stiffened, and then he fell straight to the ground. His pupils that had not closed had dilated, and there was no breath in that eloquent mouth. Gilderoy Lockhart, dead! Molly Weasley, how is it possible? Mr. Lockhart, just died like this. Eugenia Jenkins, no, Mr. Lockhart, you should stand up. Dina Hecate, this, after 100 years, has the defense against the dark arts professor become so weak? He can't even make it through a single round. Unexpected, too unexpected. How much I hoped just now, how disappointed I am now. Walking with werewolves, wandering with ghouls, and being enemies with witches, how could such a legendary wizard be solved so easily? Hermione couldn't help but hold Zhongdong's hand. No matter how brave she was just a 12-year-old girl. How could she not have any reaction when she saw a living being disappear in front of her eyes? Even Harry and Ron looked like they had never expected it. Although they hated this deceitful Lockhart, they never thought that he would die so easily here. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Tom Riddle was also a little confused at this moment. Is it solved like this? I have already thought of the next combo. Isn't it too disrespectful for you to just die like this? Well, it seems that the farce should be over. Tom Riddle once again pointed his wand at Harry Potter in front of him. This time, there will be no miracle. Avada! Eat the big melon! Swish! The green light shot towards Harry and the others again. The green light that just easily killed Lockhart seemed to take another life. However, this time, a stone suddenly flew in front of Harry. Get bigger quickly! The transfiguration spell was activated, and the small stone instantly turned into a huge stone. Avada's life-threatening green light fell on it and dissipated directly. And this is not over yet. Leviosa! Under the levitation spell, the boulder turned into a meteorite and smashed towards Tom Riddle. And Tom Riddle was not panicked at all. He waved his wand and a blade of air flew out from the magic wand flew out and directly cut the boulder in front of it in two. Shattered into pieces. Behind the broken rock, Zhongdong's figure had already blocked Harry and Hermione. At this moment, Zhongdong was looking at Tom Riddle in front of him with a sad face and said coldly. You actually killed our most beloved Professor Lockhart. Today, I will make you pay for his life. Zhongdong, take action. Molly Weasley, what a good child who loves classmates and respects teachers, Minerva McGonagall, Professor McGonagall, haven't you arrived yet? Looking at Zhongdong who took action in the light curtain, Professor McGonagall, who was originally extremely anxious, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Minerva McGonagall, I think, there is no need for us to rush over. Although Tom Riddle in the 5th grade is very powerful, he is so insignificant in front of him. Because, he is Zhongdong. Tom looked at Zhongdong in front of him. Although it was just a simple fight just now, he already understood that the boy in front of him was definitely much stronger than the good-for-nothing just now. I heard that I lost to you last year, but I won't this time. Tom Riddle is arrogant, but he is not stupid. Now he is evenly matched with Voldemort who possessed Quirrell last year. Although he feels that he must have been tricked last year, this is not a reason for him to underestimate Zhongdong. Tom Riddle turned around and looked at the Slytherin statue behind him, which opened its mouth and made a hissing sound. Shiasareza Salize. James Potter, it's Parseltongue. But what does this sentence mean? Marvelogaunt, let me tell you, this sentence means, speak to me, Slytherin the greatest of the 4 giants of Hogwarts. Godric Gryffindor, the greatest of the 4 giants? Who gave him the face? Helga Hufflepuff, he still likes to brag about himself so much, it's not surprising. Rowena Ravenclaw, Salazar Slytherin, aren't you going to come out and say something? Salazar Slytherin. What do you want me to say? Am I not the greatest of the 4 giants? In the Chamber of Secrets, the huge stone statue of Slytherin began to move, and a hole as high as 2 people opened instantly. Harry and the other 2 looked at this scene with their mouths wide open, and a black shadow more than 30 meters long slowly crawled out from it. Snake King. When the Snake King appeared, Zhang Dong silently moved half a step to the side, then blocked the eyes of the 3 people with his hands, and then secretly winked at the Snake King. Seeing Zhang Dong dodge half a step, Harry really wanted to shout, "Don't leave me!" But there was no way. He also knew that he couldn't let Zhang Dong face Voldemort and the Snake King at the same time, otherwise, even Zhang Dong might fail. There was no other way, it seemed that I had to hold this snake monster back. Salazar Slytherin, finally it appears, my little cutie. It's been so many years. I didn't expect you to live to this day. It's really hard for you. Newt Scamander, this is the basilisk. It's a basilisk that has lived for 1,000 years. It's so shocking. This should be the only basilisk left in the whole of England, no, the whole of Europe, or even the whole world. I really want to observe it up close. Tina Goldstein, Newt, can you please not care about this basilisk for now? These 4 children are in a very dangerous situation now. Newt Scamander, sorry Tina, I'm just a little excited. By the way, children, don't look into the eyes of the basilisk. As long as you look into the eyes of the basilisk, even Grindelwald will die instantly. Grindelwald. Bella Lestrange, don't look into the eyes of the basilisk. Ha ha ha, they can't even open their eyes, what else can they do? Waiting to die? Ha 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 ha. Bella's words chilled everyone. How can wizards fight without eyes? Not everyone is proficient in extrasensory spells. Harry and the other 2 also understood this. In an instant, they turned their backs to the basilisk and ran outside. If they couldn't help Zhang Dong, at least they couldn't be a burden to him. But obviously, Tom Riddle was not going to let them go, especially Harry Potter. Kill him! Under Tom Riddle's command, the basilisk chased Harry directly. Like a train, the basilisk quickly rushed towards Harry. Harry kept telling the basilisk to turn around in Parseltongue, but unfortunately, the basilisk didn't listen to him at all. Salazar Slytherin, it's useless. I raised this basilisk. Although it can understand Parseltongue, it will only obey people with my Slytherin blood. Although this Harry Potter also has Parseltongue, it is obvious that his blood is not pure. To read the exciting novel, go to Novel Network. Godric Gryffindor, Bloodline again. You have to teach a snake to recognize its bloodline. You are worthy of it, Salazar. Salazar Slytherin, it turns out that what I did was right. Otherwise, wouldn't the basilisk have rebelled directly? Language can deceive people, only bloodline will not deceive people. Parseltongue can be learned. Ron once learned it, although he could only say 1 sentence. Harry's Parseltongue is useless. At this moment, he can only keep running away. Unfortunately, maybe he ran too fast, and he fell to the ground at this moment. Lily Potter, Harry. James Potter, Harry. James and Lily found that since the light curtain appeared, although they could see Harry often, their hearts were getting worse and worse. They always felt that Harry might come to accompany them at any time. That is, they can't die again, otherwise, they must have a cardiac arrest to see Merlin. Phineas Black, you can fall on this flat ground? Aren't you just giving yourself away? Tom Riddle, the battle is over. Hiss. Of course the basilisk would not miss this opportunity. Just as it was about to catch up, suddenly, a group of orange-red figures flew in from the entrance of the secret room. Ah! A cry resounded through the sky, and a phoenix instantly rushed towards the basilisk. Its claws moved, and a huge eye mask was thrown directly on the eyes of the basilisk. The eye mask seemed to have magic power and was directly attached to the eyes of the basilisk. No matter how it shook, it could not be taken off. Sirius Black, beautiful. Phoenix. It's Dumbledore's fox. James Potter, ha ha ha. Did you see Voldemort? Fox is here. How far can Albus be? Wake up. Tom Riddle, don't be complacent. Even if the basilisk's eyes are covered, it can still hear your voices. It can still tear you into pieces. The basilisk keeps shaking its head, but Fox does not continue to attack. It flies to Harry's side again, throws its claws, and throws a tattered hat to Harry's side. James Potter, Sorting Hat? What does Fox send this thing for? Albus Dumbledore, don't underestimate the Sorting Hat, James. At this moment, Dumbledore also became nervous. Harry. Can he really pull out that sword? Harry held the hat, but he had no idea how to use it. Ron on the side quickly reminded him, put it on. Try to put it on. Harry couldn't think of any other way for a while, so he put the sorting hat on his head. Bang! The next second, Harry felt something straight, long, and hard hitting his head, almost knocking Harry unconscious. Jong Dong! No, you wear it when I tell you to, can't you use your little brain to think about it? Jong Dong really doubted whether Harry had been too smooth in the past 2 years, and felt much cuter than in the movie. At this moment, Dumbledore couldn't stand it anymore, and he shouted in the barrage. Hurry up and take off the sword! Hurry up and take off the sword! Harry finally reacted, and he quickly took off his hat. At this moment, in front of Harry, a long sword flashing with silver 207 light appeared in the hat, and the hilt was inlaid with a ruby the size of a pigeon egg. Salazar Slytherin, that's it. Salazar recognized the sword almost at first sight. Godric Gryffindor, that's my sword. The sword of Gryffindor. Minerva McGonagall, the sword of Gryffindor? The legendary sword over there. It is said that only those who truly possess the unique qualities of Gryffindor can pull it out. I didn't expect it to be pulled out by Harry. As the head of Gryffindor, McGonagall naturally knew about this sword. Unfortunately, even she had never seen this sword. Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets basilisk, Godric Gryffindor's sword, who would have thought that the game between these two original deans could continue today, 1,000 years later. James Potter, see? That's my son. My son. Voldemort, haha, don't be proud. It's just a sword. Even if he gets it, so what? In front of the basilisk, it's just an ant turning into a bee. Tom Riddle looked at the basilisk on the side, and he shouted in Parseltongue, kill that boy. You still have a nose and ears. He's right in front of you. Kill him. Looking at the excited Tom, Jong Dong silently picked up the wand and pointed it at him. Fainted. Armor protection. Tom is indeed a rare genius. He can use advanced armor protection in the 5th grade. After blocking Jong Dong's spell, Tom also realized that he could no longer control the basilisk. Now, he must go all out to face Jong Dong in front of him. Remus Lupin, here we go. The best genius of the past versus the best genius of today. Jong Dong. Come on. Bellatrix, it's just a kid. The master can knock down such a kid with just one spell. Neville Longbottom, Jong Dong will not lose. Absolutely not. Antonin Dolohov, he, the kid from the Longbottom family? You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. In the Gryffindor lounge, a bunch of little lions looked at Neville beside them. They didn't expect that the first person to support Jong Dong at this time was actually this coward whom they usually looked down upon the most. So the next second. Percy Weasley, Jong Dong. My brothers and sisters are in your care. Fred Weasley, Jong Dong. Defeat that ugly guy. George Weasley, isn't it just a guy who has been dead for who knows how many years? Jong Dong, don't let me look down on you. Seamus Finnegan, Jong Dong. Kill this guy with the thunderbolt explosion you taught me. Ariana Dumbledore, Jong Dong. Come on. Damn. Are these little lions crazy? Do they know who they are targeting? The man whose name you dared not even mention in the past, you are now fighting against him? Damn, you are really a bunch of brainless reckless men. Avada bites the big melon. Tom Riddle instantly swung his wand at Jong Dong, but it did not hit Jong Dong at all, but landed directly on a stone statue that appeared from nowhere. Voldemort, don't use Avada. This guy is not afraid of Avada Kedavra. What? Tom Riddle reacted immediately. Although he didn't know why the omnipotent Kedavra curse didn't work on Jong Dong, he immediately chose to believe it. Looking at Voldemort's barrage on the light screen, Jong Dong shrugged helplessly. I was still thinking of tricking you again, but it seems that it won't work. Barty Crouch Jr., why is Avada Kedavra useless to Jong Dong? How? How is this possible? To read the best novels, go to Novel Network. Everyone didn't believe their own eyes, but they all knew that Voldemort couldn't lie at this time. So, Jong Dong is really not afraid of the Kedavra. But isn't the only one who is not afraid of the Kedavra the boy who survived? Shattered into pieces. Tom Riddle smashed the statue with a spell, and the aftermath made Zhang Dong's hair stand up, but it still couldn't make Zhang Dong show any fear. Zhang Dong finally waved his wand, and a bolt of lightning shot directly at Tom Riddle, but Tom blocked it with his armor. The lightning spell can't kill me, is that all you have? Zhang Dong. Don't worry, there are more than one way to destroy you. Zhang Dong walked towards Tom Riddle leisurely, as if the person in front of him was not the terrible Dark Lord, but a powerless Draco Malfoy. Flames. Boom. The scorching flames gushed out of Zhang Dong's wand. The ultimate flames directly turned the surroundings into a sea of fire. Tom Riddle is strong, but that is relatively speaking. In front of Zhang Dong, Tom Riddle in the 5th grade is just Tom Riddle, he is not Voldemort yet. Advanced armor can't stop his ultimate flames. The overwhelming flames devoured Tom Riddle. Facing the raging sea of fire, Tom Riddle suddenly took a deep breath. He raised his wand and waved it continuously. Under his waving, a ray of red flames gushed out. Fire Curse. Advanced. The advanced Fire Curse was not afraid of the ultimate flames. The red flames kept rolling and turned into a ferocious fire snake. This fire snake wrapped around Tom Riddle. All the external flames were actually swallowed by it, which made it stronger. Advanced Fire Curse. It actually blocked the ultimate flames. Voldemort, ha ha ha. Did you see that, Zhang Dong? This is the battle between wizards. This is the power of black magic. No matter how skilled you are at using the flame bear, you are still vulnerable in front of the fire. No one refuted Voldemort's words this time, because they all understood that what he said was right. They all watched the previous video and knew that Zhang Dong was very good at the flame bear. He could even be said to be the best wizard who used the flame bear in history. However, no matter how strong the flame bear was, it was just an ordinary flame. This was the difference in quality. Seeing Zhang Dong's blazing flames being restrained, everyone couldn't help but sweat for him in their hearts. Luo swallowed up the blazing flames, and at this moment, the Luo snake had grown a circle larger than the Snake King on the side. Go! Tom Riddle waved his wand, and the red Luo snake rushed directly towards Zhang Dong. Be careful! Hermione, who had been paying attention to this side, couldn't help but remind Zhang Dong. And Zhang Dong was not in a hurry when facing the Luo snake that rushed over. He raised his wand and said loudly, God of Fire, open the way. The Luo snake that rushed over was suddenly split into two from the center as if it had encountered a natural enemy, and then split to the left and right to bypass Zhang Dong's body, leaving two long lines of fire around. Bellatrix, what kind of spell is that? How did he block the Master's calendar fire? Voldemort, Vulcan opens the way? How come I have never heard of this spell? Albus Dumbledore, old Tom, there are still many spells you don't know. This is a spell I invented, but I didn't know that Zhang Dong had already mastered it. I don't know to what extent he has mastered it. Vulcan opens the way, this is a spell invented by Dumbledore. The use of this spell was also recorded in the notebook Dumbledore gave to Zhang Dong. My spell. Tom Riddle looked at Zhang Dong in front of him in shock. He could feel that he had lost control of the calendar fire. Looking at the excited Tom Riddle, Zhang Dong smiled and said, Want it? Then I'll give it back to you. Vulcan opens the way. Zhang Dong waved his wand continuously. As Zhang Dong waved, the calendar fire that had been split into two suddenly condensed again. The flames rolled around Zhang Dong, turning into a constantly rotating fire tornado. And every time Zhang Dong's magic wand rotated a circle, the fire tornado became bigger and bigger. Cornely fudge, this is actually a spell used by a second-year student. What kind of talent can allow him to learn such a spell? Professor Flitwick, Severus Snape, I suddenly feel that you are very lucky. If Zhang Dong used this spell on the day of the competition with you, you might not be just hospitalized. Maybe we can collect your body directly. Minerva McGonagall, don't talk nonsense Flitwick, Professor Snape will probably turn into ashes if hit by this spell. I can't collect the body. Even Lucius was trembling slightly at this time. He never thought that the boy who had fought with him was so terrible. If he had killed him directly at that time. Lucius didn't dare to think about it anymore. He must tell Draco to stay away from this guy in the future. Go! Zhang Dong waved the wand in his hand and threw the firestorm towards Tom Riddle. Tom still wanted to resist, but unfortunately, the armor that protected him could not stop the firestorm formed by the fire. He was already in the sea of fire, but the fire that was said to destroy everything still did not destroy his body. Tom Riddle was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed triumphantly, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Useless Zhang Dong. I am just a memory. Your fire can't hurt me. Really? Zhang Dong hooked his finger. The diary flew over. Swish. The next second, Tom Riddle's diary fell into Zhang Dong's hands, and Tom Riddle's face changed in an instant. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The Horcrux is not afraid of destruction, but it is afraid of the fire. Looking at the firestorm surrounding him, Tom Riddle really wanted to give himself a slap. Just as Zhang Dong was about to throw the diary into the sea of fire, Tom Riddle suddenly shouted in Parcel tongue, Basilisk. Don't worry about that kid. Come and help me. After hearing Tom Riddle's voice, the Basilisk, who originally wanted to fight Harry for 300 rounds, immediately turned around and pounced on Zhang Dong. Molly Weasley, be careful of Zhang Dong. Look behind. James Potter, wizards are still calling for help in a duel. Shameless. Shameless. Bah. Voldemort, what do you know? Pets are also a kind of strength. And the so-called battle. Isn't it enough to win? Looking at the basilisk that had already pounced, and looking at Zhang Dong who was holding the diary in one hand and controlling the irresistible fire in the other hand, everyone seemed to have seen his end. Is this the most outstanding genius in history? I am afraid he will fall here today. But his sacrifice was valuable. He delayed time. When Dumbledore arrived, Tom Riddle would surely die. Tom Riddle laughed loudly. He seemed to have seen the end of Zhang Dong. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Dong. Bury with me. Ha ha. Ha ha ha, ha. However, a scene that made Tom Riddle's eyes popped out happened. The basilisk pounced directly in front of Zhang Dong. However, it did not open its bloody mouth to swallow Zhang Dong in one gulp, nor did it flick its tail to throw Zhang Dong directly away. Instead, it lay obediently in front of Zhang Dong, like a well-behaved cat. Zhang Dong even put the diary aside, touched its big head with his hand and said, Okay, okay, stop acting like a spoiled child. I know you didn't mean to help him. This. How could it be? Tom Riddle was stunned. He couldn't accept the situation in front of him at all. He kept shouting in Parcel tongue, what are you doing? I'm here. Kill him. Kill him. Unfortunately, no matter how he called, the basilisk was too lazy to look at him. Don't you understand? From the beginning to the end, the basilisk listened to me. Do you really think that if you open the secret room, it will listen to you? What? Tom Riddle was completely dumbfounded. His hand, which was pointing at Zhang Dong in front of him, was shaking with excitement. You have been playing tricks on me. Outside the light curtain. Looking at Zhang Dong who was controlling the fire with one hand and stroking the basilisk with the other, and then looking at Tom Riddle who was shivering in the sea of fire, all the audience could not help but be in a trance for a moment. You two, who is the real Dark Lord? Zhang Dong glanced at Tom in front of him, and finally threw the diary in his hand into the fire. Ah! A sharp, piercing scream sounded, and the diary gradually turned into ashes in the flames, and Tom Riddle's body also turned into ashes and disappeared. And at the last moment of his disappearance, he still stared at Zhang Dong in front of him with great anger. Zhang Dong. Remember this. Hey. Before Tom Riddle finished his words, his body had completely disappeared. Molly Weasley, Zhang Dong. Great. You are so great. You actually defeated the you-know-who. James Potter, ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. I never thought that Voldemort would be defeated by the same person twice. Albus Dumbledore, I have said that Zhang Dong can do it. He is the most outstanding genius I have ever seen. Everyone is excited about Tom Riddle's death because they have peace again. On the other hand, the Death Eaters who live in the shadows are full of resentment and anger in their eyes, and a little bit of ridicule. Bellatrix, my handsome master, are you gone just like that? Antonin Dolohov, I was hoping you would come and save me, but... Alas! August Rookwood, Zhang Dong. I will never let you go. Absolutely not. All the Death Eaters were roaring. Of course, they were also complaining and even cursing Voldemort in their hearts. He is the Dark Lord, and he can't even beat an unknown guy who came out of nowhere. Don't say that Tom Riddle is only in the 5th grade and not in his peak state. Zhang Dong is only in the 2nd grade now. Looking at the roaring or cursing bullet screen on the light screen, Zhang Dong silently retracted the light screen. He silently took out his mobile phone to check his rewards. This time, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets has been broadcasted. The rewards must be very generous, at least not worse than the rewards for the Philosopher's Stone. The Master's live broadcast received rewards from Percy Weasley, Fred Weasley, and George Weasley. The Master can get the reward, spell, invisibility spell, advanced. It took 3 people to come up with an advanced invisibility spell. The rewards from Weasley family are a bit ordinary. The Master's live broadcast received rewards from Bill Weasley. The Master can get rewards, spell, anti-Araco hole, advanced. As expected of a Gringotts spellbreaker, anti-Araco hole has an advanced level. The Master's live broadcast received rewards from Charlie Weasley. The Master can get rewards, magical zoology, intermediate. Charlie Weasley, a dragon breeder from Romania, can breed dragons, and magical animals must be good. Instantly, Zhang Dong felt that all kinds of magical animal knowledge flooded into his mind, not just knowledge, even all the experience of Charlie Weasley in the 5th grade. To be frank, if Zhang Dong takes the OWL's exam now, he will definitely get an O in magical zoology. The Master's live broadcast has been rewarded by Molly Weasley, and the Master can get a reward, Enchanting Your Cheese Mastery. Enchanting Your Cheese, family magic, can make a variety of cheeses, including ordinary cheese, dragon milk cheese, healing and cursed cheese, cheese-based potions. The Master's live broadcast has been rewarded by Arthur Weasley, and the Master can get a reward, Muggle Studies, Intermediate. Like the intermediate level of Muggle Studies, the OWL's exam is a surefire O. That's all. The rewards of the Weasley family are still very generous. Although there are no powerful spells, they are all knowledge. I didn't expect that the Weasley family are all cultured people. Then it was the Potter family. The Master's live broadcast received a reward from Lily Potter, and the Master can get a reward, Potions, Intermediate. The Master's live broadcast received a reward from James Potter, and the Master can get a reward, Spell, Stiff Legs, Advanced. The Master's live broadcast received a reward from Remus Lupin, and the Master can get a reward, Spell, All Bullets, Advanced. The Master's live broadcast received a reward from Sirius Black, and the Master can get a reward, Spell, I Spell, Advanced. Good guy, the rewards on Harry's side are of higher quality. Not to mention the 3 advanced spells, there is also Potions, Intermediate. Even if Snape deliberately finds fault and deducts his points in Potions class in the future, he probably won't have a chance. The reward is good, but there is still something missing that makes me shine. When Zhang Dong was muttering, the system's information popped up again. The Master's live broadcast received a reward from Albus Dumbledore, and the Master can get the reward, Spell, Clear Water Like a Spring, Ultimate. The ultimate spell. Sure enough, you are the most generous, Dumbledore. Zhang Dong was finally satisfied this time. If Dumbledore didn't show any sign of appreciation after defeating Voldemort, then Zhang Dong would really doubt your determination to fight Voldemort. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. But fortunately, the ultimate clear water like a spring. Next time I have a chance, I will also use the clear water like a spring to turn into a water prison to lock Voldemort up for a while. That scene must be very interesting. And then, it's finally the highlight. It is detected that more than 90% of the content related to Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets has been played. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets has been played. The owner can get the reward, Mirror World, Strange Doctor Ancient 1 version. Looking at the reward he got this time, Zhang Dong's eyes became brighter and brighter. What? Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, you just give me a mirror world? Do you want me to lock the enemy directly in the mirror world as a secret room in the future? I thought you would give me a reward related to the basilisk, such as the petrifying magic eye and the sweet fruit. There is such a saying in the Marvel series that special effects are too expensive, and the Ancient One is a typical example. Creating a completely independent mirror world, even Merlin can't do it after Resurrection. I don't know who will be the first guest of my mirror world, Voldemort? I guess it won't work. Voldemort can't be resurrected next year. Then wait for the Goblet of Fire. Then I want to see if Apparition can escape from my mirror world. With the death of Tom Riddle, the power absorbed by it returned to Ginny's body. With a soft moan, Ginny silently opened her eyes. Ron hurried over to help his sister up, and asked with concern, Ginny, are you okay? Ginny looked around blankly. She looked at her brother beside her, then looked at Hermione, Harry and Zhang Dong on the side, and finally her eyes stayed on the huge basilisk on the side. Ah! Ginny screamed, and then subconsciously hid behind Zhang Dong. Yet, she also knew who was the Thai among the four people. If she hid behind others, it would not be seeking help, but harming them. Looking at the frightened Ginny, Zhang Dong pulled her out with a smile and said gently, Don't worry, this guy is a little scary, but he is still very obedient. Zhang Dong hooked his finger at the basilisk, and the basilisk obediently lay in front of Zhang Dong and gently rubbed Zhang Dong's palm with its big head. Zhang Dong touched the snake head, and then said to Ginny and the others. Do you want to touch it? It feels good. Looking at the enthusiastic Zhang Dong, the two girls Hermione and Ginny shook their heads quickly. They were not interested in the basilisk 013. Ron and Harry curiously reached out and touched the basilisk. Seeing that the basilisk really did not resist, the two of them continued to touch it excitedly. Especially Ron, he said to Zhang Dong excitedly, I actually touched a 1,000-year-old basilisk. When I go back, I must tell Fred and Fred, I can't wait to see their expressions. Harry also nodded continuously, then silently picked up the sorting hat and tried to insert the Gryffindor sword that had been pulled out. Behind Zhang Dong, Ginny, who had come out of her fear of the basilisk, suddenly thought of something, and her tears fell. Yes. I'm sorry. I've always wanted to tell you. The diary has always been with me. But every time I want to tell you about the diary, I can't say anything. I didn't mean to. Riddle forced me to do it. By the way. Where is he? Ginny looked around, she didn't see the diary, nor did she see Tom Riddle. Looking at the guilty Ginny, Ron comforted her, it's okay now, Tom Riddle and his diary are gone. It was Zhang Dong who did it. He saved you and us. Listening to Ron's words, Ginny quickly looked at Zhang Dong, her big eyes still hanging with tears full of gratitude. She didn't expect that when she was most helpless, it would be the senior who only met once who saved her. And Zhang Dong just waved his hand indifferently and said, it's okay, even without me, you will be fine. Zhang Dong was telling the truth. Without him, Harry and the others could still defeat Voldemort according to the original timeline. It was just that Voldemort at that time didn't know whether he was brainless or too proud. He stood there with his wand for a long time and wanted to let the snake bite Harry to death. He waited until the basilisk died before he remembered the wand in his hand and was ready to attack. Then he was stabbed to death by Harry's snake fang on the spot, and his speechlessness was almost as bad as Quirrell who cast a wandless spell with blazing flames but wanted to strangle Harry last year. Let's go, we should go out too. Zhang Dong looked at the people around him, and then decided to take everyone away. The few people naturally had no objection. Although the basilisk would not hurt them, the gloomy atmosphere here did make these little lions very uncomfortable. When the few people came to the door, Dumbledore was already waiting here with the 4 deans. Welcome back, children. Dumbledore smiled kindly, and Professor McGonagall beside him finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although I watched the whole process from the light screen, I was still a little scared without seeing it with my own eyes. Professor McGonagall calmed down her excitement, then looked at Zhang Dong and said, to read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Zhang Dong, sometimes I really want to know how powerful you are now. I want to know too. Dumbledore also said with a smile, Tom was once the most outstanding student in Hogwarts, but today, this title may have to be changed to another owner. Listening to Dumbledore's words, Zhang Dong said helplessly, this title does not belong to Tom, have you forgotten your senior? As for my current strength, you may have to wait until Voldemort is truly resurrected to know. It would be better if that day didn't come. Dumbledore reached out to take Fawkes, then turned to Professor McGonagall and said, I think the children should be tired after going through so much. Professor McGonagall, please take them back first. As for Zhang Dong, I have something to talk to him about. Okay, Albus. Professor McGonagall glanced at Zhang Dong, then waved Ginny and Hermione and took them away. Before leaving, Harry returned the Gryffindor sword and the sorting hat to Dumbledore. He was a little reluctant when he returned them. I just drew my sword and the battle was over. I always wanted to cut something. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout also left. Only Snape looked at Zhang Dong first, then looked at Dumbledore and said, I still have to remind you, don't forget to deal with the basilisk. This is a big trouble. Don't worry, Severus. I believe Hagrid will be happy to take care of it. It belongs to our Slytherin. That was in the past. Now it belongs to Dong. Snape looked at Dumbledore in front of him speechlessly. Belongs to Dong? You are really generous. He subconsciously wanted to argue, but thinking of what Dumbledore said to him after Ariana was resurrected 2 days ago, he just took a deep breath and turned around and left here. After seeing everyone leave, Albus happily put the sword of Gryffindor back into the sorting hat. After inserting it, he handed the sorting hat to Dong and said, "Do you want to give it a try?" "Me?" Dong took the sorting hat and reached into it to dig around. Unfortunately, there was nothing but air. Dong returned the sorting hat to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore said with some regret, "In fact, I would rather see you pull out the sword of Gryffindor than Harry. Unfortunately, I still can't pull it out. Although I have fought Voldemort alone, am I not brave enough?" Dong, bravery is a kind of strength, but it is not the strength of the body and magic, but the strength of the mind and soul. Defeating a strong enemy is not bravery, but facing fear and overcoming it is bravery. Facing fear and overcoming it. Listening to Dumbledore's words, Dong rolled his eyes helplessly, then, "I'm afraid I will never have the chance to draw this sword in my lifetime." "Is it because you can't overcome fear?" "Because there is nothing that can scare me anymore." Dumbledore. This really makes sense. After the Chamber of Secrets incident, Hogwarts has returned to its rare peace. In the original timeline, due to the Basilisk incident, this year's Quidditch finals and final exams were not held, but this year is different, because Dong handled the matter too perfectly, resulting in almost no waves in the Basilisk incident, so the final exams and Quidditch finals were held as usual. As for the result, we are the champions. At the dinner, Senior Wood happily held the trophy and shouted. He is already in the 6th grade, and next year will be his last year in the academy. Originally, he thought he would not be able to win the Quidditch championship trophy before graduation, but both Dong last year and Harry this year have helped him achieve the goal of 2 consecutive championships. If he wins another championship next year, that would be a rare 3 consecutive championships. Senior Wood looks really happy. Ron sighed, he actually has a dream of flying. Harry on the side also kept nodding, "Of course I'm happy, this is the Quidditch championship trophy, and it's also my first championship trophy." Harry was obviously very happy. Having said that, Harry spent a total of 7 years in Hogwarts. He was obviously a super Quidditch genius, but he didn't win a championship in the whole Harry Potter series. It was really miserable. So Harry was very happy this year, and Dong also heard that he used his wisdom to help Kirby escape the control of the Malfoy family. I don't know how he got Lucius to give Kirby a piece of clothing when the notebook was burned to ashes. I heard from Dumbledore that it seemed to have something to do with the confusion charm. And Dong also smiled and said, "Don't worry, in the future, more Quidditch trophies are waiting for you. Try hard, maybe Gryffindor can have an unprecedented 7 consecutive championships before we graduate." Dong was not kidding. After a few years, Ron will grow up to be an excellent Quidditch player, and Ginny will be a future professional player. It is not surprising that they have won the Hogwarts Quidditch Championship for 7 consecutive years. 7 consecutive championships. Harry's eyes lit up, as if he had seen that scene, and even Ron and Navissimo beside him were very excited. Hermione on the side was quietly flipping through her small notebook, and she didn't look like she was going to celebrate at all. Seeing Hermione like this, Harry couldn't help but ask, "Hermione, why are you so quiet today?" Hermione didn't say anything, but Ron on the side said, "It's obviously because the final exam is coming soon. Hermione, you are so good, why are you still reviewing so seriously? Are you going to let us, a bunch of poor students, live? Hermione is different from you." Her roommate Parvati Patil said jokingly, "Hermione's goal is to surpass Dong and win the first place in her grade this year. You don't know how late she reads every night." Parvati. Hermione rolled her eyes at her roommate. "You are so, what if Dong gets serious?" After hearing Parvati's explanation, Seamus couldn't help laughing, "Surpass Dong? How is it possible? Dong is the genius who defeated Voldemort. You know who?" "Yet." Ron nodded, "Let's not talk about anything else. There should be no hope for the 3 subjects of defense against the dark arts, charms and transfiguration. Only herbology, potions and history of magic have some hope. Fortunately, there is no flying class this year. Every time Ron said a word, Hermione's face dimmed a little. Hermione has been strong all her life, but she is still not enough in front of Zhang Dong. And Zhang Dong comforted her and said, I can't get the first place in every subject, at least herbology and history of magic are not certain. This is the truth. Zhang Dong's herbology is only at the elementary level, and history of magic relies entirely on rote memorization. He really doesn't dare to say that he can definitely beat Hermione in these two subjects. It's just that Zhang Dong can focus the time of reviewing 7 lessons on one lesson, and it's a lesson like history of magic that relies purely on recitation, so he is still very confident. Listening to Zhang Dong's words, Hermione nodded very seriously, at least, I have to surpass you in one subject. One subject a year, one day she will be the top of the grade. Looking at Hermione so seriously, Zhang Dong also took out his mobile phone with satisfaction. To review the history of magic, of course you have to watch history. It's been a long time since I played The Legacy of Hogwarts. Let's just play a section and treat it as a combination of education and entertainment. Thinking so, Zhang Dong opened his mobile phone, found the playback record and continued to watch it. At this time, the light curtain appeared. Looking at the light curtain that suddenly appeared, Professor McGonagall's heart subconsciously beat. This semester is almost over. Will there be any weird things again? Looking at the startled Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore signaled her to stay calm. Voldemort's resurrection plan had just failed, and he didn't believe that Voldemort could make a comeback so soon. And the screen started. Familiar Hogwarts, familiar 4 major colleges, but looking at Zhang Dong in the screen, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. It's the story of my old senior. That's fine. There are more than one people who have the same idea as Dumbledore. Molly Weasley, hey. Fortunately, the light screen is playing history this time. My heart is really a bit overwhelmed. Every time I play the future video, I can see my sons or daughters. I really don't understand why they are always in trouble. Lily Potter, Molly, don't be nervous. The children are all good. They will definitely be fine. Molly Weasley, alas, if they can be as good as Zhang Dong, I won't worry. Remus Lupin, that may be a bit troublesome. People like Zhang Dong only appear once in 1,000 years. Phineas Black, it's 100 years. When I was the headmaster, this student was not weaker than Zhang Dong. Seeing Phineas' words, everyone also looked at the light screen. They had only seen the beginning of Huo Yi's story. They were also very curious about how this Zhang Dong could be compared with the current Zhang Dong. In the astronomy office, Zhang Dong pushed open the door and walked in. Professor Figo, I'm here. I recently learned a new magic with Professor Hecate. I think we can continue. Has Huo Yi's story started again? Professor Figo looked at Zhang Dong in front of him, nodded approvingly and said, I heard from Professor Hecate that you can already use your magic wand skillfully, but you still need to continue to learn from other professors. Professor Figo could see that Zhang Dong was a good seedling, and he didn't want to force his research. However, Professor Figo still said impatiently, but our priority now is to go to the library first. After that, Professor Figo quickly packed up and prepared to leave, and Zhang Dong was also eager to go with him. However, just as the two were about to leave, Phineas Black, wearing a green coat, walked in. He glanced at Figo and Zhang Dong, and then said nonchalantly, Come with me, Figo, I have a job for you. But principal, I still have to tutor students, 390 and my work plan. Figo definitely didn't want to go, but how could Phineas let him fool around? He said in a commanding tone. Figo, I don't care what plans you and your students have, you have to put them aside now. You have caused so much trouble with Osric, I advise you not to be so tactful. Sirius Black, you are indeed the most annoying headmaster in history. Phineas Black, shut up. Shame on you. Do you know how much pressure I was under at that time? An Auror died. Auror. Harry Potter, but don't you think the ancient magic is more important? Phineas Black, ancient magic? Who can prove it? How could I know if something that can't be seen or touched really exists? Moreover, Figo can find 5 such excuses for slacking off in a month. Professor Figo, this. Principal Phineas, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Figo was indeed a little embarrassed. After all, he did slack off often, but this time it was really not. Ancient magic. It really exists. Phineas left. Looking at the closed door, Figo sighed helplessly, and then said to Zhang Dong with regret, "It seems that we have to wait until I return triumphantly from him before going to the restricted area." After that, Professor Figo signaled Zhang Dong that he could leave. Zhang Dong didn't say anything. He knew that as a professor, Figo really couldn't refuse Phineas as the headmaster. However, the moment Zhang Dong walked out of Professor Figo's office, he suddenly said to himself, "I remember Sebastian talked about the restricted area. Maybe he can help me." Minerva McGonagall, oh. Sure enough, I knew it was like this. I can see the shadows of some of my students in him, so I really want to ask, did he really not assign them to the wrong college? Looking at Professor McGonagall's barrage, Harry and the other two shrank their heads in embarrassment. They knew that the sum mentioned by Professor McGonagall was referring to them. "Lily Potter, I'm sorry to trouble you, Professor McGonagall." Minerva McGonagall, "Nothing, I'm used to it. James and the other four also gave me a headache when they were in school." James Potter. Remus Lupin. Sirius Black. At night, in the stairwell of Hogwarts, Sebastian was sitting on the sofa, thinking about something, and at this time, Zhang Dong ran over directly. He first used 7 or 8 original forms around Sebastian, and then walked towards Sebastian. "Sebastian, let's go to the restricted area." "Wait a minute, you haven't told me what happened in Hogsmeade before. I still don't understand why Victor Rookwood cares so much about a student." Zhang Dong thought about it, and then told the truth. He should have formed an alliance with Lanlock, and Lanlock wants what I got in Gringotts. Gringotts? What's going on? Professor Figo and I came to Hogwarts on the way. We encountered the attack of Lanlock, and Professor Figo happened to have a key. We found a map, and the map pointed to the restricted area. Professor Hecate, good guy, this is telling everything. This is really tight-lipped, wide-mouthed bottle. Professor Sprout, it seems, this child is very sincere. Professor Flitwick, but since you ask for help, telling the other party about the matter is also the minimum respect. I think there is no problem. Main hall, 2 heads quietly grew on the stairs. They are Sebastian and Zhang Dong. Students are not allowed to wander at night in Hogwarts, so the two naturally have to be careful. In front of the road that the two must pass, a class leader holding a wand is patrolling back and forth, trying to catch those disobedient little wizards. Ron Weasley, prefects who are causing trouble. I don't know how much trouble we have to avoid them every time. Percy Weasley, that's our job. Forget it, when you have the opportunity to become a prefect, you will understand what the responsibilities of a prefect are. Ron Weasley, me? Prefect? Don't be ridiculous, with Zhang Dong here, how could I be the prefect? Zhang Dong couldn't help but look at Ron. Don't tell me, the prefect of Gryffindor in the original timeline is not as good as Harry, but you, Ron. Sebastian whispered to Zhang Dong, see those prefects? If those stern guys go and tell Scribner about us, we'll be in trouble. I understand, but what should we do? Well, I'll teach you the disillusionment spell now, which can hide your body, but remember not to get too close to them and don't make any noise. Come and try it. Yet. Zhang Dong nodded, and then cast the spell following Sebastian's movements. Instantly, Zhang Dong's figure 3.1 disappeared in front of everyone, and only when he moved could a faint shadow be barely seen. Professor Flitwick, alas, he learned it in one go. Forget about the previous floating spell and fire spell, can he learn even the medium difficulty spell of the disillusionment spell in one go? Now I finally believe that he is a genius who can be compared with our Zhang Dong. Severus Snape, still not very skilled. You see, you can still vaguely see a little shadow. Zhang Dong's level of disillusionment spell is much higher than this. Zhang Dong couldn't help but look at Snape. Is he speaking for me? But the problem is, this Zhang Dong 100 years ago was also me. But then again, Snape actually spoke for me? Did the sun rise from the west? Disillusionment spell. The moment he used the disillusionment spell, Zhang Dong's figure disappeared. He crouched and quietly moved forward in the corridor, but after all, he had just learned it and was not very proficient, so it was still easy to be discovered when walking. Especially since these patrols were all prefects from various colleges, they were all very powerful, so it was naturally easier to be discovered. But Zhang Dong was not stupid. His figure first appeared on the left side of the stairs, and the prefect immediately felt something was wrong and went forward to check. However, Zhang Dong quickly went around to the right side of the stairs, and then he moved his feet and directly bypassed the first Gryffindor prefect. Then he repeated the same trick and easily avoided the patrol of the other 3 prefects and easily sneaked into the library. Sirius Black, what a stealth! This is a genius born for stealth. James Potter, that's right. If it weren't for the invisibility cloak passed down from my family, I would never have been able to wander around at night in my 5th grade. Fred Weasley, Phileas Flitwick, Professor Flitwick, when can we learn the invisibility spell? George Weasley, yes, we can't wait. Professor Flitwick, it stands to reason. You can learn it in the 5th grade, but I always feel that teaching you this spell is probably not a good thing. Minerva McGonagall, it's okay, Flitwick, teach them. Professor Flitwick, Minerva, do you trust them so much? Minerva McGonagall, that's not the case, but even if you don't teach them, it won't affect their pranks. Flitwick. Well, it seems to be true. The 2 sneaked into the library successfully, but as soon as they came in, they met a middle-aged woman, who was the manager of the library, Scribner. Oh no! Sebastian hurriedly pulled Zhang Dong into a corner, and confirmed that Scribner did not look back, and Sebastian was relieved. Damn it! Zhang Dong also showed up, didn't you say she should leave at this time? She should, but not necessarily. But it doesn't matter. The key to the restricted area is in her drawer. I'll lead her away and give you the key. Agnes Scribner, okay. It seems that I really should have added a spell to the drawer at that time. Irma Pants, I actually always do this, but fortunately, the students of our period are very obedient, and no one has come to steal the key yet. Harry Potter, Mrs. Pants, is there a possibility that someone actually stole the book, but you haven't found it yet? Irma Pants, impossible. No one can hide from my eyes. Okay. Seeing Mrs. Pants so confident, Harry really didn't know what to say. Sebastian came to the other side and used magic to knock down a book. The sound of the book falling naturally attracted Scribner's attention. Who's there? Peeves, is it you? Scribner said as he walked towards Sebastian, while Zhang Dong seized the opportunity to go around and opened the drawer and took out the key. Done. Fred Weasley, nice feint to the east and attack to the west. George Weasley, this cooperation is almost better than that of Fred and I. Minerva McGonagall, this is not something to be proud of, Mr. Weasley. And I still want to tell you that if you encounter problems in the future, you must tell the teacher, don't take risks alone. Regardless of whether there is danger, the violation of school rules alone is enough to expel you. Draco Malfoy, then why haven't Harry and Zhang Dong been expelled? Lucius Malfoy, good question Draco, I also want to know why. They have only been 2 years, and they have violated more than 100 school rules. Albus Dumbledore, but they have also crushed Tom's resurrection plan several times. Believe me Lucius, if you can find Tom's Horcruxes and destroy them all, I can even apply for a Merlin First Class medal for you. Lucius. Let me destroy the Horcruxes. You might as well let me die. Both Malfoys were silent, and they continued to read. Zhang Dong and Sebastian came to the restricted area, and Zhang Dong couldn't help asking, Sebastian, why did you come to the restricted area? It can't be just to help me, right? Why not? Well, it's for my sister Anne, she's sick, and I want to see if there's any way to help her in the restricted area. Sebastian answered Zhang Dong while searching with him, but Zhang Dong's curiosity was still not satisfied. He couldn't help but continue to ask. Why do you think you can find the answer in the restricted area? What about the doctors in the hospital? Don't they have any solution? That's right, neither Nurse Blythe nor Saint Mungo's has any solution. But I believe I will find a solution, but it has nothing to do with today. Today I am here to help you find something. To read the novel, go to Novel Network. Minerva McGonagall, so it's for your sister? Although the method is wrong, she is also a good child. Nurse Blythe, in fact, we all know about Anne's 727 incident, but there is really no way. She is not sick, but cursed. Omnis Gaunt, for Anne? Do you really believe it? Sebastian Saru, Omnis, didn't I just take Dong to our secret base? You don't have to be stingy and hold a grudge until now. Omnis Gaunt, I'm stingy? Sebastian, you know I don't agree with your approach at all. No matter what the reason is, we should not get involved in the dark arts. Maybe you did study those things for your sister at first, but later, have you gradually become addicted to that power? Voldemort, what did I see? The descendant of Slytherin. The people of the Gaunt family are so resistant to the dark arts. Is the blood flowing in your body really Slytherin's blood? Omnis Gaunt, Slytherin's blood? Is this a noble thing? You guys who only believe in bloodline. It was because of this so-called Slytherin bloodline that Omnis, who was less than 10 years old, was forced by his family to use the Cruciatus curse on Muggles. He will never forget the painful expression on the face of the Muggle when he was hit by the Cruciatus curse. From that moment on, he vowed not to use the dark magic again. He is the abandoned child of the Slytherin family. Zhang Dong and Sebastian were still browsing in the restricted book area. By the way, Zhang Dong also used the disillusionment charm to get 500 galleons from an eye box. Ron Weasley, 500. Oh my god, why are there no such boxes in Hogwarts now? Otherwise, I will definitely open them all. Professor Flitwick, I must remind you again, Mr. Weasley, you can't learn the disillusionment charm at your current age. Ron Weasley, it doesn't matter, I have Harry, he will definitely lend me his invisibility cloak. This. Okay, I almost forgot about this. Zhang Dong searched for a long time but didn't find what he wanted. He had no choice but to continue walking down with Sebastian. However, at the moment they walked down the stairs, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. He was wearing a colorful outfit and a green hat. He was the most annoying ghost in Hogwarts, Peeves. Not good. The moment they saw Peeves, Zhang Dong and Sebastian both felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Peeves said excitedly when he saw them, "Look, what do I see?" Sebastian and his new friend, "Wait, this is not the place for you. Tisk tisk tisk, you will be punished next." After saying that, Peeves disappeared in a flash. Ron Weasley, Peeves. It's this annoying guy again. Harry and I were almost late for school on the first day because of him. Peeves, hey. Damn it. I can see what you said too. Ron Weasley, damn it, everyone, can't anyone take care of this guy? Godric Gryffindor, I think no one can deal with this troublesome guy. Langriscalp, indeed, I remember that in 1976 or 1977, I carefully set up a trap. At that time, I placed all kinds of fun props and weapons on the ground, and then prepared a huge magic shield with various containment spells. Unfortunately, it still let it escape easily. As for his revenge later. Alas! Langriscalp's sigh revealed a deep sense of helplessness. Everyone really can't do anything about this guy. Euphrasia Moore, it's not that there is no way. Seeing this person speak, a bunch of people immediately became serious. Eupraxia Moore, the headmaster of Hogwarts in the late 19th century, was also a rare female headmaster. She still has a lot of authority. Euphrasia Moore, in fact, Peeves is just a little naughty. As long as he is allowed to do some harmless pranks, it is enough to satisfy him. For example, allowing him to swim in the boys' toilet once a week, or giving him the expired bread in the kitchen as a throwing weapon, he is still easy to coax. Ron Weasley, this is encouraging his unhealthy tendencies. I object. Peeves, opposition is invalid. Ha ha ha. Forget it. In Hogwarts, I am invincible. No one can drive me out. Zhang Dong, really? Suddenly, Zhang Dong spoke. Zhang Dong has long wanted to teach this guy a lesson. The legacy of Hogwarts is you who reported me, right? Voldemort and Renlock have never let me suffer this kind of loss. You wait and see. When Zhang Dong spoke, Peeves here suddenly rioted. Peeves, what do you want to do? I tell you, others are afraid of you. I am not afraid of you. To read the violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Zhang Dong, is that so? Then we will see. In the mirror space, Zhang Dong just wanted to find someone to try it out. But now think about it, isn't it better to find a ghost as a guinea pig than to find someone to try it out? Watching Peeves leave, Sebastian hurried to Zhang Dong and said, "Oh no, it seems we have to find a way to fool the librarian. Don't take risks. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll go after Peeves first." After saying that, Sebastian chased him out. Zhang Dong also took the time to continue running down the forbidden book area. There are too many things that the little wizards don't want to look at, but no one knows that not only the little wizards, but also some people have arranged things that they don't want others to see. At the bottom of the forbidden book area, when Zhang Dong stepped into here, a strong magic fluctuation was emitting white light. It didn't know how long it had been here. However, even for such a long time, no one could find its existence, because this magic fluctuation was left by ancient magic. Agnes Scribner, how is it possible? I cleaned this place 8 times a week. How come I didn't know that someone had arranged magic here? Professor Figo, did you see it? This is the trace of ancient magic. It is clearly placed in front of you, but it still makes people unable to touch it. Voldemort, it's just a group of antiques left behind. What's the big deal? That being said, no one knows how bitter Voldemort feels right now. For someone like him who yearns for power, knowing that there is a powerful force but not being able to obtain it is simply a torture for him. Zhang Dong stood on the light spot of the magic fluctuation. When he stood here, the light spot seemed to have found its owner. The magic of the light spot flew up directly, and then poured into a dilapidated stone door. The next second, a strange passage suddenly appeared in the originally empty door, leading directly to an unknown space. Looking at the door, Zhang Dong smiled. He walked down without hesitation, and then opened a treasure chest placed next to the passage, and got a lush green scarf. Professor Figo, so, the secret of ancient magic has always been hidden here. Voldemort, there is such a place in the school. I have never been there. Fred Weasley, George, a new adventure has appeared. George Weasley, Fred, how can we stand still? Minerva McGonagall, you two should be quiet. You don't have the talent for ancient magic. What's the use of you going there? Seeing Professor McGonagall say this, the twins also showed a disappointed expression. But Zhang Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. You don't have the talent for ancient magic, but I do. Lush green scarf, attack plus 25%. Zhang Dong looked at the scarf in the box with satisfaction, then took out a scarf from somewhere and threw it on the ground, mumbling something about the parcel compartment being full. Then he put the scarf around his neck, and then turned around and entered a door with the words Kaihuzi Pavilion written on it. Godric Gryffindor, the Chamber of Knowledge, this is the real Chamber of Secrets, you can't enter without the talent of ancient magic. Salazar Slytherin, Godric. What do you mean? Not everyone can enter my Chamber of Secrets. Try it if you don't have Parseltongue, you won't be able to find it. Rowena Ravenclaw, stop arguing, both of you. Both Parseltongue and ancient magic are very rare talents. I'm just curious, which era is this ancient magic from? Is it older than our era? Helga Hufflepuff, won't you know if you keep reading? Zhang Dong walked into the Chamber of Knowledge, which is a solemn and majestic hall, made entirely of hard marble, and no traces were left on it even after the passage of time. In front of Zhang Dong was another door, and on both sides of the door, stone statues holding 2 big swords stood proudly. As Zhang Dong stepped in, the 2 stone statues suddenly moved. The stone pillars are out. The 2 stone statues suddenly rushed over, but Zhang Dong was not afraid at all. He raised the magic wand in his hand and pointed it to the sky. The waves of ancient magic gathered instantly. Then, 2 silver-white thunders fell from the sky and directly smashed the 2 stone statues into pieces. Professor Figo, ancient magic. This is ancient magic. Did Zhang Dong already master it at this time? Albus Dumbledore, this power is already at the level of the ultimate lightning curse. This ancient magic is really magical. Gellert Grindelwald, it is indeed magical. It can make a young man who has just been exposed to magic for a few days so powerful. It is really an incredible magic. Tom Riddle, it's just an ultimate lightning curse. I don't believe that this ancient magic can have no side effects. Professor Figo, side effects? Maybe there really are. Tom Riddle, relying only on ancient, magic, when this power is exhausted, he can only be slaughtered. Although Voldemort's words are unpleasant to hear, everyone has to admit that what he said makes sense. Although everyone does not understand this ancient magic, it is impossible for this to be a spell that can be used casually. Otherwise, it will destroy the balance of the wizarding world too much. Zhang Dong continued to walk forward and passed another door. Suddenly, 2 armored stone statues holding long-handled battle axes rushed directly towards Zhang Dong. Armor to protect yourself. Zhang Dong blocked the first soldier's battle axe with a block. Instead of fainting, he rolled over to avoid the axe from the second stone statue. Leviosa. The floating spell controlled a stone soldier in mid-air, and then a flying spell instantly pulled soldier number 2 in front of him. Flames! The flames fell and instantly blasted soldier number 2 into pieces. At this time, soldier number 1 also broke free from the floating spell and fell from the sky, but it was too late. Zhang Dong turned around and threw out 5 or 6 red magic powers, smashing the soldier into pieces all over the ground. Harry Potter, so handsome! Harry's eyes lit up. Although there was no scene of Voldemort and Zhang Dong's magic bombardment, this smooth battle could move his heart more. After all, not everyone can reach the level of Voldemort, Dumbledore, Grindelwald and Zhang Dong, but the spells such as levitation, spell, flame, armor, and stun are not advanced spells. He can learn them as long as he wants. Professor Flitwick, I have to say that it is a pleasure to watch him fight every time. He is always so smooth and elegant, and very efficient. He is simply a fighting genius. Gilderoy Lockhart, this style is exactly the same as mine. I also used this method to deal with those ghouls, witches, and crazy werewolves when I was alive. Ron Weasley, Gilderoy Lockhart, how did you die? Gilderoy Lockhart. So, I hate these guys who spoil the show the most. Don't you understand the principle that the dead are the greatest? But forget it, I'm dead, no. I died in the process of fighting Voldemort alone. The Knights of Merlin must give me the Order of Merlin, first class. Gilderoy Lockhart is such a face-conscious person, he even died and still wanted a good reputation. However, Albus Dumbledore, by the way, I have accepted the invitation from St. Mungo's Hospital and I am going to use the Obliviate curse on a few people who have lost their memories. Gilderoy Lockhart, how do you feel about that? What? Lockhart was stunned. The stories in his books are all other people's stories, except that he used Obliviate to delete the memories of those people afterwards. Now Dumbledore is going to take action. Wouldn't his reputation be? Lockhart, no. Dumbledore. You can't do this. Albus Dumbledore, no, I can. I think it's time for everyone to know the truth. Oblivion is not unrecoverable. In order to fight Voldemort with all her strength and not to worry her parents, Hermione used Oblivion to erase all her parents' memories of her. But after everything was over, she recovered their memories. However, Lockhart's Oblivion level is indeed high. Advanced Oblivion requires the ultimate anti-Oblivion to reverse it, and there are not many people in the whole of England who can perform the ultimate spell. And Dumbledore happened to be one of them. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Let us congratulate Lockhart in advance, he can finally make the headlines of the Daily Prophet. Zhang Dong saw that there was no more statue, so he unlocked the mechanism in front of him and continued to move forward. I found the way forward, but where does this road lead to? Zhang Dong muttered while casually opening a treasure chest, then his face changed again, and then he threw a robe from somewhere while cursing, and then took out a robe from the box and put it on. Sky blue magic robe, attack plus 17%. After changing his clothes, Zhang Dong finally came to the last door. As soon as he stepped in, 2 stone soldiers rushed towards him. However, Zhang Dong had experience. He used almost the same operation. The 2 soldiers were solved without even touching Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but the next second, 4 more stone soldiers stood up around him. Sebastian Saru, 4. The design of this secret room is too much. If I hadn't left, the 2 of us would definitely be more relaxed. Ominous Gaunt, Sebastian, believe in your friends. Sebastian Saru, okay, but I've always wanted to ask, Ominous, aren't you blind? Can you see the light curtain? Ominous Gaunt, no, you, a dead person, can see it, why can't I, a blind person, see it? That makes sense. Wait. Aren't you also a dead person? Zhang Dong made a move, and his body immediately retreated, and the 4 soldiers in front of him also immediately walked towards Zhang Dong. Suddenly, Zhang Dong turned around. Magic throwing. 2 jars that came from nowhere directly hit the 2 stone soldiers in the front, making the 2 soldiers stagger. The damage of the thrown objects was not great, but at this moment, the 2 soldiers in the front just happened to fall together with the 2 stone soldiers behind. That was when Zhang Dong made a move. Ancient magic floating spell. Buzz. In an instant, the stone soldier in the front was directly controlled in mid-air, and at this time Zhang Dong kept waving the magic wand in his hand as if whipping. As Zhang Dong waved his magic wand, the body of the stone soldier kept hitting the remaining 3 stone soldiers below. Bang! 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 The two stone soldiers that were hit by the throwing magic were smashed to pieces, and the stone statue controlled by the ancient magic finally couldn't support its body and broke into pieces. Finally, there was only one stone soldier left in the field who could barely stand, and then a red light flashed, and the last stone soldier also collapsed. The battle ended. Ron Weasley, good job. So the levitation charm can be used like this. That's awesome. Mad-Eye Moody, it turns out that Avatar is not the only one who kills people, and even Avatar is not 100% able to kill people. Voldemort, what do you mean? Mad-Eye Moody, I didn't say anything about you, why are you so excited? Oh, by the way, it seems that your Avatar didn't kill anyone, twice. Voldemort, just wait. Moody. I'll remember you. I'll show you. Can Avatar kill you? Moody smiled, he's just a dead man, others are afraid of you Voldemort, but I'm not afraid of you. Solved. After leaving these 6 stone statues, Zhang Dong finally walked into the last room of the Pavilion of Knowledge. There are no meditation guards here, nor are there all kinds of complicated mechanisms. What there is just a simple meditation basin and a book that has been floating in the air for who knows how long. Zhang Dong stretched out his hand to touch the book, but the book suddenly twisted and disappeared in front of Zhang Dong, leaving only a wisp of silver thread falling into the meditation basin. The meditation basin was shining with silver light. Zhang Dong took a deep breath and buried his head in the meditation basin. Fred Weasley, I say, can't the meditation basin be like the light screen in the future? Every time I look at the memory, I have to hold my breath, which is easy to choke to death. George Weasley, so, do you think we can make a meditation basin like the light screen in the future? It seems very promising. Zhang Dong, good idea, let me know if you make it, and you can also find me if you need investment. Fred/George, thank you, boss. X2. ATV for the Wizarding World? This thing will definitely make a lot of money if it is done well. Zhang Dong's current income is about 1,000 galleons per month, equivalent to £5,000, equivalent to 50,000 dragon coins. In 1992, he earned 50,000 a month. It was not too little, but it was not too much either. Zhang Dong buried his head in the meditation basin, and a memory appeared in front of him. In front of a dilapidated village, several wizards looked at the surrounding scene with sadness. The huge sun scorched everything, and the ground cracked due to lack of water. The weak people finally lifted the bucket from the well, but unfortunately, there was not a drop of water in the bucket. Percival Rackham sighed, then raised his wand and pointed it at the sky. Buzz! Under the weather spell, the sky was instantly overcast and thunder roared. With just a few breaths, a rain of sweetness fell from the sky and covered the entire village. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. People are cheering. They cheered for this sudden heavy rain. Only a little girl looked up at the figures on the hillside, her eyes full of yearning and longing. Cornely Fudge, a very good meteorological spell, at least at a high level, this kind of talent has always been needed by our Ministry of Magic. Where there are people, there needs to be food, and where there is food, there needs to be good weather, and wizards are no exception. And the high-level meteorological spell can cover a village, and the top-level meteorological spell can even cover a city. Zhang Dong took a look and didn't pay attention. His level of meteorological spells is not bad. The lightning spell is high level, and the mist is high level. Unfortunately, the rainfall spell is only intermediate, and this happens to be the most needed. Many years later, when the 4 wizards were discussing something in a room, a young girl walked in lightly. Excuse me, are you looking for me? Principal Fitzgerald, and Rackham Professor Mew. Looking at the girl coming, Rackham said gently, Hello, Miss Isidora Morgana, please come in. Isidora came in, of course, she did not forget to greet the professors in front of her. Good evening, Professor Rookwood, Professor Baker. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster Neofer Fitzgerald, the headmaster of Hogwarts in the 18th century, so this memory is already 200 years ago. Voldemort, in 1992, people who are more than 100 years old are looking at memories of more than 200 years ago? It's really a nesting doll. Albus Dumbledore, but it's interesting, isn't it, Tom? Voldemort did not comment. It is quite interesting, but what does it have to do with them? None of them know how to use the ancient magic knife. Magiana walked in, and looking at Morgana in front of him, Principal Fitzgerald also said gently. I know you are adapting well to life in Hogwarts. I thought you would be very uncomfortable if you showed unusual things since the 5th grade. On the other hand, Professor Laxam also added, besides, I also joined Hogwarts in the 5th grade. Apart from you and me, I have never encountered such a situation. Professor Figo, now you can add one more. Albus Dumbledore, so, this Morgana and Professor Laxam are also masters of ancient magic. Phineas Black, yes, it looks like that. Magiana looked at the figures in front of her. She didn't know why these people asked her to come. At this time, Charles Rookwood stood up from his seat and said, You told us yesterday after class that you saw a beautiful vortex when we visited your village. Yes. Morgana nodded gratefully and said, I am honored to see that scene, and I am grateful for your help. It is our honor. Principal Fitzgerald said. Although Morgana didn't know what these people wanted to do with her, she didn't think they would have any ill will towards her, so she answered truthfully. Yes, I did see a beautiful vortex, it was everywhere, my father said it was all my illusion. That's not an illusion. Laxam shook his head. He also had that power and naturally knew what it was. When someone uses ancient magic, it will leave corresponding traces or traces. Ancient magic. Morgana still didn't quite understand. Is magic still divided into ancient and modern? Professor Senbaker also said, ancient magic is mastered by few people. In fact, we have only seen you and Laxam. That. Morgana looked at the professors in front of her with surprise. Doesn't this mean that she is a special genius? Does that mean that I can also master that power? Laxam nodded, yes, but you must first undergo formal training and fully master the knowledge of the professors in Hogwarts. Fitzgerald did not forget to remind her, ancient magic is very powerful. If it is mastered by people with ulterior motives, it may cause great damage. Therefore, it can only be mastered by a few people. Yet. Morgana nodded, then turned and left the room. Until she left completely, she had a smile on her face. End of playback. Voldemort, ancient magic is so powerful that it can only be mastered by a few people? What's the reason? Such magic should be open to everyone. Let all the strong people master it. Albus Dumbledore, what about the weak? Voldemort, hey? Why should we care about the life and death of the weak? As expected of Voldemort. Gellert Grindelwald, although this period of history is not recorded, I dare to say that this girl must have caused a lot of trouble after just reading the beginning. Albus Dumbledore, Gellert, I told you not to speculate about others casually, especially when we don't know anything yet. Gellert Grindelwald, I'm not speculating casually, Dumbledore. It's easy to get a strong power suddenly, especially for these children who haven't left the school yet. Albus Dumbledore, but Professor Laxam is very good at controlling it. Forget it, there's no point in talking here. The children have finished their meals and have to go back to review. The final exam is coming soon. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. James Potter, Final Exam, Final Exams. Even though so many years have passed, hearing these 4 words still gives me a headache. Remus Lupin, you should learn from Lily, who is always the first every year. Lily Potter, I just put the time you guys spent making trouble into studying. Harry Potter, Harry, how are you preparing for the final exams? It's a pity that I'm not here and can't teach you well. Harry Potter, Mom, my grades are, okay, at least I won't fail and repeat the grade, so don't worry. Molly Weasley, Lily, Harry is a good boy, so don't worry. As for you, Ron Weasley, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, you 3 should take the exam well and don't repeat the grade. I can't afford to lose face. The 3 Weasley brothers looked at each other helplessly, and then answered in unison. Okay, MOM0, X3. The light curtain ended, and the auditorium returned to its normal state. Everyone ate and chatted, while Zhang Dong quietly took out his mobile phone to look at the rewards this time. Your video popularized the character, Sebastian Salou, you can get a reward, Magic plus 10. Your video popularized the character, Professor Figo, you can get a reward, Astronomy, Intermediate. Professor Figo is worthy of teaching astronomy, and now his astronomy is intermediate. Your video popularized the character, Phineas Black, you can get a reward, Potions, Intermediate. Principal Black actually rewarded potions? Yes, there is nothing to be surprised about. As a principal, he is also an all-round wizard, and it is not surprising that he has a high level of potions. Your video popularized the character Sen Baker and you can get a reward, Herbology, Intermediate. Your video popularized the character Charles Rookwood and you can get a reward, Traceless Stretch Spell, Advanced. Your video popularized the character, 1.7 equals your video popularized the character, Neofer Fitzgerald, you can get a reward, Spell, Legilimency, Advanced. Damn! Looking at the rewards of the 4-person team, Zhang Dong almost couldn't help shouting awesome. The rewards for playing these masters videos are still generous. Playing Harry's video, in addition to the magic plus 10%, there are some elementary spells. It's really a matter of comparing people to death and comparing goods to throw away. Just when Zhang Dong was about to take back his phone, another message popped up. Your video popularized the character, Isidora Morgana, you can get a reward, Ancient Magic Slot plus 1. Ancient Magic Slot plus 1, which makes Zhang Dong's Ancient Magic, which was originally only cast twice in a short period of time, increased to 3 times. This is definitely a huge improvement for Zhang Dong. And this is not over yet. Your video popularized the characters, Yanouhu, you can get rewards, Ancient Magic Talent Elusive. Elusive, Hogwarts Legacy Stealth Talent, which can increase the owner's invisibility spell by 1 level. Zhang Dong's invisibility spell is already at a high level, and after adding 1, it has the ultimate level. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that when Zhang Dong's invisibility spell reaches the ultimate, this talent can still add 1 to Zhang Dong. This is the terrifying thing about ancient magic. Powerful beyond the limit. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining magic equipment. Sky Blue Magic Robe, Attack plus 17. Emerald Green Lush Scarf, Attack plus 25. Explosive Equipment. Still a purple suit and an orange suit. Zhang Dong looked at his 2 rewards with satisfaction. He calculated. Death Cap of the Destroyer, Attack plus 35. Sky Blue Magic Robe, Attack plus 17. Emerald Green Scarf, Attack plus 25. 77 Attack Bonus. Magic equipment is really awesome. Zhang Dong looked at his rewards with satisfaction, and then he went back to his dormitory to rest after eating and drinking. As for the final review? For myself who has already reached advanced level in potions, intermediate level in herbalism, intermediate level in astronomy, ultimate level in transfiguration, and is proficient in various spells, do I still need to review? So, after a comfortable sleep, Zhang Dong walked towards the library silently the next day. It was impossible to review. Zhang Dong was just curious whether the secret room in the Forbidden Book area in Huoyi really existed in the Forbidden Book area. If so, then the map hall. With the spirit of exploration, Zhang Dong came to the library. Maybe because of the final exam, there were a lot of people in the library today. There was basically no empty seat in the entire library. With this density, Zhang Dong immediately wanted to turn around and go back to the dormitory to sleep and come back in the evening. However, just as he was about to turn around, a voice sounded behind him and called him. Zhang Dong. Hey? Zhang Dong turned his head curiously, only to see a slender blonde girl holding a book and walking towards him happily. Looking at this figure, Zhang Dong was also stunned. Ariana. Ariana Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore's sister, seemed to have no intersection after he resurrected her. However, looking at Ariana in front of him, Zhang Dong still smiled and greeted her, saying, "Good afternoon, Ariana, why are you here?" Listening to Zhang Dong's words, Ariana suddenly felt wronged. She raised the book in her hand and said 2 words helplessly. Review. Review? Oh, by the way, you have already enrolled and you have to take the 3rd year final exam. Zhang Dong suddenly looked at Ariana with a pitying look. Good fellow, although Ariana is 14 years old, she didn't have any systematic learning in her time. Not to mention learning, as a silent person, she has been suppressing the magic power in her body. Although she can learn magic now because of her resurrection and the influence of the times, everything starts from scratch. She only enrolled at Christmas, and she took the 3rd year exam right away. Isn't this life-threatening? Thinking of this, Zhang Dong couldn't help but say, "You, review well, maybe we can become classmates next year." Ariana. Are you comforting me? If you fail an exam at Hogwarts, you will be held back. Cormac McLagan of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who entered in 1990 and was a year older than Harry and his friends, was held back in the 6th year. Although the book does not explain why, Zhang Dong seriously suspects that he was held back because he failed the final exam. To read exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Seeing Ariana's gloomy face, Zhang Dong couldn't help asking, "No, didn't Principal Deng give you a little extra attention?" "Albus has been tutoring me," Ariana said quickly, "but, after all, I have only studied for half a year, and as the headmaster, he can't tell me the questions for the final exam." "Oh, so that's it." Zhang Dong nodded in understanding. Ariana was stimulated by magic when she was a child, and now she can barely accept magic, but how can she officially enter the Palace of Magic so soon? However, what is the final exam for the 3rd grade? Zhang Dong recalled that when Harry and his classmates were in the 3rd grade, the Transfiguration class was about turning a teapot into a turtle, which was a level harder than this year's Transfiguration class, and it involved the transformation of death into life, which should not be difficult. After all, Dumbledore was a Transfiguration professor, so there would be no problem for him to teach. The Magical Beasts class was about keeping flobberworms alive for an hour, but this was a question that would be confirmed after Hagrid took office next year, so this year's question might not be this. The Potions class was about the Confusion Potion, a medium difficulty potion. The Charms exam was the Happy Charm, a spell that could make people happy. Damn, I don't even know it. The Divination exam was a one-on-one interpretation of a crystal ball. There was nothing to say about this thing. The more miserable you made the future look, the higher the score would be. Trelawney took this chance. If it weren't for the occasional outburst, Zhang Dong would have felt that this woman came to Hogwarts to cheat money. As for the defense against the dark arts class, it's not very useful for reference. After all, Lockhart is gone. Who knows who will be the invigilator for this year's defense against the dark arts final exam? Forget it, just use the prophecy to see. After thinking about it, Zhang Dong suddenly closed his eyes. Looking at Zhang Dong, who closed his eyes to rest, Ariana was so quiet that she dared not disturb him. Perhaps it was because Zhang Dong resurrected her, or perhaps it was because they were both silent people. Ariana was naturally close to Zhang Dong. After a long time, when Zhang Dong opened his eyes, he secretly said to Ariana, "Come closer to my ear." Ah! Ariana looked around. Although she didn't know what Zhang Dong was going to do, she still leaned over obediently. The content of this final exam is... Zhang Dong secretly told Ariana the future he had just seen with his prophetic talent. Listening to Zhang Dong's words, Ariana's eyes widened, and other people passing by stared at this scene. "Oh my god!" Whispering in the library in broad daylight. "Friends are so cute." Ariana also felt that the atmosphere was wrong, but what Zhang Dong said was too explosive, so she was reluctant to separate. After the two finished talking, Ariana's ears became red and very cute. "Remember?" "Yes." Ariana nodded continuously. Albus said that Zhang Dong was the strongest prophet he had ever seen, and the news he told him would definitely not be wrong. "This final exam? I'm sure of it." Looking at Ariana, who had mustered up her courage, Zhang Dong sighed helplessly. "If old Dun Grindelwald and the others knew that I was using my prophetic talent like this, I wonder what they would think." Ariana went to review happily, while Zhang Dong went straight to the restricted area. Then, he was glared back by Madame Pants. Madame Pants drove Zhang Dong out, and then waved her wand to throw out two identical guys. "Madame Pants! You can't stop our thirst for knowledge. Madame Pants! You can't stop our exploration of the unknown." Fred and George shouted, but Madame Pants just responded to them with one word. "Get lost." Looking at the angry Madame Pants, Fred and George glared back at them, and then left a sentence. "We will definitely come back." Then they left silently. Zhang Dong knew at a glance that their purpose must be the same as his, to go to the bottom of the restricted area to find traces of ancient magic. "Good fellow, you guys are everywhere." Zhang Dong muttered, he certainly couldn't go in openly like them, then he went directly to the corner and waved his hand, his body completely disappeared. Invisibility spell. Advanced invisibility spell and elusive talent, it is impossible to see without the ultimate super sense spell. Although Madame Pants has some strength, she is definitely not as strong as a top wizard. Facts have proved that the sweeping monk in the library only exists in China. After Zhang Dong became invisible, he walked towards the basement of the Forbidden Book area. Zhang Dong looked around the books in the Forbidden Book area. Every book here can stir up a storm. Forgotten ancient magic and spells, I don't know if there are any records of ancient magic in it, the origin of Quidditch, I guess Harry will be very interested. A Guide to Raising Dragons, more suitable for Hagrid, powerful potion. Tips for dealing with pranks. Selection of spells from the 18th century. Looking at the banned books, Zhang Dong came to the door of the basement. Maybe because of the light curtain, this basement was locked. Zhang Dong took a look and found that it was even cast with the anti-Alaho opening. In fact, I always feel that this spell is not very useful. Although it can reverse the unlocking spell, it can't reverse the shattering, thunder explosion, and crushing. Zhang Dong muttered, and then passed through with a shadow change. Just as Zhang Dong stood still, a voice sounded behind him. I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to come now. Zhang Dong was startled, and then looked to the side, only to see Dumbledore holding a magnifying glass and looking at Zhang Dong happily at the location of the ancient magic traces. Looking at Dumbledore, Zhang Dong also sighed helplessly, don't tell me, you were waiting for me here yesterday. I came for a look, and when I saw you didn't come, I went back. So, why are you here? Although Zhang Dong had some guesses, he still wanted to confirm it. Dumbledore also very busy, you can't be here to watch the fun. I'm here to watch the fun. Dumbledore looked at Zhang Dong seriously. Zhang Dong. Dumbledore was indeed here to watch the fun, and he wanted to confirm something by the way. After all, how could he not be curious about ancient magic? Zhang Dong didn't say anything. He came to where Dumbledore was standing, and then directly injected ancient magic into the traces on the ground. Buzz! Instantly, the stone door in front of him was rippled. Seeing this scene, Dumbledore's eyes also lit up. The more people understand magic, the more they want to understand it more deeply, and the mysterious existence of ancient magic is what he wants to know most now. Go in and take a look. Zhang Dong made a gesture of invitation to Dumbledore, and then walked in with Dumbledore. As soon as he entered the stairs, he was greeted by a huge box, which was the treasure box containing the lush green scarf that had been shown on the screen. However, at this time, the box had been opened and was empty. Zhang Dong subconsciously touched the scarf around his neck, and then fell into deep thought. Dumbledore took something out of his arms, threw it directly into the box, and then closed the box again. What are you doing? Zhang Dong looked at him in confusion. To read exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Dumbledore still looked cheerful and said, we should always leave something for those who come after us. You are really generous. Zhang Dong gave Dumbledore a thumbs up, there will be another box later. Have you brought enough things? Dumbledore. You have a lot of things. Take some out. I also want to leave some for Ariana. You are so embarrassed to let a 13-year-old child take things out. Zhang Dong looked at Dumbledore helplessly, and then walked inside with Dumbledore. In the first room, there should have been 2 stone statues guarding it, but there were no stone fragments on the ground. Restored as before. Zhang Dong waved his wand and restored the stone statue on the ground to its original state. Then he walked inside again, and there were 6 broken stone statues guarding. Restored as before. Zhang Dong waved his wand again, and the 6 stone statues were restored to their original appearance. Seeing this, Zhang Dong's thoughts had been preliminarily confirmed, but he still came to the last hall with Dumbledore. A huge meditation basin stood in the center, but there was nothing on the meditation basin, no book and no memory sandwiched in the book. Do you need to leave something behind? My level of legilimency is pretty good. Dumbledore looked at Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong was speechless for a while. Of course, he knew that Dumbledore's level of legilimency was very high, Qian Zhao Zhao, but the problem is that I don't want to leave my memory to future generations, his memory is too complicated. Okay, let's leave first. Zhang Dong has verified his guess. Since the secret room in the Forbidden Book area exists, the map hall and the like must also exist. And since the things in the secret room in the Forbidden Book area have been taken away, the things in other places must also be gone, such as the ancient magic hotspot, Merlin's trial and the map hall, turn. Alas! Zhang Dong sighed. It's not a good thing to search too thoroughly. But if you don't get all the achievements in a game, wouldn't it be a waste of time? After the two left the Forbidden Book area, Zhang Dong suddenly looked at Dumbledore and asked, what about the final exam? Who will be the invigilator of defense against the dark arts? Ah! Didn't I tell you? You will be the invigilator of defense against the dark arts this year. Zhang Dong, hey! Another year of final exams is coming. The second-year exams are obviously much more difficult than the first-year exams, at least in the written exams. Zhang Dong could actually use prophecy to see some questions, but he didn't do that. After all, he already had a system, and it was a bit unreasonable to open a perspective. And Zhang Dong didn't have to get the first place, so naturally he didn't have such high self-requirements. Hermione looked particularly nervous. Relax. Zhang Dong patted Hermione's shoulder, signaling her not to be nervous, and naturally got a good-looking roll of the eyes from Hermione. You are so good that you are not nervous, but I am very nervous. Hannah. Abbott. The first morning exam was still charms, and students had already started to prepare for the exam. The second-year charms class has a lot of content, including the expansion curse, the freezing curse, the universal breaking curse, the tickling curse and the fire curse. None of them are difficult, at least these spells are not difficult for Zhang Dong. Almost every student who came out of the examination room was quite confident and looked like they had done well. Zhang Dong was ranked at the back. After all, in England, the correct pronunciation of Zhang Dong should be Dong. Zhang, 687, so he and Blaise Zabani from Slytherin were the last and second to last respectively. When seeing Blaise Zabani coming out of the examination room, Zhang Dong also picked up his wand and walked in. When Professor Flitwick saw Zhang Dong coming in, his face was immediately filled with a gentle smile. He would not classify students into different levels, but as a teacher, seeing top students would inevitably make him feel good. Although I really want to give you full marks directly, the necessary procedures still need to be followed. You said this last year. Haha, really? Let's start then. Professor Flitwick pointed to a little mouse in front of him and said. Here is a little mouse. You need to freeze it with the ice curse first, then thaw it with the fire curse, and finally use the squeak curse to make it laugh. The better you perform, the higher your score will be. Pay attention to the order of using the ice curse and the fire curse. There are not many mice left in Hogwarts. Listening to Professor Flitwick's words, Zhang Dong couldn't help but want to say, the life of a mouse is also a life. However, Zhang Dong still didn't say anything. He just silently took out his wand and pointed it at the mouse in front of him. The difficulty of this exam lies in the interval between the ice curse and the fire curse. If you move slowly or don't master the thawing time well, the mouse will die. If it dies, the squeak curse will be useless even if you are good at it. Zhang Dong waved his magic wand directly. Freeze the earth and chill the sky. The spell of the freezing spell has always been inconsistent. The simplified version is translated as freeze all, and the Taiwanese version is translated as freeze the earth and chill the sky. I personally prefer the latter, which sounds more appropriate. Zhang Dong has indeed never obtained the freezing spell, so this freezing spell is only at the elementary level, but Zhang Dong does not only have the freezing spell. Gu modern magic. Blessing. Buzz. Instantly. The ultimate freezing cold was exerted directly. For a moment, the entire spell examination room was covered with a thick layer of frost, and even Professor Flitwick's eyebrows turned ice white. As for the little mouse, it was no need to mention it. At this time, it had turned into a crystal ice sculpture. Akin. Professor Flitwick sneezed. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Dong's second spell was already used. Flame. Add ancient magic talent Flame Mastery. Buzz. Another wave of heat swept across. The next second, the ice layer of the entire spell examination room melted instantly. In just one breath, the little mouse became lively again. The ultimate spell does not refer to the power of the spell, but the control over the spell. It freezes the whole room but cannot kill a mouse, and then unfreezes it in an instant. Flitwick looked at the mouse jumping around on the table. It seemed that it did not react to what happened. What shocked Flitwick was still to come. Zhang Dong did not give the little mouse a chance to breathe and threw a crunching spell at it. Grin Hu La La. Ancient Magic. Blessing. Zhang Dong's Grin Hu La La was only intermediate. After one level of ancient magic was blessed, the little mouse in front of him immediately started to jump around and looked very happy. Zhang Dong nodded with satisfaction. He was about to ask Professor Flitwick to give the grade, and then he saw the little mouse tilt his head, dead. Zhang Dong. Flitwick. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Professor Flitwick, this mouse is so happy, how to calculate it? How to calculate it? Professor Flitwick looked at Zhang Dong speechlessly. With his eyes, he could see that Zhang Dong used 3 ultimate spells. Your family used 3 ultimate spells in the 2nd grade exam. What kind of evil thing did this mouse do? You were not so serious when you fought Voldemort. Professor Flitwick drew a circle on Zhang Dong's report card helplessly, and then said. Zhang Dong, oh. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. Zhang Dong left the examination room of charms with satisfaction. Only Professor Flitwick was left to silently collect the body of this poor little mouse. In the afternoon, Transfiguration exam. The exam content is very simple, turning the mouse into a glass cup. Yes, it is a mouse again. I don't know if it was Mrs. Norris who caught it, but Zhang Dong showed mercy this time and used transfiguration to transform the mouse in front of him into a crystal clear goblet with a clear auspicious cloud pattern on it. Zhang Dong. Oh! Professor McGonagall almost shouted out Zhang Dong's results. He is indeed her most proud student. If she becomes the headmaster in the future, she can let him teach transfiguration. It just so happens that Dumbledore was promoted from transfiguration professor to the headmaster, then found Zhang Dong, who was the professor of transfiguration, and when he was promoted to the headmaster, he would find Zhang Dong to be the professor of transfiguration. When he retired, he would promote Zhang Dong to be the headmaster of Hogwarts. The 3 generations of Gryffindor were passed down from generation to generation, which was also a good story that could be written into the history of Hogwarts. It was Professor Snape who might not be very happy. After all, even Filch's cat knew that Snape wanted to be the headmaster of Hogwarts. Zhang Dong smiled and nodded at Professor McGonagall, and then walked out of the Transfiguration examination room. As for the astronomy exam in the evening, it was even easier. He drew the astronomical map of Sagittarius that night and marked 2 main stars, 2nd magnitude stars, and 8 auxiliary stars, 3rd magnitude stars, on the map. This was naturally not difficult for Zhang Dong, who already had an intermediate astronomy level. Professor Aurora Sinister was naturally not stingy and gave Zhang Dong a big O. On the first day of the exam, 3 full marks were obtained. The second day of the exam was easier than the first day. In the morning, the herbology class was about changing the pots of the mandrake. Zhang Dong was naturally the first one to finish it, but the second one was not Hermione, but Neville. The little fat boy who fainted in the first class because of the mandrake's cry actually achieved a result that shocked everyone at the end of the semester. This made Hermione even more unhappy, but this unhappiness only lasted for a meal and she completely forgot about it. Because she had given up completely. Zhang Dong had already won 4 first places in 4 exams. He probably had no chance in potions, not to mention defense against the dark arts. It was estimated that he could only surpass Zhang Dong in the pure written exam of History of Magic. And Zhang Dong did not rely solely on cheats. He was not stupid. He would not be much worse than Hermione in learning things like History of Magic by rote, so Hermione knew that she could basically say goodbye to being the first in her age group. Sure enough, in the afternoon's History of Magic exam, Hermione and Zhang Dong compared their answers and found that she scored 1 point less than Zhang Dong. There was nothing she could do, because Zhang Dong, who only reviewed 1 subject, had enough time. After seeing this result, Hermione threw away her review notes and went back to the dormitory to sleep. The 3rd day was also the last day of the exam. In the morning, there was a potion exam. Snape stood on the stage and said the test questions for this exam. I won't say much about the rest. You have 3 hours to prepare a bottle of forgetfulness potion. Start now. Snape said, and put a big hourglass directly on the table. Wait. Hermione suddenly reacted, but Professor Snape. Isn't the forgetfulness potion a potion we learn in the 1st grade? You ate yesterday and won't eat today? Questioning the teacher, Gryffindor will deduct 5 points. Snape looked at Hermione unhappily, and by the way, made Hermione the last student to be deducted points this school year. Hermione was angry and didn't say anything, and then focused on the materials on the table. She was sure that Snape was definitely intentional. Zhang Dong actually felt that Snape was intentional, but unfortunately, he had no evidence. He could only lower his head to check the pile of materials in front of him, and then pick out what he needed from them. A small bottle of water from the River of Oblivion, 2 twigs of valerian, 2 standard ingredients, plus 4 mistletoe berries, these were enough. Fortunately, I haven't forgotten what I learned last year. Zhang Dong said as he opened his crucible, then gently dripped 2 drops of forgotten river water into it, and then snapped his fingers, and the flames ignited directly under the crucible. Zhang Dong looked around and saw Ron, who was in a hurry, and Neville, who was confused. Alas, poor Neville, he usually has a bad memory. He even has to copy the password to enter the lounge on a piece of paper. I guess he has almost forgotten the content from a year ago. Zhang Dong thought so, and then forget it. Counting the time, he felt that after 2 minutes, he added 2 2-centimeter long valerian twigs, stirred it gently 3 times clockwise, and then put the crucible aside. The potion needs to be placed for an hour, so Snape gave these little wizards only 2 opportunities to prepare the potion in 3 hours. However, Zhang Dong didn't like to waste time, and he was already preparing for the next step. He took out 2 standard ingredients and added them to the mortar, then took out 4 mistletoe berries and gently crushed them into fine powder with a pestle, and mixed the 2 together carefully. An hour later, Zhang Dong directly opened the crucible and put the stirred powder into it, and stirred it counterclockwise 5 times. The next second, a stream of light flashed in the crucible. It's done. Zhang Dong waved his wand, and the finished potion flew directly into the cleaned glass bottle. Zhang Dong brought the forgetfulness potion directly to Snape. Snape just took a look and drew a big O behind Zhang Dong's report card. Although Zhang Dong believed that his forgetfulness potion was definitely fine, Snape, you didn't check it at all, which always made me feel unsuccessful. Zhang Dong certainly wouldn't be so mean as to remind Snape to check carefully. He just took a last look at Hermione and Malfoy, who stood up almost at the same time, then turned and left the examination room. It's over, it's over. I must have failed the potion exam. Neville said to Harry, Hermione and the others with a sad face, I only put in 1 standard ingredient, and I also misremembered the mistletoe berries and put in 5. When I dripped the water of the River of Oblivion, my hand shook and it poured in. Professor Snape said that after drinking this bottle of Oblivion potion, you will probably forget who you are. Doesn't this show that your potion is powerful? Ron encouraged Neville, telling him not to be nervous. If he couldn't get full marks, he should be able to pass the process points. Even Harry patted Neville on the shoulder and comforted him, it's okay, I know Colin from the first year very well, I will ask him to take good care of you next year. Neville. Hermione looked at the Defense Against the Dark Arts examination room curiously, and muttered as she looked, Lockhart is gone, who will be the invigilator for this year's final exam? It should still be Dumbledore. Harry guessed so. Ron and the others also nodded. After all, Dumbledore personally invigilated the Defense Against the Dark Arts last year, and it should be him this year. I just don't know if he will be the invigilator next year. Thinking about the reincarnation rate of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, it seems that it is not impossible. Oh my god, Dumbledore will not be invigilating until he retires. No matter who it is. I will never lose again this time. Hermione said with great momentum. She must win once. Just once is enough. Simo looked around and suddenly shouted, oh no. Why hasn't Zhang Dong come yet? Could it be that you must be in the toilet after eating something bad? Everyone reacted after hearing Seamus' voice. Hermione wanted to run out to find Zhang Dong immediately, but it was too late. Buzz. The door of the examination room opened automatically, and at this moment, Zhang Dong, who was sitting in the examiner's position, was holding a thermos cup and took a sip. After spitting out the tea leaves in his mouth, he said loudly under the gaze of a group of dumbfounded little wizards. The Defense Against the Dark Arts exam starts now. The first one. Hannah Abbott. At this moment, all the little wizards reacted. Damn! The examiner of the Defense Against the Dark Arts is actually Zhang Dong. Instantly, the little wizards of Gryffindor breathed a sigh of relief. This exam is stable. Only Hermione widened her eyes and almost cried. Exam? What AP? What should I do if I'm asked to invigilate? No problem. Dumbledore didn't know what he was thinking, but he asked the Defense Against the Dark Arts assistants of all ages to be invigilators to examine the students' grades. He really didn't take Lockhart seriously. It seemed that in his eyes, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professors were always assistants of all ages, not Lockhart, who was just a figurehead. Also in the examination room, Hannah Abbott looked at Zhang Dong at a loss. She was not familiar with Zhang Dong, but she had no grudge against him. He shouldn't make things difficult for her. Of course, Zhang Dong would not deliberately make things difficult for others. As an invigilator, he had to have professional ethics. Zhang Dong had a teacher in his previous life. Because a student scolded him, he moved to the student's examination room on the day of the final exam, and then kept hanging around him, and then that student failed the exam. But Zhang Dong certainly would not cheat for personal gain. He looked at Hannah Abbott in front of him, and then waved his wand. Rows of training dummies holding 340 wands appeared in front of Hannah Abbott. This exam is very simple. The training dummies will release Expelliarmus at you. You have to block it with armor, then use Expelliarmus to take away its wand, and finally use your strongest spell to attack it. You will pass if you complete the first 2 steps. The last item will be an additional question to determine your final score. Do you understand? Yes. Hannah Abbott nodded. This year, Zhang Dong taught everyone 3 magics plus 1 on how to deal with boggots. Armor and weapons and fainting. A standard 3-piece set of defense against the dark arts. Although there are not many magics taught, they are very practical. Practice these 3 tricks well, and you will have good combat power without having to participate in meetings in the future. Are you ready? Yes. Hannah Abbott nodded and held her wand. The training dummy moved. Expelliarmus. A red light shot out from the training dummy's wand. The elementary Expelliarmus could be blocked by the elementary Fortify. However, for these second-year wizards, the elementary Fortify was already a very difficult magic to master. Fortify. Hannah Abbott reacted immediately, bang. A transparent barrier directly blocked the training dummy's Expelliarmus, and then Expelliarmus. The Expelliarmus hit the training dummy directly, and the wand in the training dummy's hand fell directly to the ground, and Hannah Abbott did not hesitate, she immediately waved the wand in her hand again. Hanging bell. Bang. The training dummy flew 3 meters high, turned 2.5 circles in the sky, and then fell heavily to the ground. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be dizzy or even have broken his hands and feet. Hannah Abo, E. Thank you, teacher. Hearing that she got an E, Hannah Abo left the examination room with satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Oh, good E, passing AE is already very good. Watching Hannah Abbott leave, Zhang Dong repaired the training dummy and continued, Susan Burns. Hufflepuff Susan Burns walked into the examination room nervously, and at this time, outside the examination room, Neville held his wand nervously and asked, how do you think Zhang Dong will test us? Looking at the nervous Neville, Ron patted Neville on the shoulder and said, don't worry, Neville, Zhang Dong won't embarrass us, but Malfoy over there, they may be miserable. Ron said and looked at Malfoy provocatively, and Malfoy turned his head away and didn't dare to look at him. It's not that he was afraid of Ron, he was mainly worried whether Zhang Dong would really embarrass him. If Zhang Dong really makes things difficult for me, I will go home and tell my dad to transfer to Dumstrang. I definitely cannot repeat a grade, that would be so embarrassing. At this time, Goyle had finished the exam and walked out. Looking at his followers, Malfoy hurriedly asked, Goyle. How are you? I got an A, Goyle replied a little embarrassedly. Malfoy's face changed instantly, damn it. He really made things difficult for us. You are just my followers and he gave you an A, so wouldn't it be a T for me? Looking at Malfoy who kept muttering, Goyle didn't have the nerve to tell him that he didn't get an A because Zhang Dong made things difficult for him, he just relied on his own strength. There was no way, they and Zhang Dong didn't get along well, so naturally they wouldn't listen carefully in class. He made a mistake in the disarmament stage just now and didn't knock down the dummy's wand. Fortunately, he immediately released a flaming fire, intermediate, to burn the training dummy, otherwise, he would definitely die. Hermione Granger. Hermione Granger. Hermione walked directly into the examination room. Looking at Hermione who came in, Zhang Dong also said with a smile, although I have always known your strength, the process still needs to be followed. Do you need me to give you a break? No. Hermione raised her head proudly, and then. Armor protection. Intermediate. Expelliarmus. Elementary. Thunderbolt blast. Intermediate. Bang. With a roar, the training dummy in front of him had one arm shattered. Zhang Dong couldn't help but applaud Hermione when he saw this scene. 0. Intermediate thunder explosion? I didn't know you had this trick, oh. Hermione smiled happily. He would never tell Zhang Dong that the trick just now was her secret weapon. Hermione left the examination room with satisfaction. The examination continued. Vincent Crabbe A. Neville Longbottom E, Seamus Finnegan E. It's a pity for Seamus. If he hadn't fainted after the third spell and blew up the training dummy fragments, Zhang Dong gave him an O. Before leaving, Seamus was still sighing. If his third spell was Thunder Explosion, would he be the first in the grade? Outside the examination room, Malfoy was getting more and more unsure as he watched his classmates who were either excited, regretful, or happy. Finally, Draco Malfoy. Hearing his name, Malfoy finally straightened his chest and walked towards the examination room in front of him. Let this storm come even harder. Malfoy walked into the examination room. Armor Protection. Intermediate. Expelliarmus. Elementary. Hanging Bell. Intermediate. After 3 spells, the training dummy was about to break. After the release, Malfoy raised his head and prepared to wait for Zhang Dong to embarrass him. He had thought about it. If Zhang Dong really gave him a T, he would go home and go through the transfer procedures with his father. However, when Zhang Dong saw that Malfoy had been released, he drew a big O on the transcript. Oh! Malfoy looked at Zhang Dong in front of him in shock. At this moment, he even doubted his own eyes. Looking at the stunned Malfoy, Zhang Dong smiled and said to him, "Why are you looking at me like this? This is the score you deserve. I won't use this method to embarrass you, a child." Child? Who is he talking about? Malfoy didn't like it immediately. If he didn't know that he couldn't beat Zhang Dong, he would definitely pull out his wand and be an upside-down golden bell. However, when Malfoy walked out of the examination room, he couldn't help but look back at Zhang Dong. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. This guy, maybe he's not that annoying. As Pansy Parkinson walked out, Harry Potter also took a deep breath and walked into the examination room. Watching Harry walk in, Zhang Dong nodded slightly and said, "You know the rules, right?" "Yeah." Harry nodded. "Then let's get started." Zhang Dong waved his wand at the training dummy, and the training dummy immediately moved. Expelliarmus. As soon as the red light appeared, Harry directly blocked it with an armor shield. Then an Expelliarmus removed the training dummy's wand. Both spells were intermediate. And this was not over yet. Harry hit the training dummy in front of him again. Bang! The training dummy fell to the ground. Although the training dummy has no life, Zhang Dong can certainly see that the power of this spell is also intermediate. Zhang Dong couldn't help but sigh. 3 intermediates, you are really worthy of you, Harry. Harry was also very proud. He didn't know why. Although his grades in 2008 courses such as potions and transfiguration were average, when it came to fighting, his experience points increased rapidly. Obviously, he learned all 3 spells this year, but he has reached the intermediate level. Looking at this progress, it is estimated that he will reach the advanced level next year. I really don't know who will be the first unlucky person under his wand. Harry's grade is naturally O, and it is the kind of full score. 3 intermediates, Harry deserves such a grade. Harry left the examination room happily, and Zhang Dong also continued until Blaise Zabinai finished. All students had finished their exams, leaving only Dong Zhang. Zhang Dong did not hesitate and drew the biggest and roundest O for himself, then collected his things and left the examination room with satisfaction. This also means that the second year of Hogwarts is completely over. The farewell train slowly approached, and in front of Hogwarts station, 2 figures hugged each other silently, and slowly let go after a long time. It was Hermione and Zhang Dong. Although Zhang Dong crushed Hermione with the first grade again, this obviously would not affect the 2 of them, but would arouse Hermione's desire to win. "Don't forget to write to me," Hermione said to Zhang Dong seriously. Zhang Dong didn't write to her much last summer vacation. Zhang Dong nodded, then leaned over secretly and whispered in Hermione's ear, "Forget about the letter, I will just apparate to play with you when the time comes." "Yeah." Hermione nodded with bright eyes, then reluctantly stepped onto the train. She leaned out of the window and waved to Zhang Dong until the train was completely gone. "Don't look at it, you can see it with just an apparate," Zhang Qiu whispered in Zhang Dong's ear. Listening to Zhang Qiu's words, Zhang Dong looked at her helplessly and said, "What do you know? This is an attitude. Okay, get ready to use the shadow, let's go home." "Wait a minute. We are all going home, we must buy something to take back." Zhang Qiu suddenly shook her head, she took Zhang Dong's hand, and then walked directly to a store. Zhang Dong looked, "Honeyduke's candy store? Eat less sugar, it will hurt your teeth." "What are you afraid of? I brush my teeth every time I eat," Zhang Qiu said indifferently, and then pulled Zhang Dong into the Honeyduke's candy store. For some reason, Girls seem to like sweets, and Jiangqiu is no exception. Jiangqiu, BB multi-flavored beans? Give me 4 bags. Zhang Dong shook his head, 1 bag is enough for me. Jiangqiu, ah? You wanted to, then give me 5 bags. Zhang Dong. Damn. Good man, you didn't count my share, did you? I paid for it. 5 chocolate frogs. 2 bags of sizzle honey candy. Jelly slugs, brother, try them. If they taste good, I'll buy more. Zhang Dong rolled his eyes at Jiangqiu, indicating his refusal. This thing just looks like snot, but it's not really made of snot. But the question is, if someone makes a cake that looks like poop, will anyone eat it? And Jiangqiu's purchase, like buying goods, made the eyes of the boss Ambrosius from light up. 80% of Hogsmeade's business depends on Hogwarts. When Hogwarts is on holiday, they are almost closed. Now that they see an opportunity, they can't wait to recommend all the expired food to Jiangqiu. To read exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Ambrosio, would you like an ice cream ball? It can float several inches above the ground when you suck it. It's fun. Jiangqiu shook his head, I can ask my brother to lift me up with a floating spell. Ambrosio, what about the pepper urchin? It can make smoke come out of your mouth. Jiangqiu continued to shake his head, wouldn't it be more difficult for me to brush my teeth then? Ambrosio, then, by the way, sour lollipops. They can burn a hole in your brother's tongue. No, no. He's here. Hey? Zhang Dong stared at Jiangqiu beside him in a daze. Are you my real sister? So you really want me to try it when I'm not here? After choosing the things, Jiangqiu began to bargain with Ambrosio. I don't know who he learned it from. As soon as Jiangqiu started shopping, Zhang Dong knew that he would not be able to come out for a while. Zhang Dong quietly found a seat and sat down, then took out his phone and started browsing. It's vacation time now, so I should watch the 317th Crime of Grindelwald. But I haven't finished watching Hogwarts Legacy yet. After thinking about it, Zhang Dong decided to continue watching Hogwarts. The Legacy of Hogwarts. Thinking so, Zhang directly opened the video of the Legacy of Hogwarts. Then at this moment, the light curtain appeared. The moment the light curtain appeared, everyone immediately focused their attention on it. In the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade, Ariana suddenly shouted loudly inside, Albus! Aberforth! Come out and look at the light curtain! In the train, Harry, who was having a headache because of going home, immediately raised his head and looked at the light curtain in the sky. Even Hermione, who was in a bad mood because of the departure, forgot the sadness of the departure and raised her head to look at the light curtain in the sky. Newt Scamander, the light curtain appears again? I remember that last year, it was about this time, and the light curtain began to appear, and it also played my story from that year. I wonder if it will continue to play today. Gellert Grindelwald, what's so good about your story? I still want to see the ancient magic, which is obviously more important to the magic world. Voldemort, I think you don't want to see your miserable appearance after being defeated, Grindelwald. I still want to see the future story, next year. I will definitely be resurrected. Figures are discussing here, and everyone expresses their opinions. And at this moment, the light curtain began to play. Inside Hogwarts, Zhang Dong came out of the restricted book area and went straight to Professor Figo's office. At this time, Professor Figo of Astronomy was arguing with Professor Sharp of Potions. But no matter what Professor Figo said, Professor Sharp looked completely unconvinced. Impossible. The goblins and Rookwood joined forces, this doesn't make sense at all. Professor Figo, facts have proved that what I said was right. Alas, it's a pity that no one believed me back then. Professor Sharp, sorry, Figo, I was wrong back then. Albus Dumbledore, the truth is often in the hands of a few people, and because of this, the truth is always not understood by people. Professor Figo, you are indeed a wise man, but unfortunately, I don't have much chance to teach you. In Diagon Alley, Professor Figo, who was shopping here, couldn't help but sigh at the light curtain in the sky. Although he has been resurrected, this world is still too strange for him. Except for Zhang Dong, he doesn't know anyone. I always feel like a remnant of the old era. There is no college in the new era that can accommodate him. Well, why don't you go to Hogwarts and see if you can apply for a professor? I heard that they are in need of a professor of defense against the dark arts. Figo, you have a guest. Professor Sharp also noticed Zhang Dong, who came in. Maybe he felt that this matter was not suitable for a student to know, so he turned around and left here. Seeing Sharp leave, Zhang Dong hurriedly said to Professor Figo, "Professor, after you and Principal Phineas left, I went to the secret room in the restricted book area." "What? You entered the restricted book area?" Professor Figo looked at Zhang Dong in front of him in a daze. "How did you get into the restricted book area?" Seeing Zhang Dong's hesitation, Figo could only helplessly say, "Forget it, it's better if you don't tell me the details." "Minerva McGonagall, I understand this feeling. But Professor Figo, you are actually fine. There is only one person who worries you, but I have three." "Professor Figo, it's rare to be confused. Sometimes, it's better not to know some things. I'm afraid that my heart can't bear it." Zhang Dong didn't realize Professor Figo's nervousness, and he continued, "The location marked on the map is just below the restricted area." "What?" Sure enough, Professor Figo's eyes lit up. Professor Figo opened the book, and sure enough, he found that there were a few pages missing in the book. "Well, it seems that someone got the book earlier than us. It seems that I still have to study the rest to see if I can find something useful." "Professor, I also saw two memories." Zhang Dong told Professor Figo about Morgana and Percival. "What?" Professor Figo had to look at Zhang Dong with a new eye, and his expression became serious. "I'm going to London with the book headmaster. Nias wants me to report George's matter." "Understood, Professor. I will continue to investigate the matter of the book page." "Very good, but don't neglect wand practice. To be honest, your wand skills are getting more and more proficient." "James Potter, it is indeed proficient. You can kill the armored giant alone just after getting your own wand. This is not a talent that can be achieved through training." "Remus Lupin, indeed, but I believe that hard work can make up for lack of talent. I promised Dumbledore that I will be the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts next year. I will work hard to teach these students." "James Potter, then you should teach them well. Don't be like Quirrell and Lockhart, who are almost like trash." "Quirrell. Lockhart, to read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network." Professor Figo left, and Zhang Dong was very obedient, and went directly to Professor Hecate to learn a few more magics. Seeing that Zhang Dong was so eager to learn, Professor Hecate said without reservation, "Of course, but before learning new magic, you have to finish my homework first. Wizards' duels cannot just stand still and cast magic to fight, but also know how to dodge flexibly. How about this, you practice rolling to dodge attacks 10 times, and then come back to me. Roll to dodge?" "Okay, Professor Hecate." Zhang Dong nodded, and then walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Looking at Zhang Dong's back, Hecate smiled and said to himself, "He has joined the duel club, and he should be able to master the rolling and dodging skills quickly if he practices there." However, the moment he walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Zhang Dong went straight to the Forbidden Forest. "Dina Hecate, wait!" "Zhang Dong, where are you going?" "Rubes Hagrid, Professor Hecate, why are you so nervous? Isn't it just practicing tumbling? There are indeed some cute little animals in the Forbidden Forest. It should be okay to practice there." "Dina Hecate, what do you know? Do you think Hogwarts 100 years ago was as peaceful as your time?" "Harry Potter, actually. Hogwarts in our time is not so peaceful either." "Dina Hecate, that's different. Although Hogwarts in your time is a little dangerous, it seems to be only for individuals. But in our time, those wizards, they are all crazy. Oh my god, I just asked Zhang Dong to practice in the duel club at that time, what on earth did he do?" Just when Hecate was nervous, Zhang Dong had already arrived outside the Forbidden Forest. "Is this forbidden here?" Zhang Dong strolled in the Forbidden Forest, breathing the fresh air of the Forbidden Forest and felt a little better. However, a loud noise attracted Zhang Dong's attention. At the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, several figures were putting magical animals into boxes. "This is a poaching group. Newt's commander, arrogant. Too arrogant. They poached magical animals in broad daylight at Hogwarts. Where is the headmaster of Hogwarts? Come out and take care of it." "Phineas Black, of course I will. But you have to know that this kind of thing is impossible to control. We have only a dozen professors at Hogwarts, and they all have their own jobs. How can we control it?" "Newt's commander, then? You just don't care?" Just let these poachers kill magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. Phineas Black, although it's a bit helpless, this is reality. But it doesn't matter. These poachers were rampant for a while, and they all disappeared after a while. I guess they were afraid of my strength. Anyway, I haven't seen them since then. All disappeared? Never come again? All wizards felt it was a bit impossible. Those are poachers, guys who risk their lives on the edge of a knife. Is it possible that they don't come to the Forbidden Forest? Looking at Zhang Dong meeting the poachers in the picture, everyone was worried for him. Newt's commander, kids, remember, if you encounter such a thing, you must inform the professor immediately. Although the lives of magical animals are precious, you can't put yourself in danger. Damn! What is that child going to do? At this moment, facing the poachers in front of him, Zhang Dong actually drew out his wand and rushed out without hesitation. And seeing the child who jumped out of nowhere in front of them, the two poacher catchers couldn't help but stand up. It seems that an ignorant and stupid child has appeared. Hey little guy! While we are in a good mood now. Get out of here! The two poacher catchers shouted loudly, but Zhang Dong had no intention of retreating at all. He just suddenly pulled out his wand, and then... Leviosa! Buzz! Instantly, a poacher catcher floated in the air. Help me! I'm flying like a billywig! The poacher who flew up quickly asked for help from his companions, and his companions just reacted. This kid actually dared to attack. Another poacher catcher also immediately drew out his wand. Thunder blast! A beam of light flew towards Zhang Dong. However, Zhang Dong, who had been prepared, directly put up his armor to protect himself, and a barrier blocked the opponent's attack. At the same time, he feinted and hit the catcher dizzy. And Zhang Dong ignored him, but took this opportunity to quickly attack the floating opponent. Zhang Dong pulled the opponent in front of him with a flying spell, and then a blazing flame hit the opponent. Directly blasted the opponent into a pile of charcoal. Ah! Another poacher catcher has woken up. Seeing his dead companion, he immediately attacked Zhang Dong frantically. Unfortunately, the angrier and more panicked he was, the more chaotic his attack became. Armor protection. Fall to the ground. Another standard combo, the poacher catcher was once again controlled on the ground, and Zhang Dong did not hesitate to blast him with several magic powers. Bang 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 bang! In the blink of an eye, the poacher catcher was beaten into a sieve and fell to the ground. Looking at the two poachers lying on the ground, Zhang Dong couldn't help but say with regret, "Your hand is too heavy." They died just like that. Hiss! A bunch of modern wizards couldn't help but gasp. I've seen Zhang Dong take action before, but he was dealing with some stone statue guards, but this time, he was facing a living person. Lily Potter, he's only in his 5th year, and he killed someone. Tom Riddle, haha, what's the big deal? I killed Myrtle in my 5th year. Rubes Hagrid, you didn't kill her, Bootit's a basilisk. Tom Riddle, what's the difference? They're all killing people. So what if they use different methods? No. You can't admit defeat. As the Dark Lord, you must have the dignity of the Dark Lord. As soon as Zhang Dong finished speaking, suddenly, 3 more figures rushed out from the poacher camp behind him. This time, there are not only 2 poacher catchers, but also a poacher duelist in red clothes. Dinah Hecate, no. It's a poacher duelist. These duelists are different from those low-level catchers. They all master at least several advanced magics. Tom Riddle, haha, it seems that Zhang Dong can't deal with it. If he is smart, he should turn around and run now. Zhang Dong moved. Facing the siege of 3 people, he fired a spell without hesitation. Ancient magic. Leviosa. Buzz. The red-clothed poacher duelist was directly controlled in mid-air, and then Zhang Dong swung it like a sledgehammer. Bang! 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 In front of ancient magic, even the red-clothed duelist could not bear it and fell directly with twisted limbs and bleeding. But Zhang Dong was not ready to stop. He continued the previous operation, armor protection and fainting and floating spell and coming spell and blazing flames, and easily killed the other 2 poacher catchers. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Lily Potter, 5 people were killed. Lucius Malfoy, he is a real Slytherin. Tom Riddle, calm down, Lucius. They are just 4 people. Which of my Death Eaters has not killed wizards in the double digits? Bellatrix, right. They are just a group of low-level wizards. What's the big deal? Damn. That's it. Zhang Dong just killed 2 poachers. Suddenly, a purple figure jumped out of the tent. Zhang Dong had just finished casting the spell and had no time to catch his breath, and the figure instantly turned into a hungry wolf. He rushed directly towards Zhang Dong. James Potter, Animagus. Sirius Black, it's still a very powerful wolf. Animagus. That's an Animagus. There are only 7 known Animagus in this era. And now one appeared in the light curtain. The flames are blazing. Zhang Dong immediately rushed towards the poacher Animagus with a blazing flame. However, at this moment, the wolf rushed in front of Zhang Dong with the flames. With one claw, Zhang Dong's body was directly knocked back several steps. However, the rope on Zhang Dong was not an ordinary item, so there was no skin injury, but the hungry wolf's attack still made Zhang Dong's blood boil. Zhang Dong took out a bottle of green magic potion from his arms without changing his expression, opened the lid and poured it into his mouth, while his hands did not stop moving. A Leviosa directly broke her shield, and then, without hesitation, another ancient magic. Boom! Blue-white lightning fell from the sky. It directly blasted the hungry wolf into charcoal. It was only 10 minutes since Zhang Dong entered the Forbidden Forest. A duelist. An Animagus. 4 catchers have died. 6 kills. Zhang Dong looked at the traces of battle on the ground, and at this time he also took a deep breath. Lily Potter, sure enough, suddenly killing so many people is a big shock to a teenager. Molly Weasley, I think he should need some psychological burden, poor child, it is the times that force him to be like this. Just when everyone thought that Zhang Dong was calming down the anxiety after killing, Zhang Dong in the light curtain suddenly cursed. Damn! Forgot that I came here to do a mission. I failed to roll and dodge once. Alas! Zhang Dong sighed, then took the magic wand and continued to go deeper, muttering as he walked, I hope there are poachers nearby so that I can continue to practice. Everyone! Hey! You just killed 6 people. As a result, your first reaction was that you forgot to complete your homework? You guy! What kind of monster are you? Zhang Dong continued to walk forward to find his target. Fortunately, although the Forbidden Forest was not big, there were no shortage of poachers. Zhang Dong just climbed over a hill and saw 3 figures again. 2 poacher catchers, and one wearing yellow clothes, looked unusual. Harry Potter, who are those people? Phineas Black, poacher spies, a bunch of annoying guys. Ron Weasley, spies? Then their strength should not be very good, after all, they are just spies. Phineas Black, then you are wrong. The strength of spies is much stronger than that of ordinary catchers. After all, anyone can be a catcher, but to become a spy, the requirements are much higher. This is normal, just like in the army, the individual combat capabilities of those scouts are definitely higher than those of ordinary soldiers. Otherwise, an ordinary soldier can catch the scout, so what information can they get? As usual, first control a catcher and then kill the other catcher with a combo, then use the ancient magic that has just been accumulated to hit the other catcher. Boom! Under the blue ancient magic, the catcher was directly shattered to pieces. At this time, the poacher spy's magic was about to hit, and Zhang Dong subconsciously wanted to open the armor to protect himself. But he remembered that he had to dodge, and rolled to avoid the floating spell. Then a few moves landed on the other catcher, and directly killed the other catcher completely. At this time, only Zhang Dong and the poacher spy on the opposite side were left. Zhang Dong hooked his finger at him, and the meaning was very simple. Come here. This spy has never been insulted like this. Spy, thunder explosion. I hide. Spy, floating spell. I'll dodge again. Spy, flying spell. I can still dodge. Zhang Dong rolled and dodged, dodging once and then hitting 2 basic attacks, dodging twice and then hitting 2 basic attacks. After Zhang Dong rolled 9 times, the spy finally couldn't bear it and fell to the ground. Looking at the spy lying on the ground, Zhang Dong sighed and said helplessly. I haven't completed the task yet, and you fell down. After sighing, Zhang Dong walked in again and found 3 lone poachers and captured them. After solving them, he walked towards Hogwarts Castle with satisfaction. Minerva McGonagall, 1, 2, 10, 11, 12? I asked you to do an assignment, and you killed 12 people. Phileas Flitwick, I knew it was chaotic at that time, but I didn't expect it to be so chaotic. He killed more than a dozen people on the way to class. Gellert Grindelwald, a natural-born Dark Lord, I don't know if he wrote an autobiography, I think my struggle is pretty good. Tina Goldstan, that's not funny, Grindelwald. Victor Rookwood, haha, I feel like if he really wrote an autobiography, you guys would have to put Voldemort and Grindelwald next to your pillows and read them day and night. Tom Riddle, hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it just killing a dozen people? I've killed at least 80 wizards, if not 100. It's just killing a dozen people, what's the big deal? Bellatrix, right. That's it. Thorfinn Roll, Lord Voldemort is the real Dark Lord. Antonin Dolohov, only 12 people, I've killed more than that. A group of Death Eaters all jumped out, and looking at the answers of this group of people, Zhang Dong just smiled and said nothing. Are 80 to 100 a lot? It seems that you don't know what you know who means. After Zhang Dong completed 10 evasions, he walked towards Hogwarts. He couldn't wait to come to the defense against the dark arts classroom and said to Professor Hecate, Professor, I have completed the task you assigned. Professor Sharp, yes, I have completed it, and I have exceeded the task. I killed more than a dozen people after evading 10 times. I wonder what the dead guys would look like if they knew that their death was because a 5th-year student had to learn Expelliarmus. Harry Potter, yes, I just realized that it would cost so much to learn Expelliarmus, and Zhang Dong taught us so easily. Tom Riddle, speaking of Zhang Dong. Albus Dumbledore, you have seen it, this Zhang Dong is exactly the same as the Zhang Dong more than 100 years ago, there must be a bloodline between them. So, why don't you kick him out of Hogwarts now? He may grow up to be a second-generation Dark Lord who is slightly inferior to me. Gellert Grindelwald, isn't it the 3rd generation? Tom Riddle, hey? You don't think you are the 1st-generation Dark Lord, do you? Don't flatter yourself. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Whether Gellert Grindelwald is the 1st-generation Dark Lord is debatable. But outside the light curtain, Zhang Dong looked at this scene and whispered to himself. 2nd or 3rd-generation Dark Lord. In terms of time, Yanoho is the real 1st-generation Dark Lord. No, I didn't do anything bad. Killing poachers, destroying the fire-stealing group, and crushing Landlock are all justice. It's right to say that I am the White Lord. Inside the light curtain, Professor Hecate certainly didn't know what happened. Looking at Zhang Dong, who had mastered the evasion skills flexibly, Hecate directly taught Zhang Dong the weapon elimination. As expected, after just one training, Zhang Dong successfully mastered this practical spell. Looking at Zhang Dong, who was madly outputting to the training dummy, Hecate was satisfied. Nodding. Practice well, I believe that one day Expelliarmus will be able to help you escape danger. The light curtain ended, and Zhang Dong also opened his phone with satisfaction. Your video popularized Dinah Hecate, you can get a reward, Expelliarmus, top. Expelliarmus. Top. Professor Hecate is awesome. Zhang Dong can be said to be very satisfied with the top Expelliarmus. This spell can be used until the finale if played well. But the reward is certainly not just that. Your video popularized Yanohu, you can get a reward, Ancient Magic Talent, Disarm Curse. Disarm Curse, Expelliarmus will add a curse to the target, and the cursed person will suffer higher damage. Disarm Curse. Finally. Has the first piece of the Avada lightning chain puzzle appeared? The Ministry of Magic, the most authoritative governing body in the whole of England, gathers powerful wizards from half of England. It should have been a well-ordered place. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Magic today is particularly agitated. Connolly Fudge, the man with the highest status in England, is sitting in his exclusive ministerial chair without saying a word, with a terrible look on his face. Cornely Fudge looks at the elite Auror standing in front of him. Rufus Scrimgeour, the current director of the Auror office, will succeed Cornely Fudge as Minister of Magic in the future. Although he disagrees with Dumbledore, he was tortured to death by Voldemort and did not reveal Harry's whereabouts. He is a real Auror. Gadwin Roberts, after Scrimgeour is promoted to Minister of Magic in the future, he will be the director of the Auror office. 217. John Dawlish, a genius wizard who passed all O's in the Newt exam, became an elite Auror in just 10 years after joining the Ministry of Magic. Kingsley Shacklebolt, the legendary elite Auror, took over as Minister of Magic after Scrimgeour's death. Except for Williamson and Prout, who were still on duty, and Frank Longbottom, who had just woken up and had not yet returned. The 5 top wizards of the Ministry of Magic were all present. The strength of these 5 people, each of them could compete with the 4 deans in Hogwarts, but now, their faces were particularly ugly. After a long time, it was Cornelius Fudge who spoke first. Sirius escaped from prison, you all know what this means. The 4 elite aurors looked at each other, and it was Scrimgeour who stood up and said, Minister, I have sent people to the Department of Magical Enforcement to hold them accountable, and I believe there will be results soon. Is this what I want? Fudge slammed the table angrily. With his means, it is certainly not difficult to pass on the blame. But the prisoners who escaped from Azkaban now are not ordinary prisoners. It was Sirius Black. The one who was as powerful as the 5 people present. Looking at the excited Cornelius Fudge, Scrimgeour also said silently. Minister, I know you are anxious, but please don't be anxious yet. How can I not be anxious? If Sirius goes on a killing spree in the wizarding world, I will be the first to bear the brunt of the responsibility. If I am dismissed, who will take on the heavy responsibility of the Ministry of Magic? Scrimgeour, it's okay, Minister, I will definitely take over your burden and protect the entire British wizarding world for you. Cornely Fudge. Haha, I knew that you, Scrimgeour, have been thinking about my seat for a long time. I tell you. Dream on. Fudge looked at Scrimgeour unhappily, then turned to Kingsley and said, Shacklebolt, I order you to immediately form a pursuit team, and you must catch Sirius Black in the shortest possible time. Got it. Kingsley Shacklebolt immediately saluted respectfully and said, Yes. Minister Fudge. But. Kingsley was a little he said awkwardly, but Minister, we only have so many aurors. It takes at least 5 aurors to subdue Sirius Black. We are really short of manpower. The entire British Ministry of Magic has only 100 aurors, and Sirius Black is so strong that he can fight 5 alone. There is not enough manpower. Cornely Fudge also knew this. He thought about it silently for a while before saying, Notify Amelia Burns and ask her to contact Azkaban to call out all the Dementors. With the strength of the Dementors, it is enough to deal with Sirius Black. Dementors can be said to be the most difficult magical creatures to deal with in the wizarding world. Each Dementor has the strength of a high-level wizard, and because of their racial characteristics, they can ignore most attacks. Even Sirius Black can't deal with much. Scrimgeour said with a grim expression, Minister, Dementors are not obedient creatures. Once released, they will inevitably cause trouble. That's what we have to do. Sirius is more dangerous than Dementors. All right. Issue a wanted order immediately. I'm going to find the Muggle Prime Minister. This time, the Muggle and Wizarding worlds will go out together. After Fudge finished speaking, he disappeared in the office. Holiday life should have been pleasant, with sunshine, beaches, waves, and cacti. This is what a holiday should look like. 0. However, because of Sirius Black's escape from prison, the entire British world became extremely panicked. Some weak wizards dared not walk outside alone, as if Sirius would suddenly appear as an avatar from nowhere and send them to see Merlin. But not everyone was afraid, such as the Weasley family. Unaffected by Jong Dong's butterfly effect, his family won the Gold Galleon Award of the Daily Prophet and received a reward of 700 gold galleons, so the family of 9 happily went to Egypt for a trip. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. After all, with Arthur and Molly's strength, they are not afraid of Sirius Black. Of course, Jong Dong is not afraid either. He even told Zhang Qiu, who was a little afraid to go out. Don't worry so much, Sirius will not hurt you for no reason. If you want to go shopping, you can go. But Zhang Qiu still didn't believe it. Every time she went out, she would hold Zhang Dong's hand and dare not let go for a moment. Looking at Zhang Qiu like this, Zhang Dong also let her pull him around. However, holidays are not always like this. There are always people who disturb Zhang Dong's good time. For example, Zhang Dong, I hope I didn't disturb you. Dumbledore appeared in front of Zhang Dong happily. Since Ariana was resurrected, he has been like this every day, looking like an old man next door. Looking at Dumbledore who appeared, Zhang Dong looked at him helplessly and asked, Principal Dumbledore. It's vacation time now. Are you coming to visit again? Home visit, I guess so. But I am more curious than the home visit, why is it so quiet during this holiday, and that light curtain has not appeared? Dumbledore said while pointing to the sky above his head. Sirius Black escaped from prison, he didn't believe Zhang Dong didn't know about it. Looking at Dumbledore in front of him, Zhang Dong certainly knew what he wanted to do, so Zhang Dong said directly, "Don't worry, this year should be the safest year Harry Potter has spent in school." Was Harry in any danger in the Azkaban episode? Zhang Dong doesn't remember anyway. The only villain in the whole episode of Azkaban is Peter Pettigrew, and this guy is not much braver than the eye of a needle. From beginning to end, he just wanted to run away, and never thought about whether to kill Harry. The Dementors are dangerous, but they are aimed at Sirius. As long as Harry casts the Patronus charm, he will definitely be able to protect himself. So, Harry's most dangerous moment turned out to be when Lupin turned into a werewolf, but that was nothing. Lupin just remembered to take the medicine and he would be fine. Sure enough, hearing Zhang Dong say this, Dumbledore nodded silently. But he didn't forget what he came here to do. "Zhang Dong, I came here for another thing." Dumbledore looked at Zhang Dong. At this moment, the gentle smile that always hung on his face had been restrained, and his expression became extremely serious. "Zhang Dong, you already know about the Horcrux, then, do you also know the whereabouts of the Horcrux? Have you started looking for the Horcrux?" Zhang Dong looked at Dumbledore in front of him. Voldemort attached various curses or defensive measures to each of his Horcruxes. Tom Riddle's notes have their own thoughts and are kept in the Malfoy family. If Lucius hadn't thrown them to Ginny, I'm afraid this diary would not be found even if I wanted to find it. As for the other Horcruxes, they are either hidden in Gringotts or the Room of Requirement. Gaunt's ring is easy to find, but it tricked Dumbledore. It can be said that Dumbledore's death was not due to that spell, but because of the spell on Gaunt's ring. But Zhang Dong thought about it again. Dumbledore wore the ring because he wanted to use the resurrection stone on it to resurrect Ariana, so he couldn't resist the temptation and was tricked. But now that Zhang Dong has resurrected Ariana, Dumbledore should not wear the ring for nothing. Zhang Dong thought about it. In addition to Tom Riddle's diary that had been destroyed and the Ravenclaw diadem in his hand, there were only Gaunt's ring, Hufflepuff's gold cup, Slytherin's locket, and Harry Potter. "You are in the 3rd grade. You can make one in one summer vacation. Let's start with the simplest one." Zhang Dong waited, and then said to Dumbledore, "I know the location of those Horcruxes, so do you want to get rid of them?" "Of course, I am always worried about these things being scattered outside." Dumbledore nodded. This old man is destined to worry every day. Zhang Dong also nodded and said, "Then, let's go together." "Where to?" "Black's house." "What? Black? This name has been well known recently. Sirius Black escaped from prison. How could Dumbledore not know about this?" And Dumbledore was sure that the first thing Sirius did after escaping from prison was definitely go find Harry Potter. Dumbledore couldn't help asking, could it be that Sirius has a Horcrux in his hand? Zhang Dong shook his head, not in Sirius's hand, but in his brother, Regulus's hand. Regulus Black? Didn't he die a long time ago? Dumbledore certainly knew Regulus Black. Sirius Black's younger brother, one of the Death Eaters, died suddenly in 1979. No one knew the cause of his death, and no one cared. After all, Tom Riddle killed people when he was unhappy, and it was not strange to kill his subordinates. Looking at Dumbledore's doubts, Zhang Dong thought about it and felt that it was time for him to let these people know something about Regulus. It just so happens that there seems to be no update of personal special videos this year, so let's play Regulus. The Azkaban chapter starts with Regulus and ends with Sirius. Perfect. Thinking so, Zhang Dong gestured to Dumbledore, "So, let's talk while we walk." Of course, my thestrals are not far away. Although Dumbledore has the ultimate apparition, he is not very willing to use apparition when he goes out. Every time he goes out, he takes the thestrals. Zhang Dong nodded, and then walked towards the thestrals with Dumbledore. And when Zhang Dong got on the thestrals, he silently took out his mobile phone and began to look for Regulus's video. A star-like name Regulus Black. Looking at this video, Zhang Dong silently clicked it. And as Zhang Dong moved, the light curtain appeared in the sky again outside the window. Harry Potter, great! The light curtain finally appeared again. Looking at the light curtain above his head, Harry, who was cleaning the windows at Vernon's house, immediately shouted in surprise. He will be promoted to the 3rd grade at the beginning of the school, and after the 3rd grade, Hogwarts will begin to allow young wizards to enter Hogsmeade for fun. However, just like many schools require parents to sign a voluntary form. If young wizards want to go to Hogsmeade, they must have a consent form signed by their guardian. And Harry's guardian. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Looking at Uncle Vernon at home, Harry sighed silently. In order to get Uncle Vernon to sign the consent form, he tried his best to cater to them during this holiday. He had enough of such days. Harry Potter, Lily Potter, James Potter, Mom and Dad, are you here? James Potter, of course, my child, did you have a good holiday? Harry immediately wanted to complain to his father about his aunt and uncle, but after thinking about it, he realized that even if he told his parents, they would not be able to do anything, and would only make them worry about him, so he said, I'm doing well, Dad. Lily Potter, that's great. Lily Potter breathed a sigh of relief. Harry Potter, but Mom, my aunt and uncle seem to be too worried about me. They don't want to sign my consent form for Hogsmeade, but I'm already in the 3rd grade. James Potter, how can they do this? Hogsmeade is the only paradise in Hogwarts. How can they not let you go? I've always wanted to complain, which school doesn't have a store on campus? When I was in school, it was hard to buy a candy. Minerva McGonagall, children eat sugar is not good for your teeth, James. James Potter, okay, Professor McGonagall. But I think I am still qualified to take care of my sons going to Hogsmeade. James Potter. Harry Potter's father. Dear. I agree to his going to Hogsmeade Village. Minerva McGonagall, a dead person cannot sign a consent form, James. After all, you can't even pick up a quill. James Potter. Sure enough, Hogwarts is still so inflexible. Harry was most saddened by the fact that his parents could not sign the consent form for him. James Potter, by the way, although I cannot, you still have a godfather. Sirius Black, Sirius. Sirius. Padfoot. Where are you? Where are you now? Sign for my son. However, no matter what James Potter did, Sirius did not show up. In a dark corner, a black dog was looking up at the light curtain in the sky, looking at James who was looking for him in the light curtain. The black dog turned into a dilapidated man, his clothes were tattered and sloppy, but his eyes were still tough. James, I'm sorry, I can't tell you where I am now. He had just escaped from Azkaban, and he hadn't seen Harry yet. How could he be exposed at this time? And Harry didn't understand. Who is this Sirius? He had seen him several times, and he seemed to be very familiar with his father. Dad also said that he was his godfather, but if he was his godfather, why had he never seen him before? Harry did not understand, but at this moment, the light curtain had lit up. Everyone also focused on the light curtain. In an ancient room, a beautiful girl was looking up at the house number on the door, and she whispered the name on the house number. Regulus Arcturus Black, Rab. The picture gradually darkened, and a line of words as bright as stars appeared in front of everyone. Darkness as the surname, star as the name Regulus Black. Seamus Finnegan, I know. This time the screen is playing a personal special. Just like me back then. James Potter, personal special. Seamus Finnegan, yes, the whole video is the kind with him as the protagonist. Before, I was the only one with a personal special. Fred Weasley, you are not the only one. George Weasley, yes, there are us too. Seamus Finnegan, hey. You two only take up one video. I'm talking about a person. A person. Seamus was extremely proud at this moment. After all, he was the one and only person. James Potter, Regulus Black? The younger brother of Sirius. Why does he have a personal special? Not only James, but others also didn't understand at all. Regulus Black? The unlucky guy from the Black family who died early? He seems to be a Death Eater. What qualifications does such a guy have to be played on the screen alone? Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald don't have this honor. In the Black Castle, a couple holds a baby with their eyes full of love. Walburga Black holds the baby in his arms and looks at himself husband. Orion, give our son a name. Looking at his lovely son, Orion Black's majestic face also showed a gentle smile. Regulus, let's call him Regulus. I hope he can lead our Black family to glory like the brightest star in Leo, Regulus. Master. In the old house of the Black family, Creaker couldn't help but collapse to the ground after watching the scene in the light curtain. His eyes never left the figure in the light curtain. That was his master, his eternal master. That was the old house. The handsome and elegant couple just now were still aging, and in front of them, the two teenagers were so vigorous. However, this family did not have the joy of a normal family. On the contrary, the older teenager looked at this family with such disgust. Sirius! What are you doing? I've had enough. Sirius looked at his father fearlessly. I've had enough of your self-righteous pure blood. I've had enough of your superiority. I want to leave here. Leave the Black family. Sirius left without looking back. The angry Orion returned to the wall engraved with the names of the Black family's generations, and burned the part with the name Sirius Black with his wand. At this moment, Regulus, who was standing aside, watched all this silently. James Potter, I know about this. Sirius left the Black family. Sirius did the right thing. He should have left a crazy family like the Black family a long time ago. Bellatrix, indeed, he should have left a long time ago. He has been rebellious and willful since he was a child and disobeyed his parents. Look at Regulus, he is always so honest and obedient, sensible and well-behaved. No wonder the light screen wants to play Regulus's video. He also looks down on guys like Sirius. James Potter, what nonsense are you talking about? How do you know that Regulus is not a negative example deliberately taken out by the light screen? James is still defending his best friend, while in the dark corner, Sirius looks at his brother in the light screen with no ripples in his eyes. Brother? Just the most familiar stranger who shares the same surname. Stupid brother, why can't you understand? Parents who are crazy about bloodline, they naturally believe that people of the Black family are born superior. What about you? You think so too, you are weak in your bones and always regard their words as the truth, tisk, birds of a feather. Sirius has always looked down on everyone in the Black family, especially the obedient and well-behaved brother. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. If you had left with me back then, maybe, you wouldn't have died. Slytherin. Regulus enters Slytherin College, just like his predecessors. Elegant, noble, powerful, excellent. Everything beautiful in the world seems to be able to describe him. Slughorn invited him to join his club. Under his leadership, the Slytherin Quidditch team won runner-up after runner-up. Compared with the mixed-blood Snape, countless Slytherin students gathered around him. They promoted him to the position of prefect, and he was also regarded as the leader of Slytherin. It was at this time that the man appeared. Voldemort. Coming. Magic is power, restore the glory of pure blood. One by one, the dark wizards gathered around Voldemort. At that moment, they seemed to see the light. That man is their hope. It is their future. Regulus stretched out his arm and let the man leave the mark of the Death Eater on his arm. From then on, this man became his belief. That year, he was only 16 years old. Tom Riddle, ha ha ha, did you see that? This is the choice of a normal wizard. Magic is power. You have powerful magic but can only live in the dark. Are you really willing to live like this? Gellert Grindelwald, hey, that's my line. You lunatic's focus is obviously the second half, to restore the glory of pure blood. Haha, it's ridiculous. There are not many wizards, and you are still splitting internally. Your ideas will only make the future of wizards darker. There are only 5,000 wizards in Britain, but the total population of Britain is more than 60 million. The ratio of 10,000 to 1 is already short of manpower, and this guy is actually creating internal conflicts. Isn't this just courting death? For a year, Regulus followed behind him. He witnessed his strength, but he never understood why the man who claimed to restore the glory of pure bloods did nothing. He didn't care whether they achieved results or not, or even whether they lived or died, until the day of 687. The man stood in front of everyone. He proudly held a locket and said to his subordinates, "Even I have gone further than anyone else on the road to immortality. You know my goal, conquering death." At that moment, Regulus understood. Compared to leading these pure-blood wizards to fight against those half-bloods and mud-bloods, he cared more about something else. Eternal life. Gellert Grindelwald, haha, look, what did I say? I said, this guy is just shouting slogans, he doesn't care about the glory of pure blood. Bellatrix, bah! What do you know? What's wrong with Lord Voldemort pursuing immortality? That is to better lead us to conquer the wizarding world. These are just part of the plan. Gellert Grindelwald, are you still deceiving yourself? Then you just watch carefully, his plan is doomed to fail, and he will fail more miserably than me. Zhang Dong, in fact, I have never understood. Although Tom's mother is a squib from the Gaunt family, his father is just a muggle, and he himself is already a half-blood. Why do you Death Eaters believe that he will stand on the side of pure-blood wizards? Tom Riddle, Zhang. Don't sow discord here. I have already shattered it. Although he knew that Voldemort valued immortality more, Regulus still did not betray him. Because he believes that even if he falls to the ground the devil has selfish intentions, but if there is a person who can lead pure-blood wizards to glory, then this wizard must be him. Until that day, I need a house elf. Voldemort looked at Regulus in front of him. Regulus did not doubt him, he immediately thought of his servant, the obedient and sensible Kreaker. So, he came to the kitchen, looking at the elf who was preparing dinner for him. Regulus said firmly, Kreaker, now the respected Dark Lord needs a house elf to help him do something, I recommend you to him. But Master Kreaker, you must know that being needed by the Dark Lord is the highest honor for both of us, the master and the servant. You must obey his instructions, and then, go home safely. Hearing Regulus's words, Kreaker also nodded firmly, and then followed Voldemort out of the Black family. Ron Weasley, I dare say, this elf is dead. Kreaker, nonsense. You are dead. Kreaker obeyed the master's order. Kreaker returned home safely. Yes, he came back alive. But he didn't tell them how he came back alive. Voldemort brought Kreaker to a dark cave. In the middle of the cave was a stone basin filled with strange potion. Voldemort conjured a water cup and filled it, and then said to him in an unquestionable tone, "Drink it." Kreaker didn't dare to disobey, not because the other party was a powerful Dark Lord, but because his master asked him to obey the other party. Kreaker drank the potion, and the next second, intense pain surged from his heart. He fell to the ground, twitching and struggling. He wanted to ask Voldemort for help, but Voldemort just proudly took out a locket and threw it into the stone basin, then walked away with a laugh. As for this elf, it was just a guinea pig for him to test the efficacy of the potion. What did its life or death have to do with him? Kreaker tried to run out, but outside the cave, the infernal corpses that had been waiting for a long time crawled out from the water. They pounced on Kreaker ferociously, but Kreaker didn't care at all. At this moment, he had only one thought. I want to go home safely. The master is still waiting for me to bring him the news that the mission is completed. Harry Potter, Voldemort. How can you treat this house elf like this? Tom Riddle, hey? Why are you so excited? Didn't you say it's just a house elf? It's just a house elf. Yes, it's just a house elf. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Isn't this thing just a domestic dog? No, dogs are at least pets that their owners love, but house elves are not. He was just a slave who was even lower than a pet. Kreaker is back, and he actually returned to the Black family alive. Kreaker. What happened to you? Regulus looked at Kreaker worriedly. Kreaker looked at his master. He didn't say anything, but just repeated what happened to him. There was no gorgeous language, no detailed description, but Regulus's face became colder and colder. At this moment, he finally understood one thing. What a shitty Dark Lord. After taking off the gorgeous disguise, he was just a cruel, cold-blooded, and ruthless killer. What restoring the glory of pure-blood wizards? What leading wizards out of the darkness? It was just a lie he told them. Looking at the Death Eater mark on his wrist, he felt for the first time that the distorted pattern was so disgusting. Finally, Regulus looked at Kreaker beside him and said the last words of his life to him. Hide well and don't leave home. Then he turned and walked into the night, and never came back. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.